Ah. Hostia, Edu, qué bueno eres, tío. Qué mala leche. Una distorsión. Estoy listo para otro dentro de 5 horas. Qué tonto eres. Yo, con tu permiso, distorsión. Hola, me sigan. Hola, Chucky. Hola, Moscar. Hola, Cartemis. Hola, Melo. Hombre, lo he puesto en la máquina, en el tostador primero. Iba a comer y empezar. Directo, he pensado. Empieza ya. Ah, Charlie, hola, Peter Popopopoulos. A ver, es un sándwich. Es pan de centeno de este. Pan de centeno. Papita. Es un sándwich. ¿Qué? Hola, de Mico. Hola, Constantino. Hola, Ari. Hola, King. No tengo canelones yo. Yo estoy aquí solo, triste. No es coña, estoy solo y triste. Bueno, están los gatos por ahí tocando el bol. Y como ya comí fuerte otro día, ayer cené mal, ¿sabes? Mal de gordo. Y entonces me he hecho un sándwich de pan de centeno, el único pan que puedo comer aparentemente. Y tiene atún, unas olivitas con anchoa cortadas por la mitad puestas, con tomate, por supuesto, un toquecito muy suave de Dijon y un poquito de sal y un pelín de aceite de oliva. Y ya está, ese es el bocadillo. Y pan tostado, claro. El directo el otro día viendo los vídeos de cocina. Sí, lo tengo que subir, JLR. Ey, Cace, muchas gracias, feliz Navidad. Es una tostada que se inventó Alba, porque se puto muere de hambre. Y está buena. Está bien una comida. Yo lo mejoraría. Yo pondría pimiento de piquillo, unas cositas, pero me da pereza. Mira, para que veas. JLR. Da un momento. ¿Cuál era el directo? Era este, ¿no? Era el del regalo navideño, sí. Lo estoy exportando ahora mismo. Exportándose está. ¿Qué te han traído los niños? Nada. Hoy viene Alba. Y sí que nos haremos algún regalito, pero... No sé, 10. ¡Saliuski! No vamos a celebrar la Navidad estando solo y triste de 5 meses. No son ya demasiados, son demasiados. A mí me dice dónde está la salida. Mira, a ver en tu culo. Muchas gracias, Saliuski. No tengo ganas. Obviamente, en mi familia, yo no recuerdo la última vez que el 26 comimos canelones. No me acuerdo. No es algo que hiciéramos especialmente, ¿eh? Y no será por falta de ganas, porque me flipan los canelones, ¿sabes? Sí que tengo algo de caldo. Yo soy mi madre. Y cosas de la cardolla. Pero estoy esperando porque igual esta noche lo quiere comer Alba. Entonces no me lo he comido yo. Así que me estoy comiendo unas putas patatas de mierda. Bueno, son las leyes buenas, ¿eh? Y un sándwich de mierda. Para que Alba se pueda comer una sopa decente. Estas cosas no se valoran. Estas mierdas no se valoran. Para Nochebuena pedí a mi madre tortilla de patata. Yo y tu madre te mando a la mierda. Como, sí, pero rápido, ¿eh? Flipo un poco, normal. Yo sé que, les explico una vez que lo hizo mi madre, un año, se vino arriba y compró un cerdo. Un cerdo para hacerlo como al horno. Y estábamos todos locos por probar el cerdo, ¿sabes? Y cuando sacó el cerdo por la noche, le vi la cara al cerdo y dije, dame una ensalada o... Y mi madre mía, no me jodas, digo, no me puedo comer algo que le estoy viendo la cara. No puedo. No puc, ¿vale? El culo del cerdo, dámelo. No me pongas la cara del animal aquí. Y no pude comer. No me acuerdo qué me hizo para cenar, alguna cosita. Yo era jovencico. Eso, cochinillo, eso. Creo que hace poco... Porque Alba, que está tostada de mostaza, que hace con la mostaza esta de la marca Prima. Espacio no patrocinado. Pero la que podemos comer más es la de Dijon. Y ella dijo, pues vamos, yo no estaba en casa. Se hace una tostada de Dijon. Y dice, me he hecho una tostada de esto de atún con olivas con mostaza de Dijon. Dice, y ahora mi mundo es mostaza. O sea, no todo, nada más, ¿sabes? He perdido todos los sabores. Y pensé, animal. Es que la de Dijon... Es que me lo imagino, coger el cuchillo y hacer... ¡Pla! O sea, es ¡praca! Un dedo de Dijon. Claro, se te meterían los ojos para adentro. Hey, ninfa, buen día, buen Nadal. Hola, mi amor. Yo digo buenas tardes cuando ya he comido. Hasta que no he comido es buenos días. Y me la suda. Me la suda cual sea el de esto organizado por todos. O sea, a mí me da igual. Si ha sido una salida del Mercadona. No contemplo que eso sea comestible, pero lo probaría. Bien por ti. Más días a continuación. Tengo esto preparado aquí. Es el documental de Xbox. Del canal oficial de Xbox que han subido a YouTube. Así que entiendo que lo podemos ver aquí. Bienvenidos al quizá último directo de este canal. ¡Felices fiestas! Sándwiches de pan con tomate. O sea, pan tostado. Luego tomate restregado. Un poquito de sal de jamada, un poquito. Un toquecito de Dijon. Atún. Tenía ventresca de atún, pero me da mucha pereza cortar y sacar del bote. Y he echado una lata de atún. Y olivas, bueno, aceitunas con anchoa cortadas. Y eso es el bocadillo. Muy bien, Suki. Es el espíritu. El documental de Xboxers. Se podría haber llamado así. El documental de Xboxer. Distorsión, muchas por 2 meses. No, el Twitch no siempre acepta mis tarjetas clonadas. Por algo será. Muchas gracias. Una palomera. Cerebro galaxia. No me quedan pocas ya, ¿eh? A ver. Pues me quedan 11. Chachi. Que te calles, cosa que meamos. También te lo digo por rutina. Hola, 199, 199. Lo siento. No estoy bebiendo. Soy de esa gente que no bebe hasta que termina de comer. No lo puto entiendo. O sea, no lo entiendo. Mi padre lo que hace. Alba también. Puki, vimos la misma película ayer, no me la expliques. Pues tenéis que ver. ¡Hombre, sin Kaoma! Pero qué asco das, ¿no? Anuncio de Sin Kaoma. Sin Kaoma, te quiero muchísimo, ahora mismo muy fuerte, más que nadie en este universo. Muchísimas gracias. Sin Kaoma. Que en Navidad estés poniendo anuncios, qué asco. Uy, se me rompe. Está bueno. Yo estoy bebiendo todo el rato. Ah, como estoy hablando con vosotros no me he dado cuenta que no estaba bebiendo, pero... Ayer vi Encanto. Es posible que sea la peli más bonita. Es Pixar, ¿no? La peli más bonita de Pixar. Puede ser. A nivel visual, ¿eh? También es la única peli de Pixar, para mí, que no intenta provocar que llores muy fuerte, ¿sabes? Es la primera vez en la historia que he visto una peli de Pixar que no se centra en vamos a romperte, ¿sabes? Igual sería porque era 25, estaba solo en casa y tal por la noche, que casi me rompe. O sea, estuve a punto de ponerme a llorar y digo, pero si no pretende, pa' una, pa' una que no lo hace y la tengo que ver el 25 solo en el sofá. Pero bueno. Ah, no es Pixar. Ah, entonces lo entiendo, vale. Me parecía raro. Pero os digo una cosa. Yo pensaba que era de Pixar. Estaba convencido. Nada que... La gente que ha hecho esta peli, nada que envidiar al estudio de Pixar, ¿eh? Cero. Están al mismo puto nivel. Y las canciones de Encanto, mola que te cagas los temas que tratan de cada personaje. O sea... Estaba convencido que era Pixar. Pues se acaban de mear en Pixar. O sea que ya se pueden poner las pilas. La de la mayor que habla de la presión que siente en la familia. La de la otra que tiene que ser perfecta. Ajá. Te tratan canciones que te están explicando cosas que tienen dentro que no han dicho nunca, ¿sabes? Por miedo. Y está muy bien llevado. Son temas muy interesantes. No. Arcane que le den por el culo. No estamos hablando de Arcane. Arcane es otra cosa, ¿vale? Arcane no se mea en la cara de nadie. Arcane es Arcane, déjalo ahí, ¿vale? No estamos hablando de lo mismo. Es que me ha hecho gracia ahora. No estamos hablando de lo mismo. Ni en la misma serie, ni están buscando el mismo mensaje, ni el mismo tono, nada. Arcane está ahí. Y es brillante, ¿vale? Pero no. Estoy comparando Encanto, que es de Disney, con una peli de Pixar. Mismo público, mismo target, mismo de esto, ¿vale? No es lo mismo. Dejemos Arcane de lado. Cuando se habla de animación, no hay que sacar Arcane siempre. Que es buenísima y de las mejores cosas de animación que se han hecho en la historia. No hace falta sacarla siempre, no es necesario. Que os pilláis un hueso y no lo soltáis. Madre mía, Arcane. Me encanta Arcane, ¿eh? La tengo que volver a ver. Pero no es de lo que estoy hablando. Para nada. Pues dijera, ¡buah! La mejor película de acción, yo qué sé, La Roca, ¿sabes? Y tú dices, bueno, pero es que habiendo Princesa Prometida. ¿Qué mierda? ¿Qué? ¿What? 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 Mira qué pedazo de mesa más de puta madre. Ya, bueno, pero habiendo esta tetera... ¿Por qué? ¿Cómo? Ya acabo de comer. Siempre tiene que salir. Ojo con la princesa prometida. ¿He dicho algo mal de la princesa prometida? ¿He dicho algo malo de la princesa prometida? He dicho princesa prometida. Y ya ha saltado. Ya ha saltado. ¿Quién eres tú? Te voy a poner el nombre. Luis el 83. Ojo con la princesa prometida. ¿He dicho algo yo? Y aunque lo dijera, ¿pasaría algo? ¿Pasaría algo? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué estás defendiendo? ¿Dónde está el escudo y la lanza? ¿Qué estás haciendo? ¿Contra quién te estás peleando? Mira, podéis sacar 2 clips ahora, ¿vale? Y os quedáis con el que más os guste. La Princesa Prometida es una de las mejores películas de la historia, de las mejor trabajadas, de las mejor llevadas, con las mejores interpretaciones histriónicas del mundo, y una de mis películas fetiche de la historia hasta el día en que me muera. Siguiente. La Princesa Prometida es puta basura, ¿vale? No hace ni puta gracia, está sobrevalorada por todos los lados solo porque sale Colombo y el chaval de la serie de aquellos maravillosos años, y todo lo demás es mierda. O sea, es mierda, ¿no? O sea, interpretación especial con el Billy Crystal, joder, qué grande, ¿sabes? O sea, basura. Os quedáis con el clip que más os guste. Entonces ya pues... Es importante que es súper importante. Me he dejado una cosa, ahora vengo. Bueno. ¿Qué le estaba diciendo? Feliz Navidad, Álvaro y Bifone. Ya está, aquí Black, ya hemos dejado de hablar de Encanto. Que me ha gustado, me lo he pasado bien viéndola, ya está. El que es súper importante. No sería tan importante. Para escuchar la música, JLR. Y también digo una cosa, cuando estoy en directo hablando sin los cascos me noto raro. Porque así es mi voz, yo así escucho mi voz normal y así con los cascos. Y me he acostumbrado a que los directos escucho mi voz de esta manera, ¿sabes? Y si no me rayo. No sé a qué te refieres, Sergi, pero bueno. Es importante trabajar. Y que cuando alguien diga que algo que os gusta es una mierda, no le hagáis caso, que os resbale. Y es importante el trabajar, el no tenerle un respeto, o sea, tenerle más respeto que a vuestros padres a una puta película, ¿vale? Es importante. Aunque os haya ayudado, yo hay películas que me han ayudado, hay videojuegos que me han salvado la puta vida directamente, ¿vale? Exagerado, pero por ahí va. No es que me fuera a matar, pero me han ayudado mucho en ciertos momentos de mi vida a seguir hacia adelante y tal, o sea, eso está ahí. Pero no tenéis que defender las cosas con escudo y con lanza porque alguien ha hecho que una película no sé en qué. O sea, es de tener mucho tiempo libre. Mucho tiempo libre. Matar a showrunners tampoco. Vosotros pensáis, hay alguien que se enfadó muy fuerte cuando dije lo del chipnet el tonto Doctor Who. Considero que es un pavo que ya ha destruido la serie completa, se ha cargado 70 años de serie, ¿vale? Pero que me da igual, o sea, que haga lo que quiera con su vida, ¿sabes? Es su serie que la reviente, no va a venir el señor este a borrar de internet todos los capítulos de Doctor Who, ¿sabes? Que haga lo que quiera. Me hizo gracia la explosión de ira. ¿A quién se la tomó mal? Pues vale. Ay, ninfa, que es guay lo que me hizo Chris Green. No se he podido, ninfa. En Discord han visto ya el vídeo que he grabado yo de mi regalo Secret Santa que hice, pero que aún no lo han abierto, con lo cual no lo he puesto. Se han metido todos conmigo. Porque son todos unos expertos minecrafteros, ¿sabes? Y ahí está, pero ahora cuando la persona vea el regalo ya os pasaré el vídeo. No he visto nada de Who, hasta 4. Sí que tengo un par de capítulos y se me fue. Es que no me apetece nada. O sea, quiero verla, porque quiero ver he escuchado por ahí sutilezas de, hostia, esto es mejor, ¿sabes? Pero no me entra. No me entra sentarme a ver eso. Imagínate lo que me ha echado esa serie. Pero quiero verla, quiero verla. ¡Ey, Sentoxi! Muchas gracias por los 5 meses. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias, lo he dicho muchas veces. Las últimas 2 temporadas son malas. Son malas con tiña. Y son malas por una dirección lamentable. Porque a nivel de calidad interpretativa que tiene esa serie ahora mismo, está de puta madre. Y la Whittaker es increíble. Pero es que no tienen con qué trabajar. Es que es una puta basura todo eso. Entonces sale lo que sale. Ninfa, pues una gilipollejo como una catedral. Lo que pasa es que yo dejé claramente mis errores, todos los errores que iba cometiendo, porque pensaba que sería gracioso. Y en el Discord me han dicho, hostia, pero joder, macho, ya te vale yo, pero bueno. Pensaba que iba a ser divertido. Hay quien se ha ofendido. Ofendido en broma, evidentemente. Pero hay quien le ha sentado mal, ¿sabes? De palo, tío. Digo, ¿qué pasa? Yo hago lo que puedo. Sí, pero Wolf Among Us 2 está en proceso hace muchísimo tiempo. Lo confirmaron hace un huevo. Sí, iba a decaer y que yo iba a estar ahí, ¿sabes? Lo que pasa es que no esperaba eso. Es que lo que se ha hecho con esa serie es aberrante. Es aberrante. Es muy aberrante. Y no me refiero ya solo a la calidad de los guiones, que es dramático. Y de la creación de personaje, que es dramático. Porque no hay nada ahí, ¿sabes? El girito... Uy, hay un girito a final de temporada que... Me entró la risa histérica de... Digo, ¿qué habéis hecho aquí? O sea, ¿qué puto habéis hecho? Pero... No es mi serie, no la hago yo, que hagan lo que quieran, ¿sabes? Y ya está, si deja de gustarme la dejo de mirar y tengo toda la serie para verla otra vez, ¿sabes? Si me apetece, ningún problema. Y si luego hacen algo que lo que yo estoy más a gusto, pues lo veré. Y si no, pues no, y ya está, si al final da igual. No, pero está bien, ¿eh? También está bien porque, claro, K4, hay gente que... ¿Quién fue? Fue Landau y Firfro y no sé quién más. Y fue gracioso. Porque... Llevan toda la vida jugando, ¿sabes? Yo no. Entonces... Y claro, la cosa de ese vídeo es que hago cosas mal. Lo hago mal todo. Al final sale lo que quiero hacer, pero lo hago mal, ¿sabes? Lo hago todos los pasos, los hago mal. Y claro, eso para un jugador experimentado tiene que ser... ¡Ah! ¿Sabes? Pero... con lo fácil que sería yo. No sé, no lo sé. Yo solo sé el camino largo, ¿sabes? Entonces es gracioso. Feliz Nadal, Tricky Flash. Pero bueno. Ya la tengo. Ninfa, ¿tú viste ayer mi descenso al Nether? Fue un descenso súper rápido. Vamos, creo que nadie ha bajado tan rápido al Nether como bajé yo. Creo que es la bajada más rápida. Habrá un récord, creo que es un Wolfers. La madre que me parió, que lo he perdido todo, tío. Me cago en mi vida. Tengo que volver a hacerme las armaduras de no tengo diamantes, yo los tiene rango, se los regalaron ayer. No me voy a poner a robar los diamantes, ¿sabes? Tengo que ir a picar diamante ahora, pero... Bueno, por lo menos tengo el pico. Hola, William Ward. Madre mía, qué hostia me di. Y ayer antes de irme a dormir, dije, voy a hacer unos halos. Hice un par de misiones de estas de recuperar armas. Hostia, qué difícil es, pero qué bien me lo pasé, me cago en la puta, tío. Y Josejo ha hecho un vídeo, no lo he visto porque Josejo me cae bien. Entonces ha hecho un vídeo que por el título pone a parir muy fuerte Lalo. Y no lo he querido ver, no quiero que me caiga mal Josejo. ¿Sabes? ¿Ves lo que os decía de que os da igual lo que digan los demás? Pues a mí también me pasa. Todo por culpa del puto hielo de Rangu, ¿eh? Sí, sí, y con atención, sin ver el vídeo, creo que sé perfectamente los puntos que va a criticar. Creo que lo veo. Bastante, porque los tiene. Pero a mí me hace feliz Halo Infinite, así que me la suda. Claro, Sagaliuji, eso funciona así. Como yo digo cosas buenas de Halo Infinite, hay que decir que me pidió la dirección mucho antes de decir nada de Halo Infinite. Han tenido mucho, con antelación, aparentemente han tenido muchos problemas de desarrollo, muchos problemas. Y te has equivocado. Vale, es un control V porque eres tonto, vale. Y ha salido, y han sacado lo que han podido sacar, ¿vale? Y tiene muchas carencias a lo Infinite, las tiene. Es un juego que todas las misiones son iguales. Un juego que el mundo abierto no es grande, no es pequeño, pero tampoco hay nada que encontrar más que pegar 4 tiros, ¿sabes? Es lo que tiene, la historia se va contando, bueno, como se cuenta. Los marines que te acompañan a veces son útiles, a veces no valen para una puta mierda. Los jefes en legendario pueden ser muy estomagantes, algunos. Tiene problemas, ¿vale? Tiene problemas. Si no hubiera sido intergeneracional se vería incluso mejor. Tiene cosas a lo Infinite. Tiene pocas armas, aunque yo no considero que hagan falta más, pero bueno, la forma de desbloquearlas es tener que comerte todo el mapa, bla, bla. Tiene cosas que igual, ¿sabes? Podemos gestionar. La IA me gusta mucho, pero no llega a ser el top absoluto de Bungie, pero está muy cerca. Pero bueno, tiene sus cosas Halo Infinite, es verdad, tiene cosas negativas. Ahora, a mí, cada vez que me pongo a jugar a Halo Infinite, estoy en el puto Halo, ¿sabes? Y es un Halo muy Halo, y soy muy feliz. Entonces ya está. No tiene más. Pero luego dejan el mundo abierto como un medio más que como una mecánica. Vuelven a misiones estilo pasillo escaso, claro. Pero eso me gusta a mí. O sea, tú tienes un mundo abierto que tú puedes ir donde quieras, pero cuando llegas, es Halo, ¿sabes? La diferencia es que puedes entrar de distintos sitios, puedes escaparte por distintos sitios, puedes gestionar más la situación que estando en un solo pasillo. Pero es Halo. Las bases moradas, eso es Halo. Liberar los posts, no sé qué, eso es Halo. Y luego tienes el mundo por el que moverte y tal, y... O sea, a mí me gusta. No he visto Matrix 4 todavía. Ay, Runflex, qué guapo eres. Y ya está. Entonces, yo en este caso, cuando yo estaba jugando a la versión de prensa, esto pasa, ¿eh? De hecho, no he hecho ni cuidado ahí, ni he hecho review, no he hecho nada. Hice solo el vídeo ese porque quería hablar de Master Chief. Pero a mí lo que me aporta emocionalmente, por eso lo de las notas es una puta gilipollez, ¿vale? A mí lo que me aporta emocionalmente Halo Infinite me suple con creces todos los puntos negativos que pueda tener o menos trabajado, que, de nuevo, ha sido por cuestión de tiempo. Y aún así lo que han sacado, ¿sabes? Por tiempo y desarrollo. Entonces yo ahora, si te pusiera una nota, te diría que Halo Infinite es un 10. Para mí es un 10. Pero te estoy mintiendo a la puta cara porque es mentira, ¿sabes? No lo es, tiene muchos problemas ese juego, me estás contando, ¿sabes? O sea, no es un 10 en absoluto. Pero yo te lo pondría, porque me encanta. Y te estaría engañando. Por eso las notas son una gilipollez. Y el que le pone un 3 a Halo Infinite es mentira, objetivamente. O sea, es mentira. No sé si alguien le ha puesto un 3, pero es mentira. No, la versión de prensa me la jugué en legendario. Que llegué a la misión donde estoy ahora. Que aún no la he hecho. Veremos. Es que tuvieron que tener muchos problemas. Se ve que al principio el mapa era como el de Breath of the Wild. Es una locura. En un shooter eso es una locura. En un juego de aventuras tienes muchísimas mecánicas. En un shooter es disparar. Lo que pasa es que el tiroteo está tan bien hecho, me lo paso tan bien, ¿sabes? Que me da igual. Lo peor es que me ha pasado 1000 veces. Yo espero no me pase más, porque es que lo perdí todo, tío. No, o sea, Magno. Sí, claro que lo recomiendo, porque no he jugado ningún Halo. Es muy buen shooter. Lo que pasa es que, bueno, tiene esas cosas. El vídeo de lo de Joseju seguro que está muy bien. Seguro. Es Joseju. No soy yo. Por eso tengo mucho menos suscriptores y muchas menos visitas. Pero seguro que es bueno. Sí, modifiqué el Secret Santa, sí, le puse un cofre con tótems. Y empiezo a pensar de tiempo que el tema de las reviews... Hostia, es que habiendo... El tema de la review clásica como la conocemos, como son los cuidado ahí, por ejemplo, bueno, que no es una review clásica, pero ¿ves? Que os explico el juego, de mi opinión y todo el rollo. Estando cosas como Game Pass... Descárgatelo y júgalo, ¿sabes? O sea, júgalo tú. ¿Sabes? Hay veces que voy a hacer... Ahora hace tiempo que no hago. Iba a hacer una review, estaba en Game Pass y decía, ¿para qué voy a hacer una review para el día 1? Si te lo vas a descargar. La gente lo va a jugar antes de ver la review ya, ¿sabes? Entonces, ¿para qué? Anda, sí me acuerdo porque es un camino muy concreto desde mi base. Yo creo que yo creo que ahí se equivoca. Atención, yo creo que el esperanzador es este. Si con todos los problemas que han tenido han conseguido hacer este halo, eso es la esperanza. El siguiente, si les dan tiempo y les dejan tranquilos, va a ser la polla, ¿sabes? Yo creo que la esperanza está en este. Han conseguido hacer un halo, cosa que para mí no eran ni el 4 ni el 5. Esto es un puto halo, ¿sabes? Entonces, si han conseguido eso, lo más importante, que es el alma del jefe maestro, si hablamos como si fuéramos idiotas, si lo han conseguido, lo siguiente va a ser espectacular. Yo no aguanto las reviews estos que creen que son cómicos y meten chistes cada 2 minutos. Perdón. Perdón. Sigue chanta, sí, para mí sí. Lo que pasa es que la persona que se lo he hecho yo no se conecta hasta mañana, creo. No, perdón, Megaut, perdón. No sé qué estaba viendo el otro día. Megahouten, que me pasó exactamente igual. No sé qué era, estaba viendo algo y era interesante, me estaba gustando y de repente empezó a meter, no sé quién era, no me acuerdo, empezó a ser como bromas entre medias, digo, que no me haces gracia, o sea, me interesa lo que me estás contando y me estás cortando la explicación, ¿sabes? No le vi en el ejercicio de camuflaje. No, Baiti no me molesta, Baiti, porque además, Baiti, las bromas que va colando Baiti de por medio son bromas muy cortitas normalmente. Y continúan la narrativa que está utilizando, ¿sabes? No son cortes que te sacan de lo que te está explicando. Entonces, está guay. Todos los momentos cómicos los trabajas genial. Muchas gracias. Trabajas. Ti, 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 ti. Hace tiempo que no veo un vídeo de J. Bulen. Pues es buen chaval, ¿eh? Buen chaval, sí, me cae bien. Pero hace tiempo que no veo un vídeo suyo. También te digo que lo del pero no es por nada, ¿eh? No es por nada, no es por faltar. Se ve que hay un meme con J. Bulen que dice pero, ¿sabes? No es por... Eso lo hago yo en el cuidado ahí desde el primero. Pero no voy a decir nada, ¿sabes? No voy a decir nada, ¿sabes? O sea, no digáis nada de esto, es secreto. Es secreto. En enero, el God of War sale en enero, sale en febrero, ¿no? Bueno, sale el Sifu también. Álvaro Vipone, que no soy muy buen cómico tampoco, es que no soy cómico. Soy idiota. 14 de enero, pensaba que sería en febrero. Entras en el montaje siempre y cuando debería, así que... Lo regrabas solo para el vídeo. Ah, bueno, eso sí, claro. El pero es mío, y punto. Me voy a hacer un Nintendo y voy a patentar el Horizon 2, es verdad. Tengo que probar el Horizon 2. Lo que pasa es que digo, el 1 no me gustó nunca, lo intenté, y es un juego precioso y seguro que es cojonudo. O sea, nunca he dicho que fuera un mal juego. Digo que yo me aburro. Lo he intentado varias veces y me aburro. Pero volvería a jugar al Horizon Zero Dawn 1000 veces antes que al Days Gone, por ejemplo. Eso no puedo con eso, ¿eh? No puedo. Final Fantasy dirigida por Tim Burton y Nomura. Ayer se me ocurrió y no dormí bien pensando en eso. Bueno, pero eso es una mierda que se te ocurrió a ti. No tenías por qué compartirla. Ahora estamos todos en la mierda. Gendail. Que tienes nombre de enemigo de Beowulf. Por favor. Bueno, ya es de Barcelona, McVeigh. ¿Pavo? No he entendido. De Labo, vale. Eso no entiendo más. Ay, el Days Gone, madre mía, qué tortura. Es que me acuerdo perfectamente de las 2 horas que jugué, ¿eh? Y dije, bueno... Dije... ¡Nope! Y me levanté y nunca más lo volví a jugar. Y luego me dijo, no, si lo de las hordas es cuando llevas como 10 horas, ¿sabes? Digo, ¿pero qué dices, animal? Pero si es lo único interesante del juego. Y dice, pues... Y no hay tantas, ¿eh? Y hago, venga. Hola, Wilco. Yo todos estos años si me he enviado God of War porque tenía la esperanza de poder jugarlo un día en PC. No esperé en vano. Ole, no, men. Menudo crack. Se demoró 2 horas en matar al ogro. Y maté a Gyobu a la primera. Eso me pasó a mí, ¿eh? Gyobu yo me lo peté a la primera o a la segunda. Y el ogro estuve la de Dios ahí. ¿Todas el Elden Ring? A ver, sí. De nuevo, sabéis que no soy fan de los Souls, ¿vale? Los he disfrutado, pero... Tengo muchas quejas de cosas que valoráis como si fueran puto arte y para mí son una puta broma. Son buenos juegos, me gustan, pero no me flipo como todos, lo siento. En realidad no lo siento. Y Elden Ring lo que me mola mucho es la exploración. Lo que disfruté más en la beta es el arte, bueno, he leído arte porque es verdad. El arte, la exploración, la ambientación me flipa. Me gustó muchísimo, ¿sabes? Meterme en un sitio, no saber qué me voy a encontrar, ir investigando, muy guay. Los combates tochos no me apetecen. No me apetecen. Porque es lo puto mismo que un Dark Souls. Y no me gustan, ¿vale? Entonces, Josemán, gracias por los 9 mesacos. Muchas gracias. Ay, también había ballesta, 27 meses. Los anuncios indican que tengo que darte mi premio de nuevo. Muchas gracias, gente. Pero lo jugaremos en directo y nos vamos a reír, ¿sabes? Ahora vamos a reír muy fuerte. Pero... No me... O sea... Puedo entender que sean obras maestras por muchos conceptos. Y lo puedo compartir, no tengo ningún problema. Pero tienen cosas que se valoran por encima de lo que son. O sea, los Souls tienen cosas muy sobrevaloradas, en mi opinión. Muchísimo. Pero lo adoráis con fruición y me parece súper guay, ¿sabes? No veréis nunca deciros, no tienes ni puta idea. No. Probablemente el que no tenga ni puta idea soy yo, ¿sabes? Pero es así, ¿sabes? ¿Qué diferencia de Sekiro? La diferencia con Sekiro, que a mí me gusta mucho, es el sistema de combate. Los Souls no me parece que tengan un sistema de combate. Me parece que tienen un batiburrillo de movimientos. Yo lo digo así de claro. No es un sistema de combate claro, ¿vale? O sea... Y me la parece con todos los Souls. Sekiro tiene un sistema de combate que me puto flipa, ¿sabes? Y claro, igual eso hace para mí, para mi cabeza, que arregle el resto de problemas que puede tener o lo que yo considero que no funciona especialmente bien en los Souls. Es así. Pero me parece muy guay que estéis tan flipados con Dark Souls y con Elden Ring. Y Elden Ring yo sé que lo voy a disfrutar muchísimo, ¿eh? O sea, no tengo ningún problema. Le tengo ganitas. Pero yo soy de los que vi el primer tráiler que sacaron y pensé, buah, pinta guay. Ya está, ¿sabes? No me hice un análisis de 4 horas en directo. No soy yo. Ese chuso y me alegro mucho. El Mortal Shell a mí no me gusta. Eso es el tema, que no son sistemas definidos. Es esquiva como puedas y pega, ¿sabes? O sea, esquiva como puedas todo lo que te lanzan y pega. Pero como muy pretencioso, ¿sabes? Porque eso no deja de ser un R-Type. Tú esquiva y disparas, ¿sabes? Pero, y aparte que son juegos que tienen muchos problemas, tienen muchos bugs, están muy rotos, están de base, tienen problemas serios, ¿sabes? Entonces eso... Bueno, es que es normal en Dark Souls. No, en cualquier otro juego esto no lo permitirías. Cualquier otro juego que después de 4 horas cargando con todo aparezca un tío, atraviese una pared y te pegue un espacio y te mate, no lo perdonabas. Y aquí decimos, oh, es que Souls. No, está mal, es que está mal hecho. Coño, no pasa nada. Si el juego puede seguir siendo igual de bueno. Pero eso está mal hecho. Coño, y parece que lo alabamos. Y me vienen como tufitos. No es lo mismo, ¿vale? No es lo mismo porque, de nuevo, Dark Souls son obras maestras y estoy de acuerdo, ¿vale? Pero Sekiro pasa exactamente lo mismo. Sekiro pasa exactamente lo mismo. Me viene el tufito que teníamos con Bethesda hace unos años, ¿vale? que lo hacían todo puto roto y decíamos, bueno, pero es que es Bethesda, porque el juego en general está bien, da igual esto. No, no da igual. No da igual. ¿Vale? O sea, no da puto igual. Está mal. Y ya está. Y no pasa nada. El juego puede seguir siendo igual de bueno. No pasa nada porque alguien diga que el juego que más adoras tenga cosas mal. No pasa nada. Pues lo que estoy diciendo, Nico. Una feature y mis cojones también, ¿sabes? Y no pasa nada. Puedes ser un masoquista, pero no tienes por qué tener el juego mal hecho, ¿sabes? No pasa nada. De repente cargas la partida y el enemigo que tenías ahí mirando hacia arriba, de repente está en otro lado esperando ya con la espada. ¿Eso qué puta mierda es? O sea, estás mal, tienes el juego mal hecho, tío. Golpes que siempre dan, de repente atraviesan al enemigo y no le dan, porque se ha liado la física, ¿sabes? ¿Qué coño es eso? Es que a Ubisoft no le pasamos ni esta. Ni esta, ¿eh? Y con razón. Y luego hay burradas en otros juegos que aplaudimos porque es que es así el juego. No, pues si el juego es así, el juego está mal hecho. Y ya está. No pasa nada. Thinker, toma pedazo de anuncio que sale en la cara. Muchas gracias, Thinker. Eres el mejor, te quiero. No me extraña que te tengan asco en casa, Thinker. También te lo digo. Sí, se queda un modo roguelite el Inscription, mola bastante. No sé, las no hits. El no hits también es romper el juego bastante. Pero es que una parte de la dificultad intrínseca de los Souls es que hay cosas que no son gestionables. Es que el juego hace lo que le sale de los huevos. ¿Vale? Es que, claro, eso aumenta la dificultad de un nivel de una forma artificial que es criminal. Shirou, gracias por los 2 mesacos. Muchísimas gracias. Pues buen día, San Esteba, buen día. Cuida tú también. Hemos tomado cada mierda medio cocer, que vaya tela. ¿Sabes? Yo entendía. Tú puedes entender que Demon Souls vaya mal, porque es un juego que ni la compañía confiaba en ese juego. Es un juego que se hizo a oscuras, que se hizo en esquinas, que se hizo como se pudo, ¿sabes? Y aún así salió lo que salió, que es buenísimo. Yo puedo entender que eso esté parcialmente roto. El Dark Souls menos, ¿eh? El Dark Souls 2 tendría que haber salido muy pulido y el Dark Souls 3 tendría que ser algo espectacular. Entonces sigue fallando en las mismas cosas, para mí. Pero de nuevo, no me voy a cansar de decirlo, son muy buenos juegos. Son muy buenos juegos. Ahora, como el que me venga con... Ya, pero la historia... Os la habéis visto todos en YouTube, o sea, no me toquéis los huevos. O sea, no hay ni Dios que haya entendido ese juego de base. Ni Dios. Ahora, luego tienes detallitos. Hay uno... Yo Bloodborne nunca lo he sido capaz de jugarlo porque va como el culo, ¿vale? Va a 12 frames y que lo juegue Rita. Cuando esté en PC a 60 me lo voy a comer con papitas. Pero hay una cosa del Demon Souls, hay del Bloodborne, que mola mucho, que es la misión esta del gorrino. Bueno, de la niña. Hay una niña que se hace no sé qué, luego vuelves, pero la niña luego va... Se ve que tú te olvidas y luego matas a un cerdo y el cerdo dentro tenía algo y eso es de la niña. Porque la niña ha salido sola a buscar a sus padres y se la ha comido el cerdo, ¿sabes? Y es como, hostia. Eso es súper guay. Eso es súper guay. Pero eso a mí me flipa como detalle de quien lo quiera encontrar, ¿sabes? Pero que toda la historia te la cuenten así, pues, hostia. Yo lo siento, pero no... Y ya no voy a decir ni que sea contar mal la historia, no. A mí la forma en la que la cuentan, pues no me llama. ¿Dónde vas con guía para saber qué pasa? Correcto, es pago. Y entonces alucinas, ¿sabes? Y los detallitos que tienen los bosses, ¿sabes? Que son detallitos que te cuentan cosas. Hay un curro de narrativa de la polla, ¿sabes? Pero si luego el jugador no se entera de nada, pues... Pues sí, Legacy sí. No sé si era del ByTV ya este, no sé cómo se llama. Y no os agobia eso, Sperch, no os agobia estar jugando un juego y no saber qué puta mierda estás haciendo. Porque a mí eso me abruma. No sé si voy por el sitio correcto, no sé si lo que estoy haciendo es lo que tengo que hacer, no sé nada, porque no sé a dónde estoy, no sé lo que estoy haciendo, no sé qué está pasando a mi alrededor. Hola, Sa31, bien. Bueno, Sa314. Bueno, Sa314. La jugada es muy divertida, correcto. Y hay algo que dice Bacid que tiene toda la razón y es cierto de los Souls. Y es algo que no suele ocurrir y es muy guay. Los Souls no te obligan, pero te animan a que juegues tranquilo, ¿vale? Te animan a que vayas con cuidado. Y te animan a decirte que no tienes por qué ser el mejor jugador. Puedes jugar como tú quieras y te puedes pasar el juego. Te costará más o menos, pero puedes. Por ejemplo, a Eva le gusta jugar con unos martillos gigantes y ser más lenta que, yo qué sé, una tortuga. Lo puedes hacer. Y ella siempre lo dice, yo no soy especialmente buena en los Souls, pero me gusta mucho porque puedo ir a mi ritmo, puedo gestionarlo como yo quiera. Eso es muy difícil de hacer en un juego. Que cada uno se lo gestione a su manera en un juego que básicamente es lineal, ¿vale? Es llegar ahí y matar al boss. Eso es brutal. Se hacen cosas muy bien hechas. Miyazaki es muy bueno. Yaiciet, 5 mesacos. Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias. Miyazaki es muy, muy bueno. Es uno de los mejores diseñadores o jefes de diseño o desarrolladores, como lo queréis llamar, que tenemos a día de hoy. Y probablemente de los últimos 20 años. Es un puto crack. Pero me cansa un poco que tengamos que alabar todos los aspectos de un juego que la mitad están mal hechos y están rotos. Eso es como joder, macho. Y que no se pueda decir. No puedes decir nada. Porque entonces es que eres un hater y entonces igual eres tonto. Si yo soy un hater, igual es que tú eres tonto. ¿Lo has pensado eso? Porque esto va en dos direcciones. Breath of the Wild, igual, es un juego que a mí no me gusta y sigue siendo probablemente el mejor juego de mundo abierto, de aventuras de mundo abierto que se ha hecho nunca en la historia y va a ser el mejor durante muchísimos años. Entonces, juégalo. Es que la construcción de los mundos, Modman, es que es brutal, tío. La sensación de recompensa cuando abres una puerta, es que está muy bien hecho, es que es muy bueno el Miyazaki. Bueno, y el equipo que tiene, son muy buenos. Pero yo soy de los que, yo he dicho a veces, esperaba más cambios en el Elden Ring. No quería ver un Dark Souls, quería ver algo nuevo, quería ver un cambio rollo Sekiro. No en el combate, pero un mindset distinto. Es decir, va a ser lo mismo, pero vas a tener que trabajártelo de otra manera, vas a tener que aprender otra vez, ¿sabes? Te vamos a sacar de tu zona de confort. Y no. Es un Dark Souls 3. O Dark Souls 4. Rader, hay quien te diría que Zelda ahora es esto. Mi hermano dice que el mejor Zelda que jugó en su vida es el Breath of the Wild. Y que Zelda para él es eso. Una vez que jugué pensé que la historia la hacía el jugador y al ver la historia de YouTube flipé. ¿A que sí, Gontola? ¿A que flipas? Todavía no sé cuál es mi goti. Tengo que grabar un vídeo para una gente. Una gente, conocéis todos. Y no tengo muy claro si decir Psychonauts 2 o tirar por otro lado. La interface de... O sea, ¿cuánta gente puso a parir? Y con toda la razón, la interface, o sea, el HUD y todo esto, los menús del Death Stranding. Son puto insufribles, ¿vale? Con toda la razón. Es una mierda eso. Y lo tengo como casi top 1 de 2019, ¿eh? Pero eso es una mierda. Y eso, mientras haces el juego te tienes que estar dando cuenta que es una puta mierda. Y se dijo, y se gritó, y se voceó. No son más malos que los del Dark Souls, ¿eh? Los de Dark Souls para mí son bastante peores. El sistema de menú de Dark Souls. Bastante peor. De lo peor que he visto en mi puta vida. Y te alegras, ¿sabes? Pues vale. Pues vale, pues así, pues que no lo cambien nunca. Que se quede siempre siendo una basura. Y ya está, y no pasa nada. Es que el Nioh 2 es demasiado difícil. El Nioh 2 es demasiado difícil. Es meterlo todo en un embudo, tío. Pero primero, Silk Clown, vaya, sí que ha evolucionado. O Zelda 2, yo creo que veremos antes Zelda 2. Tienes que ir 3 veces a la X. Debe aceptar una misión. No, pero en mi caso, me cuesta saber dónde coño tengo que poner las cosas. Me las quito y de repente digo, pero si yo tenía esto puesto, ¿no? Que te lo has quitado. Ah, coño, ¿sabes? Y en Sekiro igual, ¿eh? Eso que Sekiro es bastante más sencillo. Tiene 4 cositas y fuera. No sé, es eso, es el perdonar. Pero, o sea, perdonamos cosas, pero lo entiendo. Precisamente, yo le perdono muchas cosas a Halo Infinite porque me gusta mucho. De la misma manera que muchos de vosotros o vosotras, o mucha gente, le perdona muchas cosas a Dark Souls porque son sus juegos favoritos. Y es normal. Y es entendible. Y cada uno tiene sus fetiches y sus cosas. Y las cosas que perdona y las cosas que no. No pasa nada. Y es súper correcto. Power Wash Simulator, no sé qué es eso. Ah, ¿qué es? ¿Que es un juego de esto de limpiar con...? ¡Ay, qué guay! Eso tiene que ser súper chulo. Buah, tiene que ser súper agradable este juego, ¿no? Hostia, pues estoy por comprármelo. La gente os lo paso. No siendo. Pero lo que está haciendo Blizzard es... Bueno, claro, pero eso ya es otra cosa. Eso ya está fuera del juego. Te veo, te veo. Perdono muchas cosas. Que si fuera otro juego estaría dándole mucha caña a las cosas que hace mal. Correcto. Y ya está, y es normal. Es súper normal. Yo me acuerdo cuando salió Halo 4, que yo hablé con David, que aún estaba en Hard Game 2 y tal, y tenía que hacer la review. Y se ha pasado todos los Halos, es muy de Halo, es como yo. Y yo no había jugado Halo 4, claro, yo no trabajaba en esto, ni tenía el juego anticipado, ni nada. Y me decía, es muy chulo, pero no es Halo, ¿sabes? Falla, tiene no sé qué. Y yo en ese momento pensé, ah, hater, ¿sabes? Esto va a ser la polla. Tenía toda la razón. Tenía toda la puta razón. Os lo digo porque estas cosas de enfadarte porque hable mal de tu juego, o estas mierdas, o pensar que alguien es hater cuando opina de otra manera, o que solo quiere, ¿sabes? Yo era así también. Y lo soy a veces, ¿sabes? Por eso intento decir todas las veces posibles que eso no lleva a ningún lado. Que tengo al gato aquí haciendo el monger con su muñeco. ¿Tienes que venir aquí a tirarte al muñeco? Aparentemente sí. Hostia, el modo Forge cuando salga en Halo va a ser muy guay. Este 22 tú y yo deberíamos hablar de negocios. Pues joder. Conmigo eso es complicado. Pensad que a mí tengo una... En principio tengo una acción esta semana que viene. Si sale, supongo que sí, en principio sí. No te main Kraken! Muchas gracias por ese raideaco. Y es para el que lo voy a meter en... Yo creo que va a quedar gracioso. O sea, le he dado completamente la vuelta a lo que quería. Y voy a hacer lo que me sale de los huevos. Y ha colado. Y aún así, y es una cosa que me van a pagar. Y aún así, cuando se me propuso pensé, oh, es un problema. Soy muy así. Intento no serlo, que es algo que tengo que trabajar por mi salud mental, ¿sabes? Que no todo me parezca un problema, pero normalmente todo me parece un problema. Chachi, Runflens. Hostia, el Sleeping Dogs, no me jodas. En realidad, todos queríamos ser nuestro propio jefe y luego cuando lo eres piensas... Es que no lo veis porque estoy yo en medio. Ese es un muñeco. Ese es un muñecazo. Y suele coger su muñeco y se lo zumba. Y ahora me la ha dejado aquí y ya está. Entrevista de Victoria que el mayor problema de Pazos es que le pidan favores. En realidad no. En realidad los favores no me plantean ningún problema. Es cuando tengo que hacer algo. Normalmente es cuando alguien me pide algo y tiene algún tipo de expectativa. No a nivel de favor, de familia y de amigos. No. A nivel de laboral. Tiene una expectativa, entonces es... Oh. Oh. Correcto, de Bloda, ¿ves? Susana, veamos, ¿cuánto necesitas? ¿Cuánto dinero necesitas? A ver, dime. ¿Cuánto necesitas? Se ha ido, lo he dejado aquí, se ha ido. Un gritón de dólares. No tengo tanto dinero. No puedo. Sangüich, que estaban... Eran necesarias aquí las mayúsculas. Eran necesarias. Se dice así. ¡Un gritón de dólares! Eso no es una moneda de curso. Ah, vaya. Cualquier juego de... Es que no es un Zelda, es que no es un God of War. Se resume siempre como... ¿Qué pone en el título? Pues ya está. Sí, eso también lo he pensado muchas veces. Esto no es un Final Fantasy. El título que pone. Ya, pero no. Pero el título que pone. ¿Y quién lo ha hecho? Square, ¿no? Puki. Tío, deja la serenata. Por favor, qué tortura. Hostia, a mí la Among Us me da bastante pereza, así te lo digo. Quiero volver a jugar con la gente esa del... Con lo que hacíamos Among Us y el de pintar y tal. Quiero volver a jugar con esta gente porque es muy divertido. Pero es que la Among Us me da muchísima pereza. Está en celo, coño, va a estar en celo. Zugfire, muchas gracias por ese Prime maravilloso. Muchas gracias. Oye, ¿miramos el documental de Xbox o qué cojones? ¿A qué cojones hemos venido aquí? ¿A qué mierda hemos venido aquí? Hola, Juanma Twitch. A comer. Ah, pues es verdad. Bueno, yo ya he comido. ¿De dónde eres, Pazos? De Barcelona. A llorar, pero a llorar no vayas. Sí, es verdad, venís a verme comer un sándwich. Muy bien, ninfa, que lo pases súper bien. Disca el barca. Mira, ahora está ella. Ahí está ahí. ¿Qué te has hecho en la patita? Ah, no, vale, te está limpiando solo, ¿no, Puki? Creo que había cervezas. Cervezas hay, pero es temprano hasta para mí. Rufrens, ¿ahora parece unas croquetas? Buen día, Lumatastic. Buen día. Para la cena, eso es bien. Ahora viene por la noche. ¿Y dónde se aprovecha para el documental? Es una buena pregunta. Qué rico croquetas. Yo me comí un sándwich de atún. Sí, es verdad que se está duchando después del sexo. Mira lo que bonito. Nos ha quedado ahí dormidico. Bueno, aún no, pero está a punto. Está en ello. Parece que me estoy tocando los huevos, pero no, tengo la mano que... O sea, estaba aquí. Estaba más en el lateral que aquí, ¿sabes? O sea, está en el lateral. Twitch, por favor. Están todos los capítulos, bueno, los 5. Entiendo que son 5, ¿no? He visto que el último era el 5 y digo, pues será el 5. Venga, va. Ahora lo mataste. Pues bien, te había saludado ya. Sí, bien, por aquí bien. Documental del vídeo de Angry Birds de Pazos. Hombre, yo espero que salga Fall Spencer. Que sea la tercera versión de Phil Spencer. Vale. ¿Vemos esto o qué? Es que yo tengo curiosidad. Igual vemos el primer capítulo y ya le da mierda, pero tengo curiosidad. Puede ser guay. Espera. Cambiamos el título del directo. Beso 64, eso no puedes pagarlo, eso es carísimo. Bueno, vamos a ello. Yo no suelo hacer estas cosas, de ver cosas y estar en silencio, pero bueno, la veremos. Así que el que no le interese, que paséis un muy buen San Esteba, o lo que mierda sea en lo que celebréis, me da igual. Todos son chorradas, pero se pueden celebrar. ¿No tendrá copy? No lo sé. Lo veremos. Si vemos que sale algo con copy, pues lo quitamos.
Video games are one of the most powerful mediums ever created. This merger of imagination and technology has introduced a fundamental evolution.
Ese mando no es vuestro, ¿eh?
And now represents a culture of 2.4 billion gamers connected worldwide.
Yes.
But just 20
Joder.
years ago, the console
Es que esto me recuerda a una época muy guay, que es cuando disfrutaba jugando a videojuegos. ¿Sabes lo que te quiero decir?
You ever want to make hardware?
No, that's one thing that we decided not to do.
The idea that Microsoft could ever create a game console was seen as a bit of a joke.
Microsoft.
They wear khakis and they're boring and
Es
they're
verdad.
Office and they're Windows.
Es
Might as well
verdad.
call it Nerdbox, right?
I can't imagine how it could be better.
A new console was seen as a risky bet
There it is.
at a company not accustomed to losing.
You're proposing taking money away from Windows in order to fund some game system?
That is an insane business to get into.
It was fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
This is the story of how a passionate group of gamers forever changed the
Es que tengo
course
entendido eso,
of a
que
corporate
no,
tycoon.
o sea, que los que se la hicieron no tenían apoyo de Microsoft, de palo. ¿Qué
To the
hacéis?
television set.
Like, you can do that?
And Bill says, we should do this. We should let these guys do this.
And the
pues
journey
igual,
to
¿no?
get that controller
Tiene entendido que no.
into our hands.
This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Fire at will.
Think about the way you could tell stories with that.
No matter where you are in the world, we can all be part of one bigger community. We need this. This is like the hotline for us.
You take it for granted now, but back then this was like science fiction.
We weren't sure how we were going to do it.
Ahí está.
Watch TV.
Oh, God. Oh, hell no, Microsoft.
Gamers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
The risk here was
Sí, pues.
enormous.
You're always
El
just
Kinect.
one catastrophic bug away from not making it.
I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
There's a new contender in the
A ver.
video game wars.
Xbox
Qué guapo, tío. Es el documental de Xbox, lo tenéis en... Espera. Os lo paso por aquí, por si queréis verlo, vosotros o algo. Y ahí están todos los capítulos, es del canal oficial de Xbox, ¿eh? Es lo que anunciaron que iban a sacar por el 20 aniversario.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood. The company is going to face fierce competition. Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Es que se metieron con los dientes en esta mierda, ¿eh?
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Es muy que lo hayan sacado gratis, es muy del rollito que lleva Microsoft ahora, ¿sabes? Pero bueno, que la serie de Halo salga en Paramount Plus. Acaba de empezar, sí, ahora mismo, llevamos 2 minutos.
I'm Bill
3.
Gates.
Hola, Bill.
Microsoft.
¡Qué grande!
In this
Ay, que me
video,
parió.
you're going to see the future.
El nerd por excelencia.
Microsoft first came up with the Windows concept back in 1983. I'm going to show you real quickly a couple highlights from the product. The graphics interface is an integral part of this new generation. To take PCs much
Es que
further
es
than they've
igual a
gone
un amigo mío,
before.
tío. Pero es que es
When I came to
igual.
Microsoft in
Y también está podrido de
1987, the
pasta.
average age was 27, and I was 27. We were an amazing young company with an amazing young founder in Bill Gates.
He knew business better than anybody out there, and he also knew technology. He was able to synthesize things that nobody else in the industry could.
It was
Bueno, y
incredibly
joderle el ratón a Apple, ¿no? Si no recuerdo mal.
People didn't hold back. For someone who just wanted to really let loose and grow and learn, it was an
Aparte de
amazing
crear un
place.
monopolio y demás,
Bill
esas
Gates and the
cositas.
team back then were the disruptors, which was exciting and palpable.
We just thought of ourselves kind of the rebels, kind of, you know, where the big companies like IBM were these huge companies, but we were this little rebel group of hackers, you know, doing this cool work.
I'm very optimistic about where we're going.
But that really changed in 95.
Windows
Ya, pero compañía, sí,
95
madre
has
mía, no hay
taken over
nada,
computer
no hay nada
stores. They were
decente.
online in the middle of the night. Personal computer users packed into stores dying to get their
Pero ¿por qué
hands
se
on one.
compraban
When Windows
los
95
Windows de
was
5 en
like coming
5?
out party for the whole company.
Microsoft made a thing that everybody in the world wanted. It was like air to me. It just was. It existed and you needed it.
Today's world, you can't make it without a computer.
Has thousands of programs that some of us may need.
I can run 3 or 4 applications at the same time.
¡Wow!
Windows 95 is so easy, even a talk show host can figure it out.
El otro. Este sí que lo
By the
aguanto
late
poco.
90s, Windows was dropping $1 billion to the bottom line.
A Conan O'Brien no se le toca, hijo de puta.
was the most profitable business in the history of the human race.
Es que lo del PC fue algo muy tocho, tío.
Ever been anything
Y yo en mi casa no tuvimos uno hasta que yo ya estaba crecidito, valía mucho dinero. Y parece una inversión muy tocha.
Microsoft, which has a business relationship with NBC, is the most powerful engine in the new age of computers, a giant cash machine.
Dice Jay Leno, joder, a Conan O'Brien, muy fuerte.
In the late 90s, we were sort of the bad guys, the Death Star.
The perception of Microsoft, I think generally was not great. They were in the middle of the Justice Department monopoly issues.
We were the big gorilla in the room on most subjects. And so people viewed us as sort of the big bad tech company.
By 1999, 90% of computers worldwide used the Microsoft Windows operating system. They were untouchable, without comparison or viable rival.
We've been successful in the operating system world, built a huge PC business, built Microsoft Office into this big business. We were the tech behemoth.
Windows overtook that industry and transformed the world. But during that period, disruption was coming from all sides.
Míralos. Ya están aquí.
For decades, Sony,
a
Japanese electronics giant with a history of producing personal and home entertainment hardware. And then, in 1994, Sony struck gold with the PlayStation,
Buah, es que vaya
a gaming console with unparalleled success.
The launch of PlayStation really thrust gaming into popular
Y yo era super nintendero, yo era un puto retarde, ya te lo digo.
gaming to be even bigger.
¡Ay, Dios!
And touch entertainment.
¿Por qué?
Sony discovered
Gracias.
was a console was really a Trojan horse to the living room. And once that device got into the living room, it could be a multimedia entertainment device.
No lo he leído, este es el de Sony.
Device got into the living room, discovered.
Han traído al de... Hostia, este documental es la polla.
A console was really a Trojan horse to the living room. And once that device got into the living room, it could be a multimedia entertainment device.
Sony was putting different things into the home. They're putting a hard disk here in like a DVR. They're putting memory here. They're putting a processor here. And if they could connect all those things together, it would be a computer, a potentially existential threat to Microsoft.
Es que lo de que tuviera lector de DVD y todo es que fue criminal.
Let me introduce to you the next generation PlayStation technology.
Even before Sony launched PlayStation 2, they were just creating this perception of inevitability. PlayStation 2 was the next big thing, and anything in its way was going to get crushed.
They said our new PlayStation is so powerful that it's going to replace the PC.
Sony was showing a slide at trade shows and to our customers of a future home that was full of PlayStations and didn't have any PCs in it.
Which was like shooting cannonballs over Microsoft headquarters.
It was an incredibly arrogant thing for them to do, but it was pointed too. I mean, that was a very serious threat.
In the 90s, Microsoft was a paranoid place. And when somebody said Sony's going to put a PC in the living room, that got everybody's attention.
Que tenía AutoCAD en PS2, regular.
Locking down the living room, what was Microsoft going to do?
Es que al final es verdad, que eso fue como una respuesta
not from the top
provocada.
executive ranks, but from
Y
deep
porque querían
within the
dinero.
Microsoft corporate structure. 4 renegades on the DirectX software team who were working on tech to help developers create games for Windows, and who were united by a fervent belief that games were the future.
I was leading the DirectX development team.
Hostia, este es el Kaplan de Microsoft, ¿no?
One of my colleagues on the marketing side of DirectX, Ted Hasse. You know, the question that we were starting to
No es necesario que salga Doritos, pero...
where was all this graphics technology headed? Windows had won the desktop operating system wars. So we're starting to ask where there could be threats or opportunities in the future. We quickly narrowed down to games and an all-encompassing entertainment platform for the living room as being an opportunity for us.
Otto had carefully built a career at Microsoft, and he had already taken a risk because Otto could have been an important
Sí, estoy flipando también, Leon.
in
A ver,
a
también te digo...
legitimate Microsoft.
También te digo que están diciendo eso, o sea, vieron una amenaza en Sony y dijeron, claro, esto no podemos perderlo, tenemos que entrar aquí. O sea, es cierto, pero está quedando como muy bien, ¿sabes? Dudo que fuera tan bonito esto, pero vamos a ver las posibles, ¿sabes? Porque claro, esto es un mercado que no sé yo.
Group like Windows or Office. Instead, he chose to be in this DirectX group because he's passionate about.
Pero sí que es verdad que están diciendo cosas que no espero. Que es curioso, ¿sabes? Pero por el... Han comentado lo del monopolio, pero lo han pasado por encima, ¿sabes? Pero lo han comentado. Algo que tampoco tenían por qué hacer porque es su empresa.
He's just a piece of work. One of the most brilliant people I've ever met.
Besides being a physicist and a really amazing mathematician, Shane has really embodied the heart of what it meant to be a game developer.
When I saw arcade games when I was little, when I saw Computer Space, my first idea was not, I want to play this game for hours. My idea was, how can I make my own thing?
One of Ted's employees was Kevin Bacchus, who had a financial and market analysis background.
Kevin's like a Vulcan in the best possible way. His interface to the world is entirely intellectual.
That is correct. We had day jobs for DirectX, but a lot of our thinking was how we could build brand new technology that was single-mindedly focused on making the very best games.
The four of us, we played games, and we love games, and we wanted to make them. That really meant something for us.
They were working on DirectX, a set of software tools that standardized game development across PC hardware, and which was readily embraced by PC game developers. But the team saw a way to push DirectX further.
Me has gustado.
With an idea that could revolutionize the foundation of console game development.
With Windows and DirectX, we have the platform that everybody wants to do the work on to make the games. We already have the entire infrastructure of everything you need to create all this technology sitting on our platform. If we could only create a single hardware standard, a box designed just to run DirectX. It gave us the idea that we could produce better games than Sony and Nintendo and Sega.
At that time, Japanese game consoles had very proprietary chipsets, and they just didn't work very well for Western developers. The instructions on how to use it would be in Japanese. What the DirectX group was proposing was, there's a better way to do this. We're going to use PC architecture that you're familiar with, which is just going to work out of the gate, so they could spend more time crafting and building their games.
They had an incredibly developer-friendly story. You already know how to write these games. If you've written them for PC, you can write them for console as well. You know, that message is pretty powerful.
For us, this was about advancing the gamer's interests and the game developer's interest, which would advance Microsoft's interests. So we decided that this was the right time to try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building a game console. At the same time, nobody ever believed that Microsoft would actually have the audacity to attempt such a thing.
The four of us, we were on a journey to get support for this crazy idea around putting a DirectX-powered box in the living room to deliver interactive content.
We were trying to crash meetings and get traction on this thing.
Esto lo había escuchado.
Nobody knows who the hell we are. And we were constantly discovering super important people who were roadblocks or who wouldn't get it and who didn't think games were important.
You're proposing taking money away from office development in order to fund some game system?
These people dreaded having meetings with us.
No surprise, displacing the stated direction of a company at the scale of Microsoft was not a trivial undertaking.
Realizing that who you knew inside of Microsoft was at least as important as what you knew, we brought in the guy who could try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building our game console, Nat Brown.
I had a lot of time spent talking with different teams and working with kind of long-term strategic planning.
Nat had an incredible network of connections. He opened up a lot of doors for us.
Nat was sort of like our Obi-Wan Kenobi, this wizard figure who would show up and go, oh, I know who you need to call. You need to talk to the guys in this division or that division. He knew the structure to Microsoft.
It's been nothing but a fight to figure out how the place works.
One of the first things Nat said was we needed a proper code name.
something that would plant in people's head and take on a life of its own.
Nat said, well, isn't it really a DirectX box in the living room? I'm like, yeah, it's like a DirectX box. That's what it's about.
And we just put up on the board, let's call it the DirectX box.
So we had this awkward thing in our mouths all the time. It was a DirectX box.
And I remember saying, that's too long. It's just Xbox. And we liked that.
That was our code name as a stand-in until we had something better come along.
Qué guay, tío.
We built a business case that showed how big this business could be. To get
Una empresa con su propia empresa. Es que fliparías, la gente no tiene puta idea de cómo funciona su propia empresa. Y lo importante que es. Esta tontería de saber a quién llamar es puto clave, ¿eh? Porque estos iban disparando, ¿sabes?
Yeah, I'll play real quick.
Ed Fries was a Microsoft lifer. He joined as an intern.
Ed had been critical in the development of Office, one of the biggest franchises, even at that time, that Microsoft ever had.
He had this passion for games. He loved games. He programmed a game at a very early age.
When most high schoolers were getting their first minimum wage jobs, Fries was already cashing royalty checks from his first game.
So let's take a look at this high
Porque Estados Unidos es el lugar de los sueños.
Hit arcade game Frogger.
Y fue entrepreneur y por eso ahora es millonario. Su propio jefe.
Yeah. When I left Office to go run the games group, people told me I was committing career suicide. Thank you, that's it. Good night. They said, why would you leave Office, one of the most important parts of the company, to go work on something no one cares about? And when I got there, running the games group, I found out they were right. No one cared about what I was doing. And that was awesome.
In 95, the games group was really small. It was like 20 people. In a lot of these tech companies, there's not as much respect given for those other disciplines.
Microsoft at the time didn't care very much about games. I think we were just more of a hobby.
We were gamers working in like the bowels of some Microsoft corporate building. Our goal at the time was to push Windows as a gaming platform.
I always felt like I was doing underdog stuff, and that's actually what I really enjoyed. I enjoyed trying to bring Microsoft from behind in PC games.
After Windows 95 launched, we had to wear these t-shirts that said Microsoft
Sí, correcto,
knows
Luce,
games.
desde luego.
You know, it was obvious.
Pero sí que es verdad que, o aparentemente es verdad que la gente que lo montó era porque les flipaba, ¿sabes? Y desde Microsoft no tenían ningún apoyo en general porque... Pero bueno, cuando se metieron a degollo se metieron por lo que se metieron, claro.
It was kind of crazy what a fascination that game became. And it was one of the signature PC strategy games.
Una compañía así no entra en esto sabiendo que va a perder dinero porque quiere que juegues guay, ¿sabes? Jaycin, muchas gracias.
Quality games, we finally got to the point where we were respected in Microsoft and people were like,
okay, Microsoft
lo que se está comentando aquí. It's doing when it comes to games.
Ed took a broken games business and fixed it and made it profitable and found a way to do it at Microsoft. These are difficult double black belt Aikido corporate moves.
Bim!
Steering the tiny PC games division into a profitable department had won Ed the trust of Bill Gates. And yet, Fries himself wasn't satisfied.
Our PC market share was growing into the teens, and at the same time we weren't doing anything in the console space, and that to me seemed like a bit of a waste. You know, there was this huge market out there. One day these guys from the DirectX team walked into my office and they pitched me on this thing, the Xbox, and basically what they pitched was a disguised PC. I thought, oh, this is great. This is like a bridge for me to get to the console business.
This box that will run a native version of DirectX, which is the part of Windows that's really focused on the game developer, was revolutionary.
It's going to be easy to port to this machine, easy to take my games and make them run. Unlike running on PlayStation at that time or a Nintendo machine that were just very alien hardware compared to a PC.
Ed understood all this game development is happening on the PC. He wanted to make a console that was specifically designed to be easy and fun to make games on. And if the most creative people did their best work on your platform, that's really good business. That's a good idea.
Basically, I said, you know, I'm in. I like this idea. I want to help you guys.
The DirectX team, these were troublemakers, upstarts. They didn't have these reputations that Ed had, as sort of born and bred to work at Microsoft.
They didn't really have any political clout within the company. It was, I think, a big win for them to get me on their side, from my point of view.
Vaya, eso es quererse mucho y saber lo bueno que eres, ¿eh? Me cago en mi puta vida. ¡Hostia! ¡Qué crack! Buah, cómo le salvé el culo. Buah, soy buenísimo.
When Sony unveiled the PlayStation 2,
el tío más humilde del
they started
planeta.
talking about how they were going to be the death of the PC.
A new concept that we'd like to introduce going into the next century, our EE, the emotion engine.
Por cierto, un detalle. Hay una línea que separa el ser un arrogante de mierda y el ser capaz de valorar muy fuerte lo que sabes hacer, ¿sabes? Y eso es importante. Este tío está... No sé en qué línea está exactamente. No sé en qué punto está el señor Fries. Pero es importante que sepáis valorar lo que sabéis hacer y que tengáis en mente lo que os cuesta. Como detalle de coach, ¿eh? Solo tenéis que ingresar 200 euros en un teléfono por Bizum a un WhatsApp que os enviaré y haremos un grupo en el que yo os daré consejos de vida. Para que todos seáis vuestros propios esclavos emocionales de mí. De mí mismo.
What a great name.
No huele a estafa en absoluto, ¿verdad?
Our new CPU architecture.
No, pues en el Patreon no doy ni consejos.
Performs even the fastest Pentium 3 architecture that's in the market today.
They showed beautiful fighters, models twirling around. They showed 1,000 delicate rose petals falling from the sky to show just how many polygons, just the raw math that this behemoth of a device could process. And guess what? It's got the power of 1,000 suns behind it.
Era petita, ¿eh?
For Microsoft, that really crystallized what the stakes were. And Bill asked the DirectX team to do an analysis of these claims that Sony had made.
As you can imagine, getting on Bill's calendar was next to impossible. I felt a huge sense of pressure to make things happen and make them happen quickly.
Otto and Seamus provided a fantastic breakdown, very technical, what the emotion engine did and did not do, which claims were true, which claims were exaggerated. And at the end, they very audaciously slipped in a little mention of the fact that, you know, we can build a console too. And we put together what we thought at the time was a pretty compelling argument.
Flap, ahí la tienes. Y Sony te va a pisar la cara tú mismo. Manda el mensaje.
Until mid-March of 1999, just 1 week after the formal announcement of the PS2, that the possibility was finally starting to percolate amongst the company's elite at its annual leadership retreat.
Semiamu was Bill Gates' annual Think Week to think about strategically what sort of projects did they want to greenlight.
One of the programs that you do at this 3-day offsite is a idea generating effort.
We all sat in a room and people could propose a topic for a breakout.
We would write down a question and we'd stand there with our question in front of us.
People moved around and everybody voted what topic they wanted to work on.
And the question I wrote that year was, what if the cable companies like AOL and Sony all got together and they all pooled all the subsidies that they were paying to acquire customers. They could put out a box for free because it'd be so ubiquitous and so highly wanted. That's all I said.
If they could get it into the home as a game console, it would be like the comet that hit the Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs.
El T-Rex nerd.
Meaning the Windows PC.
I got a big line of people behind me on that one, including Bill, and off we went to start talking about it for a couple hours.
And so we had a sort of a 2-hour thrash on pros and cons of video game console. What was the state
la economía, Dios mío.
Coming out of there, Gates just called it.
Es que nadie piensa en el capitalismo.
Look into what we should do about it.
Thompson's big question resonated with Gates, and a call went out to the entire company looking for anyone who could answer.
It was sort of
Pero mola porque no sacaron el tema de los videojuegos, ¿sabes? Dijeron, ¿y si estos no se juntan y nos dan por el culo, ¿sabes?
This kind of stuff.
And so in March of '99, the DirectX team and every other group in the company that touched games in any way was brought together for a meeting to talk about whether we should have a comprehensive game strategy for the entire company.
Dime, ahí se hacer daño,
to say, listen,
creo que
not only
3
do we have
a
a
día de hoy.
perspective on this, we actually have a presentation, a PowerPoint deck that we'd like to share with everybody that says what we, the DirectX team, think the company should do. And obviously that created a great stir at the meeting. Nobody was expecting that. But it was a great surprise to us to find out there were other parts of the company that had aspirations of doing the same thing.
I was running a team in what was known as the Windows CE group. Windows CE was an operating system designed to run devices like handheld computers or even game consoles via partnership we struck with Sega around their last game console, which was
no me acordaba de esto, tío.
We had a pretty
No me acordaba de
capable
esto.
hardware team.
Some of the guys in that group
Ah,
had worked
Charm, el documental de Xbox.
And that was a legitimate game console, albeit one that was not a success in the marketplace, but it was a legitimate console play.
Together, we had the hardware expertise, and we had a proposal for what Microsoft should do next in the console space.
Obviously. These guys think they know how to make a game console and that they should do it instead of us. We opened the door and Bill's interested in a game console, so now they're gonna edge us out and they're gonna step through the door.
They were funded, they had a name, they had leadership, they had executive support.
Their argument was, we already know how to do this.
¿Qué minuto? Episodio 1, 24:59. 25.
The DirectX team was young and hungry, full of tech know-how and vision. But Windows CE was well known within the company and had experience on their side.
Claro.
Suddenly, it was a race to try to get the most legitimacy inside of Microsoft, where the winner was going to be the one to bring a game console to market.
And it came to this big battle with Bill.
It was what Microsoft often seemed to do, which is pit two groups of smart people against each other. Classic Bill Gates.
La competición de puta mierda
The
que
stage for
tanto
the
les gusta a
cage
esta
match
gente.
was set. The DirectX and Windows CE teams would battle for the right to make a Microsoft game
Míralo.
console in
Qué
front of
asco, de
founder
verdad,
Bill
tío.
Gates. To the victors belonged the spoils.
Having Bill in the meeting was always a fantastic thing.
En
as
YouTube,
well
lo estoy
as
viendo en YouTube.
Increasing the tension at the same time.
Paramount.
Somebody's confused. Somebody's just not thinking.
Momento.
Legendary.
Es que os lo paso, ¿eh? Lo vamos pasando si queréis. Hey Galans, muchas gracias por esos 41 mesacos.
If you went in and you're full of you get shut down.
No, you don't understand. You guys never understood. You never understood the first thing about this.
So, we tried really hard not to be full of
¿Cuál es?
It is brilliant, but it was a very
¿Cuál es la primera norma?
male-dominated culture. Lots of expletives, super, super smart. But man, if you said something stupid,
Well, I'm done.
Round one. From my group's perspective, we felt good. We thought they didn't really understand the console space, so frankly, we discounted them a little bit. Ready? Five. We proposed something that aligned very much with how business was done in the game console market as it existed. You gotta meet the market where it's at.
The WinCE guys were sort of like preaching the model, but the model isn't very interesting.
In their pitch to Bill, as we're sitting there horrified, they're basically talking about recreating the 3D or making a game console similar to everything else that's on the market. And we're like, you don't enter a market and copy what the competition does exactly. You enter a market to disrupt it, to do stuff they can't do.
Windows CE presented.
Eso es lo que hizo Nintendo.
And they talked about this device and blah, blah, blah. And then the DirectX team got up and presented this vision for
El
Xbox.
Braindead de Mr.
There were
Yum.
two things in our plan that we thought absolutely critical to the success of Xbox and games on Xbox, which had never been done before on a game console. Number one, a hard drive that would be important not only to save information about the player's state and what accomplishments they had done, but also so they could store large amounts of data somewhere and be able to access and change that over time.
I remember there was a big debate about should there be a hard drive in it or not a hard drive in it. We were the not hard drive folks. We didn't see the benefit of it.
Pero me está gustando el tema de que te salen los dos equipos y te dicen, o sea, uno ganó, el otro no, y te está diciendo, nosotros pensábamos que no, y claramente estaban equivocados, ¿sabes? Pero que salga y te lo diga, me parece guay, porque normalmente estas cosas se apunta a todo el mundo ya, ¿sabes? Del palo, sí, todos participamos, no es mentira, hay quien opina distinto y la cagó, y lo estoy viendo en el documental, y eso me está dejando un poco loco. Me está gustando bastante eso.
The ability to connect machines to each other and to the internet was a core part of the DNA.
We were pitching a very traditional game console, and the Xbox team proposal, as I understood it, it sounded to us like, hey, we're going to take a PC and we're going to go build a console out of that, and it just didn't seem credible. It's just not the way the business worked.
Final round, fight.
These two groups came at the idea of building a game console in very, very different ways. So this meeting got really contentious.
We have to watch these guys like on our plan and tell us it's not going to work and talk to Bill about how game consoles really work. I'm waiting. I'm like, come on, Bill, kill him, shut him down. They're full of shit. He doesn't do it.
I wanted to see the Bill Gates of old. I wanted to see Old Testament Bill Gates, the guy that was famous for throwing people out of meetings and telling them never to come back and telling them that they're the dumbest person in the company. To my horror, Bill sat back and stroked his chin and was very thoughtful. Bill said, well, I think both teams raised some good ideas.
But he didn't seem really that impressed.
In front of that audience, we realized we had to bring out every stop.
The guys from the DirectX side knew that you don't go to a Bill Gates review without showing something really spectacular.
And so, leading into this meeting, none of us had slept for like a week.
We made this little device that had relatively old PC technology with a game console-like case on it. And we modified Windows with a hack that like tears open a hole from the bottom up and exposes the hardware.
It was a bunch of PC components and a game controller, and it was literally just held together by chewing gum and tape.
Soldering stuff, stripping wires.
And this was like, in the back of our car or like, on the floor in a conference room that we were making this stuff.
An ugly timer on it that showed Windows booting up from power.
Booting a PC 20 years ago would take like 3 minutes. It could take longer. It could take 5-6 minutes. These guys played with a PC, pulled stuff out that wasn't necessary, changed the BIOS.
And I turned it on, and so it booted in like 3 or 4 seconds.
Bill Gates almost jumped across the table.
Sí, Bill, un tío de puta madre.
Bill immediately looked at us.
Why the doesn't Windows boot like that all the time? Yeah. Bill wanted to see it multiple times. He's like, turn it off and do it again. Turn it off and do it again.
I saw his jaw drop. This is a guy who knows more than most people in the world will ever possibly know about PCs. Saw a PC, probably for the first time, come on immediately. And we had a software emulator of a PlayStation that had been written for Windows. So you can imagine the executive surprise when we took a PlayStation disc, stuck it in the Xbox prototype, and immediately Tomb Raider came on screen in all its glory.
It bridged the gap.
Vaya, vaya. Sí, estoy flipando, no sabía yo eso,
Of Xbox seem tangible and real and achievable.
The DirectX guys were stuntmen, and they played the game a lot better.
We, frankly, I think, underestimated what they were going to walk into the room with. That meeting wasn't a great outcome for us.
The Windows CE guys literally said, it's not fair, we weren't given the opportunity to make hardware. And somebody said,
eliminate him.
Well, nobody told them to build hardware, but they did.
Unfortunately for the Windows CE team, they brought a PowerPoint.
Qué asco de compañías americanas, tío. La cultura laboral que tienen ahí,
Looking
tío.
back on it now, I really do think that Bill looked at us and saw some aspect of himself or the early days of Microsoft.
Tampoco te flipas ahora, campeón.
Bill's reaction was, you guys are proposing that it's doing good things for Windows, and it's based on Windows, and we get Windows in the living room. That all makes sense. You're proposing that we spend $500 million on it. you need to make this presentation to Steve.
Sí, sí, eso. Míralo.
Steve is one of the most enthusiastic and energetic people I have ever met in my life.
Tío.
That energy and enthusiasm that you see on stage is 100% authentic.
At the time, if the biggest fan of Xbox was Bill Gates, the biggest opponent was Steve Ballmer.
Steve, as a good businessman, liked to make money.
Hasta las cejas,
bets, but he liked big bold bets that would pay off.
This was right at the time when Bill was transitioning the CEO role to Steve. And they had already agreed for a couple years that if Bill came up with some crazy idea that cost a lot of money, that Steve should get a chance to say yes or no on it first. And that led into this final meeting where we really had quite a large group of executives across the company.
The room was packed. There were a lot of different constituencies there, all the way from the field sales force to the most technical side of the company. You had a lot of people very, very interested.
Steve's a big guy. Bill's in there, and you're in there with these two super famous guys who hold your destiny, and Steve is really upset that we wanted to take this risk.
Ballmer understood very well where Microsoft's bread was buttered and where the money came from. We were a company known for productivity software. He didn't want some video game, or even the fact that we made video games, to threaten the very lifeblood of the company.
Steve looked at the Xbox idea and saw insanity. He went to his whiteboard, he said, okay, what's this gonna cost? What's the hard drive gonna cost? What's the Ethernet port gonna cost? What's the graphics chip gonna cost? And he totaled it all up and said, there's no way you guys, what's your reserve for returns? Reserve for returns, what does that mean? Well, we freely admitted that we didn't understand the first thing about hardware, but we were gamers and we were game developers. Our entire careers have been built around games. We knew that 3D gaming was taking off and online gaming was just around the corner. And the best and brightest in the game development world, they were moving all their thinking from the PC to consoles. We had the opportunity to go create something that was going to take all of the equity, all the goodwill, all the technology, and all of the programming tools.
Que queremos los jueguitos, Steve. Steve, por favor, que queremos jugar. Haz el favor, Steve, que no. Venga. No, venga. Bueno, vale.
Looking back at that moment, what Steve and Bill were seeing was the future passing Microsoft.
Imagínate una rocera que te hace cerrarlo en 4 segundos, joder.
This dominant company of the era, but success or even survival was anything but preordained. If Microsoft didn't grab this opportunity, that Microsoft would be on the wrong side of the future of tech.
It made everybody step back for a second and think.
The console business was something that we needed to seize. I think that was where Bill and Steve realized that they needed to move forward with Xbox.
An incredibly electrifying moment.
We'd finally convinced Steve. Bill was convinced.
They've done an outstanding job so far.
I think Bill did have a view that software running on hardware in a family room could really bring some unique experiences into the home. We could start with video games, but it could go many directions from there.
It was really an opportunity to recapture the soul that Microsoft had at the beginning, to create that revolution, to create that new platform.
We were going to do something no one else had done. We were going to launch a console from a software company. Microsoft had done nothing like that before.
And then it became clear that there was just some really big challenges for us.
At the beginning, it was about credibility.
We had a task ahead of us to ensure that we were taken seriously in the game industry.
This equation of power, performance, and price. You have to come correct on every single part of that.
Cosa que no hizo Sony en PS3.
There were so many tasks that had to be done on both the hardware and software side. We realized that we needed to have a leader. It was clear to all of us that that person was Rick Thompson. He had asked the best questions,
el de Hamilton,
most insightful questions. We wanted
Luego
him
se fue
to
a
be
cantar,
part of the answer.
Sigue estos
So
sueños.
Rick was brought in as the seasoned senior executive who had experience in
Xbox para subsistir.
with
¿Qué quieres decir?
mice and keyboards. And
Sí, pero estamos hablando de precio y de ganancias, ¿sabes? Con 360 lo bordaron.
At the time was, I'm not big enough for this job. But a couple days later, Steve Ballmer calls me into his office and says, let's get this straight between the two of us. This is your job now.
You're making a big splash. You say you're getting into this consumer market. You know, if that doesn't work out well, it could really give the company a huge black eye, and that would be very difficult to recover from.
The risk here is enormous, the amount of money we could lose on this project. And for me, it was fear, uncertainty, and doubt, because you got a business guy who's gonna try to figure out a business model with my little team of people who help me with the hardware business. You got 4 people coming over from DirectX. None of us actually knew the rules of the game that we're playing. And we basically just stood there and looked at each other and said, oh, like, now what do we do?
¿Qué hacemos? ¿Queréis ver otro? ¿You wanna see another? Yo por mí sí. A mí me está molando que te cagas. A mí me está molando muchísimo. Este es el... Sí, lo he puesto bien, ¿no? Chapter 2. Subtítulos... Español. Estas cosas son muy guays y molaría que... O sea, está bien. Evidentemente no te van a hacer un documental en el que queden como idiotas, ¿vale? En el que no lo van a hacer. Pero sí que es verdad que están haciendo cosas que no esperarías ver en un documental que ha hecho Microsoft sobre Xbox, sobre el aniversario, ¿sabes? O sea, está curioso, tío, está curioso. Y ver cómo funcionan las cosas en esa empresa, ¿sabes? Hacer que equipos se pelearan, ¿sabes? O sea, eso es una puta mierda, pero estaba ahí. Scorpio 66, muchas gracias por ese nivel 1. Truco true, muchas gracias. Veamos agua. Buenos días, Reinhardt. A ver.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo.
Microsoft is going to make a game console.
It was seen as a bit of a joke.
We might as well call it Nerdbox, right?
We needed to prove our credibility.
Nerdbox, que se ponen al Bill, ¿sabes? Está muy bien.
A metal X and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out. I want it to blind people.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
I opened up the first machine, like I'm like, what the? Oh my God! Like what happened in there?
Seamus is backstage soldering as the auditorium is filling up.
Hostia, qué putada.
The boss is coming on.
The Microsoft brand is on the line. The Microsoft name's on the line.
Bill's not going to be happy.
And it was terrifying.
He's screaming at us. You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool.
And he says, this is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company.
It was terrifying. I thought my career was over.
There's a new contender in the video game
No me
wars.
jodas, tío. Siempre, es curioso como antes de cada presentación siempre hay un pollo de cojones, ¿sabes? Siempre. Es como el de The Witcher 3, se ve que eso fue horrible lo que ocurrió backstage, ¿sabes? Siempre se les jode algo.
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Pensad que Bill Gates también ha tenido que dar permiso para depende de qué cosas y qué historias, o sea que es curioso. También parecen entender un poquito el público al que va y el formato y el tono, o sea, es que está muy bien llevado. De nuevo, entendiendo que no van a hacerse quedar absolutamente mal, ¿sabes?
Rick was working for me running our hardware business. Think mice, keyboards, we had some speakers, we had this thing called Interactive Barney.
That's super duper.
At some point, Steve Ballmer shows up and says, Rick's gonna go do this business exploration. I want you to help sort of supervise and support him.
Steve Ballmer tells me
Igual sí,
is my new job and is very convincing about it. Having been in hardware all of my career at Microsoft, I need to understand how this is going to be a good business for us.
Do you ever want to make hardware?
If you want to be a great software company, you have to be only a software company. You can't dabble in other things.
The idea of building a game console from scratch, the risk here was enormous.
We really understand what it is to be gamers, but we're panicking like
acaba de empezar el segundo, Miguel Ángel.
Build the hardware.
We had no idea what we were doing. None. Like, couldn't have been less qualified to build a console.
Everything about making a console is hard, including taking an upfront loss on the hardware. Sony, Sega, Nintendo, they design their own hardware, they manufacture it themselves, and they sell it at a loss and make a profit on games. That's how the business model works. So for Microsoft, that is an insane business to get into.
Our P&L said we were going to lose $2 billion for the privilege of maybe later on, somewhere way down the road, we'll make money. And once you started it, with all the commitments that you make trying to convince the game developers to make Xbox games, you can't really stop it.
What have you done? What madness has claimed you?
We made it the point to Steve Ballmer to say, if you guys start this thing, don't come back 6 months from now and say it hurts too much.
Es que qué asco de gente, tío.
Hoping to have even a chance of success needed to win over a group of notoriously tough critics, game developers. And getting past those gatekeepers would require Microsoft to make a flawless debut at the world's largest game developer conference, GDC.
Games sell consoles, and so in order to sell consoles, we had to win the hearts and minds
esas
of the
teles
developers.
maravillosas.
The only place I think we could have ever announced Xbox was GDC.
The next GDC would take place in March of 2000, so the Xbox team had only 11 months to design and deliver a functioning prototype.
Time is running out for Microsoft to get on the board. If they didn't announce by GDC 2000, they were going to be ceding too much of the playing field to Sony. They had to do it.
And there was still one massive problem to solve. Who was going to build the console hardware? The plan had never been for Microsoft to do it alone.
The only way that we could actually get Xbox made properly was to go to the people that were really good at building hardware.
Rick was trying like hell to find somebody to partner with us. People had expertise that he knew we didn't have.
Companies like Dell and Compaq and NEC and Toshiba. We start these meetings, and most of the guys would look at me and go, who are you? And should I believe you or not? And I'm like, no, really, we're going to do this.
And the OEMs all, laughed in his face. Like, we understand enough about the console business to know that all the money is made on the software. And you're coming to us and asking us just to make the hardware while you make the software. We're not that dumb.
Rick's point of view was, we have no chance of doing this ourselves. And so then the question became, how do we partner with Nintendo? Or maybe we should partner with Sega.
Sega seemed like a natural choice because of Microsoft's previous collaboration on the Dreamcast. But there was pushback against the partnership. Dreamcast had never been competitive with Sony, and Xbox needed to be unlike anything Microsoft had tried before. That left one last great hope.
Tiene la mitad cara de mafioso.
Technology, now Mario lives in a 3D world, and you can make him go wherever you want.
As we began to understand the business model, we really appreciated Nintendo. People don't buy consoles, they buy games. They want to play Mario, they want to play Pokemon, they want to play Zelda.
Accepting the award for Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, will be Shigeru Miyamoto.
And you look at Nintendo and you find the Spielberg of the video game industry and Miyamoto, and you go, wow, this guy's unbelievable.
Thank you.
Nexe, muchas gracias por 8 meses. Muchísimas gracias.
I knew I could convince Microsoft to buy Nintendo. I mean, it would be an amazing accomplishment because it's the national treasure of Japan.
So if you buy Nintendo, you get credibility in the Japanese market. You maybe even
Pero esto se sabía, pero mola.
Was there a way to make that
Como vuelva a ver un se viene.
If Microsoft were to
Como vuelva a leer un
Nintendo,
se
they would have
viene.
gotten two things. One was the hardware, and second is a massive games portfolio.
From Rick's point of view, if you could acquire Nintendo, you would immediately have access to the best game library in the world, full stop.
La idea
so
era
an introduction
inteligente.
to the people that ran Nintendo of America, told them what we were interested in, and then we made a trip to Kyoto.
And who do you think you are barging into my office?
But I could tell from the first meeting that there wasn't a chance this was going to happen. They were highly skeptical.
Guards!
They were like not even remotely interested in selling the business. They never got past square one on trying to acquire them.
That to me is the pivotal point for Xbox. Oh my gosh, we're actually going to do this ourselves. And that scared the crap out of us. Because once it became a do-it-ourselves project, now the Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line, it's going to be big and public.
Mi Sandy, estuve en tu base el otro día. Espectacular lo que estáis montando ahí, ¿eh? Nosotros no tenemos suelo todavía, pero haremos algo a cambio. No tenemos suelo, pero sí, fuimos a ver el regalo que te había hecho Rango. Dije... Estoy porque estoy sola. ¿Cómo que estás sola? ¿Todo eso es tuyo? Pero si tú no sabías jugar a Minecraft, ¿no? Sí, sí, lo viste 4 días antes, sí, sí. ¿Todo eso lo has hecho tú? Yo he hecho una granja petita de carbón vegetal y sé hacer palos. Sé hacer... Yo pensaba que eres unos cuantos, ¿sabes? La madre que te parió, Mandy, pero bueno. Pues nada. Me dejas un poquito en la mierda, pero vale. Hostia, estás loca, tía. Aldeanos lo hizo... Y la granja de hierro también, pero... La granja de mobs. No sé qué es un mob todavía. Eso sí, hago los mejores palos, ¿eh? Eso es verdad. Hago palos a una velocidad de la hostia. Son los mejores palos. ¿Ves palos? Madre mía, qué vergüenza. Tú eso lo has hecho tú. Qué vergüenza. Bueno. Granja de bichos, vale. Bueno, voy a hacer, mi Santi, como que no hemos hablado y voy a seguir viendo este documental que me hunde menos en la miseria. Hostia. Qué loca estás. Qué maravilla. Qué crack. Qué crack. ¿Podéis pasar el clip de ayer de mi viaje rapidísimo al Nether? Para que lo vea Andy, que creo que no lo ha visto. Me imagino que no lo ha visto. Gracias. Si te pasan el clip por aquí, Andy, te lo dedico.
Challenge called for some change-ups and new additions to the team. Ted, Nat, and Otto left for other pursuits, while Thompson brought on someone new. Someone known within Microsoft for delivering complex projects against impossible deadlines.
Ahí lo tienes, Andy, si quieres verlo.
One day, this guy comes into my office and he sits down and I'm like, who are you? And he says, I'm Jay Allard. I said, who's Jay Allard? And he looks at me like, everybody knows who I am, right?
We're really on the cusp of this digital
no me acordaba de este pavo.
revolution. So while for 25 years now, Microsoft prided itself on making the world more productive. Now our challenge is to blend that with making the world less productive. You know?
He was seen as a futurist that had a lot of credibility internally at Microsoft.
Que te calles.
There was, you know, the famous internet memo.
He sent Bill Gates this memo that basically said, hey, Bill, we gotta wake up because this thing called the internet is coming and it is going to transform commerce, it's going to transform society, and it's going to be powered by broadband connections. And so we made a huge bold bet by putting a broadband connection in the back of the Xbox. Everybody thought we were nuts.
You have to remember, back in 1999, less than 5% of the US households even had broadband.
But I remember Jay saying, we're going to bet on the future, not against it. He had a vision for where online gaming could go and what Xbox could become. And Bill paid attention to Jay.
Well, it's very hip to be on the internet right now.
With the right team together, Xbox needed the right operating system, and that was a little tricky. And political.
It's just amazing how popular PCs are.
Windows had been the catalyst for Microsoft's meteoric rise.
Games, word processors, calculators, calendars, all running faster than ever.
Bill Gates had been won over to the team's pitch on the understanding that Windows would power Xbox. But the team knew that Xbox needed to be leaner than a PC. Windows was an all-purpose tank. Xbox needed a street racer.
One of the things that makes Windows great is that you can do lots of things at once. You can be running Word next to Excel, next to IM, next to Photoshop.
And so the idea
Depende del
was, if
PC.
we're going to put a video game console in the living room, it's going to run Windows.
Once or twice a week, we'd get pings from all sorts of different groups around Microsoft. Office was kind of the notorious one, saying, hey, I hear we're doing a console. I hear it's going to run Windows. What do I have to do to get a build of Office running on it? I bet people would like to edit their Word documents while sitting on the couch.
No.
What's the rating of this? Like, okay, so we had to do two things. One, we had to tell these groups off. That is not what this is. If you actually think people want to sit back on their couch doing spreadsheets, it's not going to happen. At the same time, we needed a lot of code from these groups. So we had to tell them off nicely.
Qué maravilla, tío. Me ha gustado. Es una mierda, pero educadamente.
But the most important thing for games is speed. If you have an operating system taking 15% of the CPU and half the disk, you're dead.
One possible solution was to use just the Windows NT kernel, essentially the brain of the operating system. This would leave more space and flexibility for developers to program games. There was just one problem with that solution. The Xbox team didn't have access to that kernel, and the Windows team wasn't about to share it.
Here we are in the computer room that holds all of our server machines.
If we'd have gone and asked the Windows team, they would have insisted that we take Windows as is.
Suazo, muchas gracias por ese Prime maravilloso, rotante.
To their approval, and we just could not.
Feliz Navidad, muchas gracias.
So we had to steal it. We stole it. We stole it, yes.
I have it running on this machine here.
We actually grabbed it at night off of a server when no one was.
No me lo puedo creer.
About 3 weeks
¿En serio?
a major Windows release.
¿En serio robaron de la...
Brought it back and just
No me lo puedo creer. ¿En serio?
We had to
Baimano, muchísimas gracias, loco. 61 meses, animal.
This box so tuned
Tu animal.
that the games could be brilliant.
Muchas gracias, tío.
What started out as a 4.5 megabyte working set for the kernel got that down to about 200K. So a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what Windows
Se filtró, ¿no?
actually made it over to Xbox.
You could call this the evolutionary approach.
It becomes clear that what we're going to do is not what Bill and Steve thought they had approved.
Xbox would have the heritage of Windows, but not actually Windows itself.
The new operating system was streamlined, but nothing like the Windows-powered version the team had pitched to win the technology bake-off against Windows CE. With GDC 2000 just 1 month away, for Thompson and the team, it was the moment of truth. Time to call one final meeting. A do-or-die presentation to Bill Gates on Valentine's Day to ask if he could open his heart to a Windows Lite version of Xbox.
We had to go to Bill and tell him that what he wanted most
Hermano, eres un
he was
crack,
not
te
going
lo
to
repito.
get. This wasn't going to run Windows.
I can't imagine how it could be better.
Oh, Bill's not going to be happy.
This was the final meeting to either approve the Xbox or cancel it. One of the highest stakes meetings I was at my whole time at Microsoft.
Which is the Valentine's Day Massacre. It's like a 4:30 meeting. Rick, Thompson, myself, Ed Freeze, Jay Allard are the 4 Xbox folks there. Steve's there.
There was a whole outer group of people too. So this room was packed.
Well, about 15 minutes late, Bill walks in.
He's holding the PowerPoint presentation and he walks up to the table and he throws it down on the table and he says, "This is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company."
Leans across at me and says, "Why are you trying to kill Windows?
You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool."
I start to try to argue for this, why we can't have the normal version of Windows. Bill doesn't want any of it. He doesn't want to hear it. He yells at me, shuts me down.
You got a lot of alphas in the room and all alpha males, and so there's a lot of pounding the table and you're wrong, I'm right.
By then Jay is up, he's ready to fight, and so then Jay goes in, then Robbie tries to talk to Bill, and Bill yells at Robbie.
If I had had glasses on, I would have needed windshield wipers on him because he was spitting at us so hard and so fast.
Bill would yell at us for a while.
La verdad es un lugar. Gracias por el Prime. Muchísimas gracias.
Business case, and the business case looked terrible.
By now, and the reason it's called the Valentine's Day Massacre is because all Valentine's Day activities are now off.
The candles at home, they're melting, and we're all missing dinner.
Todos a la puta calle.
And the meeting gets to this sort of crescendo, and I said, okay, well then let's not do it. We haven't announced anything. So that led to another hour.
And then somebody says, what about Sony?
Microsoft had owned the den and the office.
How cool!
And the thought of Sony owning the rest of the home is offensive to Bill. But the Xbox, it's the antithesis of everything that Microsoft is. It takes all of the hardware burden onto us, so it's really hard to make business sense of it. That's equally offensive. And what's going on with Bill and Steve was figuring out which of those was least offensive.
Bill pauses and he thinks and he says, I think we should do this. And Ballmer's
Vaya.
like, yeah, we should do this. And then they start getting excited and it starts going back and forth. We should do this. We should let these guys do this. Bill's like, okay, we're gonna give you guys everything you asked for. Really want you to be successful in this project. You have all my support. And that part of the meeting took 5 minutes. And I turned to Robbie.
Yo
and like,
alucino,
Robbie,
tío.
that was the weirdest meeting I've been in at 15 years at this company.
All I remember is Kevin Bacchus coming by and basically saying, we're doing it. We're doing it.
The system was going to get built. Hundreds of millions of dollars would be spent.
Sí, eso es reunión para nada. Sí, sí, sí.
Once we say yes to this, we're saying yes to this. This is real. This is as real as it gets right now.
Que los parió,
We're
tío.
going to book the speech at GDC.
Bill Gates was going to go on stage in front of the world and announce it.
And it became very real when Rick Thompson sent an email saying that Xbox had been approved for an initial funding of $1 billion.
With $1 billion
Me ha gustado ver a
on the
Conquer ahí,
line
me ha
and
hecho
less
ilusión.
than a month left until GDC,
Me ha hecho ilusión.
Xbox's big debut had more writing on it than ever. The team set to work creating a prototype and recruiting game developers to the platform, a monumental task for a software company that didn't have much street cred.
When it came to console gaming in the late 90s, there was no perception of Microsoft. They weren't.
No, muchos se fueron de antes incluso de empezar de que se aprobara la Xbox, ¿sabes?
Microsoft had a reputation.
Como 3, pero no se fueron.
Ed Freeze had built Microsoft Game Studios and kind of organized the studio structure by genre. We had like a role-playing studio. We had a sports studio.
We were doing golf. We had a basketball title and we had a baseball title. But it was around the time we shipped Age of Empires that we started to really get respect.
Claro. Es que Age of Empires, gente, buah.
It was just a beautiful
Buah.
game. It was beautifully scored.
Age was a great game. It was a ton of fun. Everyone loved it.
Age of Empires is a grand franchise. But if you talk to somebody that likes to play Super Mario Brothers, it's a really kind of a different customer entirely. And I think that they didn't necessarily view Microsoft as being in the gaming business.
Here we go!
To recruit console game developers to its unproven platform, Microsoft had to innovate development tools that would rival the competition, making game developers an offer they couldn't refuse.
We were all about what we were giving the game developers to work with to create the greatest games ever made.
The PS2 was really, really unfriendly environment to developers. Seamus Blackley and Kevin Bacchus and Ed Freeze, they were saying, we're going to fix this. So more of the money is going on the screen, not just trying to figure out the convoluted hardware. And that was like, really? I mean, it was like oxygen.
This was going to do things that the PlayStation can't, which meant to me, we could tell more stories, create characters that people care about, and create worlds that would be very difficult to do on the PlayStation. It's time.
We know at this point we're heading toward Xbox.
Era Chrono Cross. Ah, vale, pues no, entonces no lo he jugado.
Game developers have to be excited.
Es que me recordaba al Silver.
Talk to their other friends in the games industry and tell them, you know what? Xbox is legit.
The innovations offered in the Xbox created a promising future for console game developers. But to deliver that
Es que todo lo que proponía
future,
Xbox en la
Microsoft
consola
still
original
needed
era una
to complete a
pasada.
working prototype
Pero
to
no,
debut
pero-
on stage at the Game Developers Conference.
When Microsoft first started talking about doing a game console, everybody's willing to listen, but you need to see it.
We had to create a prototype game console that was obviously not going to be the final design of the hardware because we didn't know what Xbox
Mira,
was
ahí,
ultimately
mira
going
ahí.
to look like.
No
But
que la
at the
GameCube,
same
sí,
time,
o que la Dreamcast.
looked nothing like a PC.
I had started working with the Hardware Guys Rapid Prototyping Group, which was literally in the parking garage. And they had like built a temporary structure and a bunch of parking spaces and like made it like a little office. So I went to this area where the artists were, and they were having a remote control car race in the office. Around the desk, going right around. And that's how I met Horace Luke.
In a lot of ways, I work very scattermind. I don't really work on a linear path. Most of my days spent with markers and paper and just doodling.
I remember the guys coming in about 6 or 7 in the evening when everybody was leaving the office with this
Verdad, el
big
Revolt.
motherboard from the 90s. This gigantic board that had all these PCI
animal.
slots on it, and said, put this into something
Puto
that is
loco, qué
presented on
maravilla.
stage. And I still remember
Muchas gracias,
staring at
tío.
it going, what do I do with this thing?
Tengo que hacer más barbas
The
ahora.
traditional Microsoft product was very ergonomic centric. The mouse, the keyboard. But the Xbox, it was very different. It was about storytelling.
There's a lot of people focused on what's this set-top box gonna look like in my living room. But that wasn't what we cared about. Horace was really interested in what was happening when you got sucked through that screen.
The role of the designer, it was how to tell the story at a glance. That Microsoft is about to go into a space that is brand new to what Microsoft was accustomed to. Telling people that this thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
I would go down and visit Horace, and there would be scraps of prototype drawings and other pieces of vision work that he would have.
The whole idea was this nuclear reactor almost, trying to hold this energy that's inside that is so intense.
He's like, dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out.
And he's always gonna use sound effects, so he's gonna be like...
I wanted to blind people, because that's kind of how Horace would talk about these things.
Eso, crack.
That sense of escape and that sense
Uy,
of
Dios, sí.
capability and
Dame ese
power
mando cebolla,
of
mando
trying to
cebolla.
create
Quiero el mando
this new
cebolla.
portal. And inside there, everything is possible. That was how we wanted people to feel when it's on stage.
You could have shown up to GDC and plugged in a PC and tried to tell people it was a console, and not a single person in that audience, I don't even think we would have believed that that was really going to be a console. So we knew we needed to
la X esa rara,
show
tío.
something beautiful.
People got to be able to tell in an instinct that this thing is called Xbox.
What we ended up building was a 40-pound machine
muy loco esto,
aluminum
Bueno, luego miras la Play 5 y...
that had been buffed to a chrome finish.
These big, beautiful, shiny chrome X's. They were like these incredible sports cars.
We ended up taking literally a solid hunk of aluminum and carved it with a 6-axis CNC machine. That box took 2 weeks to carve and 1 week to polish.
Building those metal X's was very trying.
Drew and I just, after work, you know, get a can of kerosene, get a rag, and just keep buffing it. Rub, rub, rub until that thing was polished.
Somebody brought it out into a meeting and took a towel off of it and showed it to us, and I was like, that can't be in people's living rooms. Everyone's like, calm down. It's a concept.
And I'm like, okay, awesome.
Una edición limitada molaría, Molaría que hubieran hecho de la Series X una versión limitada así.
Look at a PC, there's like this main
Por 20 años.
motherboard, so we stuck the motherboard at this, you know, on like one angle.
To shave off the edge of the motherboard because it just...
La madre que los parió, tío.
We soldered the hardware together ourselves in borrowed space in the lab.
You know, I'm sure people looked at that and
La
they're
madre que
like,
los
wow,
parió.
it's like this polished
Estoy
X,
embutido ahí,
this, you
¿sabes?
know, amazing green eye. But it was the world's messiest PC build. Like, it was components like just jammed in there. And you're like, is it gonna work? Oh, well, you know, work this time. I guess that's the one we'll take with us to GDC.
Que la madre que los parió, tío. Xbox.rar. Has estado bien ahí.
California for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
Announcing Xbox at the Game Developers Conference was like every Christmas morning rolled up together.
Video game developers are upping the ante on creating realistic games. Microsoft ups the competitive ante, announcing
me acuerdo de esta demo.
Xbox.
At GDC, the idea was that Seamus would go on
Estaba viendo el documental de
basically be
Xbox.
the demo guy, talk about Xbox, show the demos.
But this was the first time that Seamus had stood in front of an audience of game developers and gamers since the launch of Trespasser.
Before he came to Microsoft, we knew Seamus from his stint at DreamWorks on Trespasser.
It was a personal passion of Spielberg. He was very involved in it.
I'm in Steven Spielberg's office, and we're going to do a game that
¿Cómo le
is
gusta
a
Spielberg?
spiritual
Joder.
successor to Jurassic Park that takes all of the principles of game design that I thought were important.
Seamus really hit on this idea of trying to use physics to simulate a world populated by dinosaurs.
Cómo se ve de lado.
An island that was completely physically simulated.
And they say every leaf and every branch that you walk into in the woods is going to move. And that was kind of a dream that we're like, yeah, that sounds good, but how are you going to do that? You know, how are you going to make that perform? Well, the end of the story was we're not.
And I made every mistake in the book. You can read about this online, all the stupid things that I'd managed in that project. And we shipped it before it was done. We shipped this broken game right into the jaws of the birth of internet gaming sites. And the first game sites
Qué buena.
I personally just got destroyed online. And I had never seen anybody destroyed online. We know what that's like now. I thought my career was over. Everyone who was present in San Jose at the Game Developers Conference, they knew my failures with Trespasser. I remember sitting in my hotel room and I had to convince myself to just go show my face at this thing. And it was terrifying.
The day of the unveil of Xbox, I took 3 Xboxes with me, like these metal X's, 1 for the stage and then 2 for as like, you know, what happens if this fails.
We hand carry these things down in transit because these things are fragile. The idea was showing live demos.
Como que está todo embutido detrás.
We actually had nothing up our sleeves.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
All the things on the screen were specifically to show game developers that this Xbox was far and away better than any of the other consoles that they'd ever seen before.
And they have to be done in such a way where it's clearly interactive, clearly real, clearly running on the hardware as advertised.
We hand carry them down, we set them up, we turn them on. The first one doesn't work.
I opened up the first machine, like I'm like, what the is going on here? Like something jiggling around that wasn't quite right, and you're like, oh my God, like, what happened in there?
So then we set up the second one, it doesn't work either. And the third one, none of them work. Seamus is backstage soldering, trying to get everything ready as the auditorium is filling up.
He was looking on the verge of green. He just looks sick. You know, I was like, well, maybe this is stage nerves, but then I realized, you know, well, maybe it's also because all of our demo machines were completely deconstructed.
Hostia puta, tío.
We're panicked out of our minds because Seamus went on stage to talk to the most cynical audience in the entire world.
If you took a photo from
Tampoco nos vengamos tan arriba, lo están poniendo también de una forma, a ver, más cínico y el más,
But underneath that layer are, you know, the most critical people you've ever met, waiting to hate that thing that you created.
Kevin was underneath the stage with a video switch box that could switch from the Xbox prototype that was on stage running the demos to one that Drew was standing backstage doing everything the same way I was doing it, so Kevin could switch between the two of them in case it crashed.
Hostia.
And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
I'd like to ask Seamus Blackley to come on out and give us a look.
And then somebody decided we're going to make him put on a special leather jacket that doesn't really fit him.
We don't have the box, but we do have the leather jacket, so we're ready to go.
Well, we do have one box. This is our show box. So now, as I walk out on stage with Bill G, the full weight of my failed game, Trespasser, all of my dreams in the game industry, the ridicule that I thought I was going to suffer at the hands of every game developer who saw me fail to deliver this great thing, all of that pressure came to bear. We get up there, and I run the first demo. What I'm going to show you now is an example of advanced lighting techniques that are possible under DirectX 8.
We made a bunch of little toys that sat around your desk, like a little merry-go-round with dynamic lights.
Complicated shadows drawn across very complicated objects. There are reflections, there's environment mapping going on. And all this is happening at full hardware rate. Another great example of that is our water demo.
You can now see caustics on the bottom of a pool. All those things come from the power processing on a per pixel basis. And that's really what the big differentiator was for Xbox.
This demo took, I think, a day to get running. And I can't underscore the importance of that enough. This takes Xbox from being a programmer-driven console to being an artist-driven console, a design-driven console. And that's really at the heart of the entire program.
The demo, it had a joke in it.
There's a classic Microsoft picture in the background.
Oh yeah, baby, that's texture resolution right there.
These were really smart demos and really ambitious. But when we saw the physics demo, I was like, wow, how's that computing?
In my high school physics class, I was scarred with the image of chain reaction as demonstrated by the old ping pong ball and mousetrap demo.
Physics was something that everybody wanted to do.
El agua siempre ha sido lo más jodido de hacer y ahí tiene una demo súper chula.
Jurassic Park game, and it didn't work so great.
But now you were seeing those ideas actually working right.
A great example of the CPU doing all of this collision, all of this physics at the same time that the graphics processor is rendering the scene for us.
Physics is cool.
The Raven and Robot video, you could see the photorealism.
The huge chrome robot that basically was motion captured by a female character called Raven.
The level of physics simulation that was happening there, how much the CPU was being taxed, you knew as a developer, this thing was really, really powerful.
Fotorrealismo, ¿eh?
We have got to get
Claro, esta foto del año de fotorrealismo, bueno, tampoco estamos tan... O sea, estamos más cerca ahora, pero ¡hostia! ¡El Blezinski! En su momento esto era fotorrealismo.
These demos were instrumental and so critical to the importance of Xbox and people believing in it.
To get honest, candid feedback from our peers, it was exciting because we saw the enthusiasm for Xbox and we knew that we had accomplished something.
Xbox is really going to be the king of the game stations. This is like a PlayStation 2 on steroids.
People are kind of giving us high fives, saying congratulations, and I'm like, do we actually do this?
I've never seen so much advance in one particular piece of technology before, ever.
From that moment on, we had credibility with publishers and with game developers because it was clear we did know what we were talking about.
And the next thing that mattered was that Bill Gates showed up for it. That signaled to the industry and to the rest of the world, Microsoft as a company is backing it with all of its might.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Despite all the fanfare surrounding Microsoft's Xbox, industry analysts say the company is going to face fierce competition.
When Sony's newest video game console, the PlayStation 2, went on sale in Japan earlier this week, consumers were frenzied with excitement. They snapped up nearly 1 million units at $370 a piece in the first 3 days alone.
We were at a disadvantage
170
compared to
pavos?
Sony and Nintendo because we didn't
La
have
Play 2 no valía.
the legacy of building fun.
And
Sí,
Sony, you know, oh, they're movies, they're cool,
Sí, sí.
they're awesome. And Microsoft is like, they wear khakis and they're boring and they're Office and they're Windows. And it's like...
For over a year, the team
Sí,
had
eran 100.000
referred to the
pelas.
top secret new
No, ¿no eran
console only by
60.000
its code
con
name,
el...
Xbox. But now, they had a chance to christen it with a bold new name. One that wouldn't evoke Microsoft's corporate image.
Naming is the
Eran
worst
600,
part
la Play
of
2 eran
marketing. It's the
60.000
hardest thing.
pesetas,
Nobody
¿verdad?
ever 100%
No eran
loves the name.
600 euros, eran 60.000 pelas. 100.000 pelas son 600 euros.
Marketing would go to the same brand people that they would use for naming components of Windows. People who knew nothing about games.
Paid hundreds
76.000.
of thousands
Vale,
of
70.000 con un juego, sí
to
que me
go
suena
through
eso.
the most rigorous system of naming, tested against all of the right customers.
Ahí está, Batik.
And they
Esa-
came
ahí
back
está.
with list after list.
We had hundreds of names that were generated.
Friction, Cyclips.
And
¿De qué están hablando? Que me he perdido, esto lo están viendo vosotros ya.
Norbo.
Infinity.
Zod, XOD. Shock Factor. Oh my God.
No es para la Xbox, vale.
Fireplug.
Equestria, Vibe with a Y.
Xantra. Xantra is absolutely a blood pressure medication.
Frontier.
Anaconda, ¿no? Qué bueno era Anaconda.
OG.
Velvet.
Zigzag.
Zimulate.
You see, anytime you're naming something, you have to play the kindergarten game that everybody plays with their children. You know, okay, I'm going to give my child this name. Now, how are people going to butcher that their first day in school, right?
Carpet Ride? I was having conversations with Robbie about, you know, Robbie, Xbox is a really good name. No, you can't call it Xbox. That's a code name. We don't name products code names. We need a new name. It's like, well, okay, we'll
Pues
look
es un
again.
error.
We'd look again and come back. Xbox is a pretty good name.
Una Frontier 360, ¿eh? Qué bien suena.
They came in with the perfect name. We've tested this extensively, and it's a winner. We tested it against the name Xbox. It blows it out of the water. Great. What's the name? With great fanfare, they unveil 11X. You know, because it goes to 11.
Well, it's one louder, isn't it? 11.
I looked at the marketing people looked at me, and they said, all right, we'll get on Xbox.
Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly.
There was a big debate internally about whether we should call it the Microsoft Xbox or just Xbox.
We did a lot of blind research where we would bring in gamers asking questions about what should the role of the name Microsoft be on this console. First response when we mentioned Microsoft was they rolled their eyes. A video game console from Microsoft.
What? Microsoft? Doing a console?
First of all, it would take forever to boot up, and then it would probably blue screen.
And then we asked them questions like, hey, if PlayStation were an animal, what animal would it be? It would be a lion, be the king of the jungle. If Microsoft were an animal, what would it be? It'd be a spider. It could kill you, but you also just want to step on it.
Joder.
If the name of Microsoft smothered the brand, it just was going to be a non-starter.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo or even Sega was seen as a bit of a joke.
Esto es verdad, el Even X 360 está muy bien ese
Bill
nombre.
Gates was the richest man in the world. They were such an important tech force, but what they weren't was in the living room. They weren't an entertainment company.
Among gamers, 0% of people believe we could do it.
I was a journalist, and I thought, I don't know how Microsoft is going to make a console worth.
Can you imagine walking up to Bill like, hey, you know what the biggest liability I have in my new product launch is? The name of your company.
Tiene que ser gracioso eso, ¿eh? O sea, esto lo que has construido a base de monopolios y hostias, pues no nos vale. Está bien, me gusta. ¿No fuera nada cuál sería? Una tortuga con patines. Sería Nintendo. ¿Otro? Bueno, pues otro. Joder, ¿cómo estáis? O sea, la cuestión de que estos directos funcionen es que yo hable poco, ¿no? Estáis viendo algo, pero estando yo callado. O sea, el tema es ver algo mientras yo estoy callado. Vale. Me vale. Ah, no, tiene 6 capítulos. Oye, ¿dónde está el...? Espérate que no encuentro el 3. No me sale el 3 ahí. El 1... Están desordenados, tío. ¿Por qué están desordenados? Bueno.
Let me find it. Let me watch it real quick.
Sí, Juanra, es evidente. Oh, este anuncio es probablemente uno de los mejores anuncios que se ha hecho en una consola, tío. Y lo cancelaron, o sea, lo censuraron y lo quitaron. Buenísimo. Buenísimo. Soy español, voy.
It's really good.
Es buenísimo. Es que es buenísimo.
I love it. The ad was polarizing, and it did end up getting banned. Stations would not run the ad because it was, so shocking for people.
There was tension for the company to be doing this gaming thing because it was really
es
different.
que yo me hubiera gustado estar en la reunión de... Es que hay publicistas muy buenos y luego están pues todos los demás que hacen anuncios a día de hoy en la tele.
Senior leadership saw until it was done.
We don't talk about Microsoft Xbox. We just talk about Xbox. Because Microsoft was good on the funding side, but bad on the branding side.
And if they wanted to go market it like they market Windows and they market Office, it was a deal breaker. It was not going to be successful.
The games industry did not speak the same language as Microsoft.
But if we were going to do this really hard thing and not lose billions and billions of dollars forever, we had to get it right.
People had to have the belief that they were working with the Xbox team. And if that meant there was something slightly unconventional that had to be done, the Microsoft bureaucracy wasn't going to get in the way.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the
Pielefina, siempre, claro, Pielefina ha sabido siempre. Lo que pasa es que ahora no los comemos todos, pero Pielefina ha sabido toda la vida de Dios. Nada faltaría.
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Me olvidé de las teles, bueno, eran demasiado flancos ya.
The Xbox is a breakthrough game console that ships in fall 2001.
Most console companies
Hola,
start
Fragmento,
working
feliz Navidad.
on the next console as soon as they finish the current console. So 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. So for Microsoft to go from announcing in 2000 to being on store shelves in the fall of 2001 is kind of insane.
Before Xbox landed on store shelves, the team had to run a gauntlet of very public deadlines. A hardware rollout in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. A first glimpse of Xbox games at Microsoft's GameStock event in Seattle. And finally, an event that brought the entire global gaming industry together to see what was new and judge it mercilessly.
E3 is the biggest moment of the year for games. For new entrants, it was really important
si lo has
to
matado
show
tú.
up
Cállate.
and make a good impression.
Cállate.
That E3 was
Tú no hables del
critical
E3.
for Xbox, but, you know,
Tú no puedes
a lot
hablar
of
del
what you're
E3.
showing is beta software and beta hardware.
Hardware that's not proven yet, or probably not even finished.
A lot of things at E3 can go wrong.
Adding pressure, the lead executive on Xbox development, Rick Thompson, had just left Microsoft, which meant Microsoft's mission to quickly deliver an industry-changing game console needed a new leader.
The idea of finding somebody else externally didn't make sense. We had a schedule that is crazy to begin with. The project just didn't have the time for that.
Ahí está.
Nor did we think that somebody externally could sort of fit into Microsoft and make this happen. And so I concluded that it was something I needed to do.
A new challenger enters.
Sort of a fateful decision because it led to the worst 18 months of my professional career.
It's a hard project. I mean, what we were doing is something that is intensely difficult.
Robbie was the grown-up. What's Robbie's role?
We were a young group of kind of ragtag kids.
Let's go ahead and take the cars, give them 3... What the hell's that? You know, I got a demo to do up here. I don't think Robbie should have seen
Todos
it.
idiotas, todos idiotas.
What we needed more than anything else was we needed an adult in the room.
I was part of Office when it was smaller, and then as it grew big.
Robbie also has a sense of propriety, and I don't think we had a sense of propriety at all.
The opportunity here way outpaces that opportunity. I think is very exciting.
He was the one inside of Microsoft that Bill Gates trusted with all the complexity and the cost and the risk involved in doing something like this.
Robbie's a good guy. People can trust him. He doesn't break his word. However, everyone who comes into games can't be prepared for what it's like because it's an entertainment business. The software doesn't just have to work and have the right features. It has to entertain also. This is hard.
I had no clue what I was doing.
Grande.
I didn't play games.
Grande.
The business model I barely understood.
We are launching an entirely new business competing against 2 established competitors in one of the largest entertainment industries in the world.
I was learning something new every single day. And that meant, obviously, I failed most days too.
And I think the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be super exciting. A little challenging.
I didn't think about how
F por Sega, sí, Sega estaba ya jodida.
2,000 people.
We went from 4 people to a dozen people to hundreds to honestly thousands involved in some way with the creation of Xbox.
Ya veis, Richon, gracias por el truco. Muchísimas gracias por ese sub.
Didn't know everybody in the
Muchas gracias,
organization
estoy viendo
anymore.
mucha gente nueva, no sé por qué. Os pido disculpas ya por adelantar.
Every week I would hear about somebody I knew in the game industry that was moving up to Redmond to work for the Xbox.
We just said, this all has to get done. We need bodies. So we hired people in bulk. We brought in teams of people.
I remember thinking, there's a lot of people changing their lives for this effort. It's either got to be something that everybody believes in, and they're willing to uproot their families and get behind this initiative, or it's going to be one of the biggest cluster of all time.
Qué bueno el 3D. Cuando empezó el 3D era buen 3D. No ahora que se ve todo bien.
So Microsoft has this beautiful campus and all these beautiful
era mejor
buildings
todo.
and everyone works together. We were not part of that.
We went to this campus called Millennium, which was still in Redmond, but pretty far away from Microsoft.
Part of that was we needed space, but part of it is like we need a few miles away from main campus to get some breathing room to do something different.
We were deliberately a renegade team.
They were rebels inside of the Microsoft empire.
We were kids in our early 20s who loved video games and could not believe that Microsoft had given us jobs to go create them, and we were all kind of growing up together.
The thing about games is it's Hollywood for nerds. You have your star directors, you have your Ferrari driving rendering engineers.
Congratulations.
And after a full day of working on making games, we would get together and play games. And there was a little bit of a weird culture of
not leaving, which I think was maybe not the healthiest.
Maybe like a college dorm room kind of vibe.
Your social circle was Xbox, your family was kind of Xbox.
Es que juntan 5 tíos en un sitio y es que lo que te sale. Anormales.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where we were getting our energy from.
Because we were
Estamos en el tercer capítulo.
We had moments where we were like, wait a minute, like, am I the best person to be doing this?
It was definitely a whole bunch of kids making decisions above their pay grade.
You had a bunch of passionate people who weren't necessarily 100% the most qualified people to be doing the jobs, running as fast as they can to make this thing happen.
We were young and we were naive.
You know, I always call it the best funded startup ever.
Me, in my 20s, you know, I had millions of dollars of budget, and there wasn't really any oversight. It was a little bit of the Wild West.
You know, I had to negotiate all the components that went in, hard drives, power supplies, the circuit board. Here I am, this kid, negotiating these deals that are hundreds of millions of dollars.
There were definitely some terrible decisions being made. But on the other hand, that level of freedom, you know, made Xbox happen.
What resulted was sort of a weird combination of craziness and genius.
My recollection of that time was being so fascinated by watching this big company around us try to wrap its brain around what it meant to be an entertainment brand.
We didn't have a lot of interdependencies
Como
with the rest of the
buscáis,
company.
pues nunca más
It was
os haremos.
Robbie, right, that had to go over to main campus and deal with Microsoft people.
One day, some executives
Es que
came
eso
to
podemos
visit
verlo,
the
está en
studio,
YouTube.
and one of those people who came was Bill Gates. I showed him my cinematic tools and how I wrote scripts and how I laid down cameras in the engine. Bill spent time with Marty O'Donnell, our audio director.
Chief, whatever you're gonna do,
Tranquilo estoy.
make it quick.
Raining aliens! Oh, Jesus, why you do this to me?
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
He spent time actually watching Marty play some of the themes from Halo.
Dietat. Diepa.
He went to go see our art department where one of our 3D artists was sculpting a character in clay, making a maquette. And at the end of the Bill visit, we got in a conference room, the leads of the studio, and there was a pause. And you can see the magnificent machine that is his brain calculating down the Microsoft org chart from him at the top all the way down to the crazy artists in this studio in a gravel pit, literally. And Bill leaned forward and he said, "So there are artists who work here?" It really was a cultural change for the company.
Xbox was already forcing people within Microsoft to think differently. But what really mattered was changing public perception. Behind the scenes, software
la que hay
engineers
una
were hard
florecita
at
ahí
work
buena,
building Xbox's capabilities. Now, the hardware team had a chance to win over the doubters on a big stage at the Consumer
Para lo me habéis
Electronics
metido
Show
caña
in
en 3
Las
capítulos, aquí pues que me caiga alguna
CES was
florecita,
a
¿sabes?
trade show where
Solo pido
companies
eso
from
como
around the
CEO
world
de la
would come
compañía.
to unveil the latest in technologies.
A lot of buying decisions and retailers got made at that show for the holiday season, and so we had a lot of proving to do. The press was skeptical, gamers were skeptical. You don't know how to do this stuff. You've never done this before. Good luck. The gaming industry is not a believer.
While Microsoft works on the insides of the new Xbox, it focuses an equal amount of attention on the outside.
I was the creative director of Xbox.
Horace Luke is the man. Horace Luke is the man.
What Horace had to do was take the thing that we had produced in hardware and then figure out some wrapping around it. First time we ever showed him, like, hey, you're gonna need to put this board that we're about to manufacture for, you know, millions of consoles into something that looks good. He's like, what the
My office was where everybody brought their ideas from the technology team to the design team to the management team.
At the time that we were building the original Xbox, there were no other consoles with a hard drive or an Ethernet port.
So how do we put something around this that vents heat, that survives a drop test, and looks cool?
You have to fit all of this, of course, into a box that's not going to be giant sitting in your living room.
It was a constant battle between the different groups. I went through thousands of different sketches, trying to jam it and shrink it in every way possible into a box.
I remember him saying, like, well, maybe we just gotta slim it down, like, you know, we'll just dress it in black.
Everything was
A mí
very
me molaba, me
impressive
parecía
looking.
chula la
The console
Xbox.
itself was large. It was bulging on the top.
It looked like the engine cowling on a Dodge Hemi. It was the physical embodiment of power. Like no other console has ever been designed like this.
Te digo que era
It
puto
was quite a
grande.
miracle to fit everything in that box. Looking back today, you say the thing is huge, but in comparison to the PC of the 90s, it was tiny.
It is a small miracle that we actually were able to pull this
Sí,
off.
sí, era
And it
pesada,
looked
era grande,
awesome.
pero a mí me parecía bonita.
The 2001 Consumer Electronics Show is packed with every new gadget and gizmo about to hit stores.
CES 2001 in Las Vegas, in the Convention Center Hall. Bill Gates was there.
CES will actually give us a better idea of just where Microsoft is going to fit into the gaming market.
For the very first time, Microsoft was going to get to show off its final Xbox hardware design.
Good morning. Welcome to CES.
Everybody felt like we were on the verge of doing something special, historic.
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
Lo del mando sí que era para pegarse un tiro en la polla, ¿eh?
Show up as the
Yo le tengo
third
cariño porque
entrant
era
into
un
space
parto.
with well-established competitors. You have to break out. You have to be bold.
How do you unveil a product in a way that might surprise the world and get the world to see Microsoft doing something differently?
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Ahí está.
The Rock says
we decided
Las
to bring
tonterías.
The Rock to CES.
There was honestly some disbelief, like, you know, Bill Gates, The Rock, like, what's going on here?
No miro el chat porque asumo que todo lo estés escribiendo a pedra, ¿no?
Really like muscle-bound
Me imagino que he
Hollywood
acertado.
meets, you know, gamer geek of the tech world.
No me hace
Just
falta
might
mirarlo.
appear that The Rock and Bill Gates don't have a heck of a lot in common. Well, The Rock's here to say that that can't be farther from the truth. The Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating.
And they were funny together. Like, it actually worked.
And they looked like they were best friends.
I mean, The Rock doesn't impress easily, Bill, you know that, but I'm pretty damn impressed with what we're seeing here today. And considering that this Xbox at this moment is only running on 1/5 of the system's power, it's very impressive. Bill, do you have any idea what The Rock would be like if he were only running on 1/5 of his power?
Well, I would think that...
It doesn't matter what you think, Bill. I'm sorry, Bill. It's just a force of habit. Rock apologizes.
It went well. We showed nothing, technically, but it started to build the excitement.
We gave it 5 out of 5 stars. We really like the Xbox a lot. You throw in an 8 GB hard drive, a 10100 Ethernet adapter, and you basically have the most powerful system on the block. The Xbox is really slick.
With excitement building around the console, Microsoft was under tremendous pressure to build a portfolio of hit games before the Xbox launch.
By the time they had announced that they wanted to do Xbox to the time when we needed to launch was an incredibly short period of time. We didn't really have the luxury of saying, start building a game from ground
tenía
up.
la
That
de
was almost
cristal,
impossible.
que era de plástico
What we were
blanco y tal,
looking
no sé dónde
for were
está.
games that were partially
Estará en
in
casa de mis padres.
development,
O sea, tenía la negra y la
already
otra.
in development. We went out and started to look for developers all over the
O
world.
sea, la primera fue la de cristal y
Barnstorming
la negra no sé
tour
dónde coño salió.
across North America, Europe, and ultimately
okay,
Japan to create some sort of excitement around the console and convince game developers in particular that we could be successful.
All right, boys, let's roll.
One day we presented a new idea from a small game publisher that had come to us and said, hey, we want to dust off one of the 2D games that we had done for PC. We're going to really invest in it. We think it's going to be really exciting.
And these newly important executives in Xbox who would review all the pitches from publishers and developers, they said, I don't think that game is going to be able to make the transition from 2D to 3D.
They felt that it was complicated. They didn't really understand the user interface.
Vaya
They thought
cagadita.
that it was based on a game that hadn't been all that successful. To my surprise, it was rejected.
And that
Vaya.
game was
Vaya.
called Grand Theft Auto 3.
Vaya. Bueno.
It ended up selling 14.5 million units.
equivocado.
It was the top-selling game of 2001 and would have been the top-selling game of 2002
Muy buena, ¿eh?
if it wasn't
Buena
beaten
jugada.
by its own sequel.
It was the pass heard around the industry.
Qué lástima.
Despite seeing Grand Theft Auto 3 go to PlayStation, Microsoft was still well positioned to attract other developers to its platform.
We needed a vibrant and strong third-party lineup of games that customers would love. And we wanted the industry to look at us as something that was going to be worthy of development. We wanted to have the very best games.
On March 13, 2001, Microsoft put their commitment to developers on public display at their GameStock event in Seattle.
Thanks and welcome to GameStock 2001. What you're seeing is a sneak peek at what's to come on Xbox. We're going to start off with the game.
No sé cómo habría cambiado, no sé de qué manera habría cambiado la historia, sinceramente. Pero...
So we brought it over to the Xbox.
Este a mí me dio mucha rabia que se lo llevaran a Xbox porque a mí me molaba. De mis juegos favoritísimos.
Our characters certainly aren't the
muscle-bound superheroes, no lo he terminado este nunca en Xbox.
They're more like the poor, sad schmucks that most of us really are.
Getting Oddworld. that was important. It was an established PlayStation franchise, beloved by the console game community.
That's the last damn Gabbit there is!
We had a chance to work with an amazing creator in Lorne Lanning. He did all the voice acting for his own game.
So Munch had these things we called fuzzles. And they were like, me. And Munch was like, you got to come over and do this for me. You know, so, and then Abe's like, come on, guys, let's go.
O sea, como se hizo Conker, básicamente, ¿no?
Vulnerable characters living in extremely dangerous worlds that you're trying to keep them alive, but when they get whacked, it's hilarious.
Next, we're really happy to announce our new relationship with one of the premier racing developer teams in the world, Bizarre Creations.
No lo sé, no sé si van a hablar de eso, lo estamos viendo. Y si ya lo has visto, molaría no spoilear el documental.
Completely mapped to the entire surface of this vehicle.
Project Gotham Racing was based on your style of driving as much as how fast you cross the finish line.
For us, it was an opportunity to make this amazing, really accessible, fun, arcade racing game.
It's a really important part of our launch, and that was just the beginning.
Hardcore, freestyle, snowboarding. This is only one mountain of 7 international mountains we'll be bringing to you in AMP.
That double-ended axe is pretty wicked looking, and we can tell this is a hand-to-hand fighting game.
Playing a football game, you want to kick your buddy's butt so hard he's going to wear it for a helmet.
And that's it for our show today. I hope you got to see everything that you wanted. Did you see everything? Oh, I feel like I am forgetting something. What was it?
La peña, tío. Cuando era como más cercano, ¿sabes?
Hey everybody, so I'm Jason. I'm one of the co-founders of Bungie and the lead on Halo.
Hostia, la primera demo técnica esta, qué friki.
Bungie was a Mac first developer. That's where they started, that's where they'd had their success with Marathon and Myth 2.
But Bungie was also dealing with the aftermath of a catastrophe. Myth 2, one of their hottest titles, had an installer bug that could erase a user's entire hard drive. In order to fix the bug and keep the company above water and working on new games,
Madre mía.
They needed a serious cash infusion.
Apparently they had this thing called Halo. I hadn't seen it yet. Some of my guys had. They had multiple games into development, but all I wanted was this new thing that they were working on. So we did a deal, and bought out the company, and they started to work on Halo.
That's really when true development began on what the game would be. When we were purchased, Halo was not a game. There was no real story. There was no real sense of what the gameplay tempo would be like. We knew it was powerful to control a space marine who moved fast and could jump into a sophisticated vehicle and, haul ass around this alien world. And that was it.
What do you think, Jason?
See it? People knew about Halo. They knew that we'd been acquired by Microsoft. They knew about Xbox. They knew we were still working on the game. That period of getting Halo from a series of prototypes to on a disc playable by an Xbox was just a mad rush to get this game done. But there was this excitement that we had something special.
It makes me very nervous to actually play this for you. Welcome to Halo on the Xbox.
Mira. Me cago en la
We started
leche,
off that demo showing you flying to the land in a Covenant ship, running around the environment, getting in a vehicle, doing all those building block Halo things. But we had our test environment, what we called a B30, the island map in the middle of the water with Halo in the background. It was just fun to play.
Mira. Buah.
GameStop was
Pero gaming, eres idiota.
coming out party for us, and it was just that moment where I think the whole organization began to wake up to, oh, there's something really special here.
Thank you. That's it. Good night.
Xbox had made a high-risk bet on Halo. At the time, first-person shooters were considered PC games. The only right way to play was with a keyboard and mouse.
Que lo sigue siendo.
Time, people
By the way.
thought, well, how are you going to translate, mouse and keyboard game into a console game?
Dual-stick first-person shooters had almost never been done on a console.
I remember right before the demo, Ed was very clear. He's like, hey, when you're playing, make sure that people see the controller. What we need to demonstrate is you can play a shooter with thumbsticks, maneuvering around the environment.
You can go back and you can look. Adamant blog posts that shooter games, like Doom, would never work with a game controller.
Can people actually play a first-person shooter on a controller like this? Is the audience going to accept it?
While gamers wrestled with the idea of a first-person shooter on a console, critics also keyed in on a not-so-tiny issue.
I don't like the controller. Unfortunately, it's big. I think it's too big.
The Duke, they call it. The Duke wasn't a small controller. It didn't feel cheap. It felt like you could kill somebody with it.
You had to have gorilla hands to work with this thing. It was the industry's biggest game controller.
The Duke controller was like a newborn baby. I mean, the thing is like 9 pounds, 3 ounces. You had to kind of hug it.
As an adult,
mola que venía de una empresa diga, no, esto no.
It was done bass-ackward, as most things were on the original Xbox.
To get to that design, we kind of used the human factors ergonomic approach.
For those of us with smaller hands, we all thought, oh my God, did all these guys just sit in a room and go, oh yeah, this is gonna be great.
It was like, oh,
Sí, básicamente.
yeah, this is totally not gonna work for us. And it was like, okay, this is a problem.
Perhaps we didn't take into account a full range of hand sizes.
Vaya,
There's
quizá,
no
¿no?
way we could ship Duke in Japan. People couldn't use it there. There was almost a plea, Carlson, you've got to find a way to make this smaller, please.
We knew it wasn't the right thing, but we didn't have enough time. E3 is coming up, and so we had to
Japoneses
go with what we
petits.
had.
Siempre, el problema siempre son los japoneses petits.
On May 17, 2001, global gaming's biggest event, E3, kicked off in Los Angeles.
The E3 is clearly the Super Bowl, the Olympics, the World Cup all rolled into one for the video game industry.
For Team Xbox, it was the most important public test for their new console before a looming November launch date.
We're trying to make an impression at E3, and we don't know what hardware we're going to be able to show. And are we going to try to show a lot or a little? Should we show games at all?
We were heads down, focused on having all of our games prepped for E3, and it nearly
Esta,
killed
esa tenía
us.
yo.
It's
Esa,
Broadway,
esa.
it's opening night.
Creo que era esa. O era la blanca. Había una transparente o era la verde. Creo que era la
You're
verde.
either hot or you're a flop.
I was pretty eager to get to E3 and get hands-on with the Xbox. But your first time making hardware is painful. And what you demo and what ends up in the store shelves are often very different things. And so I was really skeptical that this Xbox is going to be ready.
It's a pleasure for me to
Han
be
abierto
the
una
first to
caja que ponía una
welcome
X para
you
que
to
al
Los
abrirse dentro
Angeles
se viera una X.
for what I'm sure is going to be quite an exciting week.
Nice.
So it's 8 a.m. in the morning. The hardware team is like literally using duct tape to
Era la de Halo, sí, la de Halo 2.
the box done. Sony
No
had
sé dónde
their
está.
event the night before and a party after.
Creo que sea mis padres. Sería muy mal haberla perdido. Pero llegó un momento que como nos íbamos dejando las consolas, o yo si quieres una consola te la dejo, ¿sabes? Y
A
no la
hungover
uso,
media
pues
group
las cosas se van
at
perdiendo.
8 o'clock in the morning coming to see Xbox. That is not where you want to be. We've made Xbox a reality. And you can see here, if I slide this down, Xbox itself. Now live and ready to go. I walk out on stage and I do my first line. And in fact, if I press this little button here on the front, and then I, hit the magic button that's supposed to start the Xbox, you'll see Xbox will actually start up. We can bring that video up. We can bring that video up. And nothing happens.
Vaya. Vaya.
Nothing happened. Well, if we could bring the video up, Xbox would be live and starting and running. I didn't know what to do, so I just went on. So it's with great confidence that on November the 8th, in the North American market,
Todo
you'll
mal.
be able to go into retail stores.
In less than a year's time, you're gonna release this thing into the wild and people are gonna be able to play it and you're gonna love it. And it doesn't turn on.
It was a devastating moment.
As the hardware planner, my heart just sank.
And you'll be able to get a box just like this with Xbox in it.
It was a disaster.
A legendary sort of press conference.
Ay, Dios.
We had to convince the press very quickly that we had a box that worked, and we needed to get their hands on these games as quickly as we possibly could so we could wash away that moment that we had on stage.
We're very excited about that. But
Y ya
the
está.
disasters kept rolling.
The Xbox wasn't done yet. The graphics hardware that they were running on was running about half the speed of what we expected the final
Ay,
product.
Dios.
Yeah, basically, I'm making excuses for it was slow.
Ay, Dios.
Microsoft had never
Me acordaba yo de
had
esto,
a meaningful presence at E3 before. The booth was packed.
We decided to show Halo because we feel like we have to show what's going to be our key title.
In terms of the games we were working on, Halo had the biggest role. And so it was the E3 demo on the floor.
So many people were coming in with huge curiosity about what it was capable of, and I was completely disappointed. I'm like, the frame rate's terrible, the split screen stuff, it's kind of cool, but it just doesn't feel like it's powerful enough.
On the show floor, the unfinished game seemed to fall
Dios.
short of its original promise of revolutionary.
Fuimos de fiesta de Navidad con tus suegros y vomitarte el suegro en el escote. Un poco.
Launch event.
No, sí, es exactamente lo
And
mismo.
the key title that's going to carry the day looks bad. And people start to think we're crazy. Shortly thereafter, E3, Peter Moore, he's at Sega, and he says, hey, I want to give you our feedback from E3.
Yo no la he visto porque no quiero que me afecte todavía esa peli.
In February of 2001, Sega made the decision to discontinue the Dreamcast and focus exclusively on software. Part of that transition included a huge bet to focus on making games for Xbox. But a disastrous showing at E3 from
Peter Moore se fue a EA y no
Microsoft
sé si estaba en un
meant
equipo de
danger for Sega.
fútbol ahora o no sé qué coño estaba.
As we were moving from being a first party to a classic third party publisher, we absolutely needed somebody like Microsoft to get us through this difficult period.
And so Peter comes up to me. He looks at me and says, well, here's our feedback. Retailers aren't going to stock you, developers aren't going to develop for you, and consumers
Hostia,
think the
Scratch,
product's not
pues
very good and it's too
me alegro
expensive.
por ti. Que eso no te fuera bien.
I took it very personally. I'm the leader of the team, it's my responsibility, it's my obligation, and I felt like I failed.
Sí.
This is my resignation letter to my boss, Rick Paluzzo. I wrote this on Friday, May 25th, 2001 at 2:02 a.m. It starts off my
Borracho
status at
perdido ya.
Xbox, importance high. This is not going to be an easy email to write, and frankly, I've postponed doing it several times. The short summary is that my direct involvement in Xbox needs to end, and sooner than either of us would like. I think this is both in my best interest and the best interest of Microsoft.
But Bill
Mira,
Gates
yo
and
Cole, ¿te había
Microsoft
visto?
CEO Steve
¿Por qué me
Ballmer
has
did not
escapado?
accept
¿Por qué te me
Robbie's
has escapado, no?
resignation.
27 meses.
They just encouraged me to get it done and said, you've done a great job, keep at it, we're with you. I mean, there wasn't much more they could say, right? There's no advice they could give me. They were too far away to say, hey, go do this. The only person who could figure that out was me. I never told anybody on the team. Rick and Steve and Bill. They're the only people that ever knew. That gives you the sense how personally challenging it was for a person who hates losing.
Electronic Arts, it's one of the biggest game makers in the world, and its CEO, Larry Probst, was quoted in the Financial Times as saying this, that Microsoft has a lot to do over the next few months. They are on a death march now.
I don't think anybody had an easy ride to launch.
All we're thinking about is getting the device done so that we can make launch day. If you didn't have console units on retail shelves for a holiday, you missed a year. That holiday was vital.
There were a lot of late nights. We were trying to engineer and design something that we'd never done before.
We're building the technology, we're building the hardware inside.
The Xbox circuit board is about yay big. It had probably in the order of 800 parts.
Parts of the Xbox were coming from all over the world.
Like Hungary and Mexico.
You know, there were people who went and lived in China, in a hotel room, for weeks on end.
We would be flying back and forth with hard drives to get stuff back to test.
Microsoft had never shipped a console before. It turns out there's a lot of regulation everywhere in the world. You had to be certified by the right agency and approved.
Their approval took longer than we expected. Parts wound up getting delayed from suppliers.
It was every day, come into the office, see a fire, try to put the fire out.
We were tracking the hardware, tracking the components, tracking our launch dates at such an accelerated pace.
It was chaotic.
Chaos. Total chaos.
People themselves were doing Herculean things.
We would sleep at the office.
This was all happening in real time.
It had just never been done before.
Xbox was the toughest job I have ever had. I will never do it again.
Every day was a challenge, both sort of technically and professionally, but also personally.
You know, you were lucky if you had a personal relationship that survived launch. Mine did not.
It's kind of like you're on this horse that's bucking and you're thinking, okay, is this ever gonna stop or will this be the end of me?
8 to 12 weeks before launch. We're coming in way hotter than anyone expected to.
We doubted whether the hardware was going to be done in time. We're not sure any of the games are going to be done in time. The ship is still on fire, the plane hasn't landed, all the metaphors for crashes you can think of. But in the end, that team believed.
There's no second try at the Xbox, so this was a Hail Mary culture. And if we were to succeed, it was going to be absolutely epic.
It's a touchdown.
November 15th, 2001. Xbox was released in Times Square.
Ahí está. Hola, Tito Bill.
We painted Times Square green. Everywhere you looked, you saw the Xbox green logo.
Xbox was up on all these big billboards. One of those moments in your life you're never going to forget. Here we are, a huge line of gamers down the street waiting to buy this Xbox.
20 years old, first time going to the city
Xbox
alone.
super fan.
I get on a bus and I show up in Times Square. I go straight to the new Toys R Us and I'm looking for the line. I'm prepared to stay there all day.
We worked with the city to open up the WWF restaurant across the street from Toys R Us Times Square.
Profesión super, no fan, no, super fan.
Came first. They have Xbox consoles set up everywhere. They pretty much just allowed all the gamers to hang out and play and test out all these games.
Bill wanted to be on site. He wanted to help hand over the first console.
Bill Gates is down at a gaming system, shook my hand and said, "You ready to play?" And then we were playing Fusion Frenzy. And Bill Gates made a comment that he had actually taken 2 weeks off of work just to practice this game. He wanted to beat the gamers.
Does anyone know what the shoot button is?
He couldn't beat me. I absolutely took pleasure in beating Bill Gates, yes.
Thank you for this. I've been waiting a long time.
Everybody got a tag on their wrist, and when your color was called, we brought you across the street to Toys R Us, and Bill was there to hand out the very first Xbox.
Tonight's kind of a celebration. It's after a lot of hard work.
So they count down. Bill Gates has it rung in on the register. Price is up there, $299.99.
4, 3, 2.
One hits and he hands me the box and says, "Don't worry, I'm buying it for you." And I turn around with even more excitement and raise my prized possession over my head.
Edward Glucksman became the first gamer in the world to ever own an Xbox. It was a magical night.
I'm a 20-year-old kid.
Pues era barata que era PS2, porque bueno, yo recuerdo, aquí ya había euros, ¿no? Con la Xbox, sí, claro, era 2000 y pico.
Every night. That's right.
Yo creo que la de Halo me costó 200 pavos, ya llevaba tiempo.
They actually did it. You know, Microsoft actually built and delivered this thing.
The feeling was like, crying level of exhaustion and intense pride for the thing that we had made.
There's never been a prouder
a mí me dieron la segunda, correcto. Bueno, me la cobraron. Yo estuve ahí, estaba bien el segundo y a mí me la cobraron. Digo, me cago en Ross.
I tell people that faith is a force multiplier. That team believed. And because that
no, porque yo cuando me compré la Xbox ya llevaba tiempo en el mercado.
That team doesn't believe and they're just there doing their jobs, we never finish.
That small group of big personalities
managed not only to convince Bill
Igual fueron
Gates
400.
and the board
Trabajaban en el
that we
videoclub,
wanted
no me
to get
acuerdo.
into this nascent industry, but they also managed to get an entire organization of game people created and pointed in the right direction.
Get on the subway, the whole station was covered in Xbox logos. I had to sit down and started to cry, and even Kevin got emotional.
It was an impossible task that we should not have been able to do. I was tremendously proud of it. But at the same time, that was the end of that special moment in time that we were all able to be part of. It was the end of an era.
Y Bill nos
With the
despidió a todos
Xbox out
y
of
mató
their
a 3.
hands and into living rooms around the world, Kevin Backus and Seamus Blackley left Microsoft for new adventures in the game
Sí,
industry.
acabaron hasta los huevos. Pero venga.
Microsoft Xbox went on sale at midnight, but when it comes to video games, it's not the system that counts, it's the games.
Nobody actually really cares about the hardware. All they care about is the content.
To be successful, you have to give the gamers that platform to find
Kevin se dio a la bebida muy fuerte. Mira, mira.
that you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play.
Halo was like this gem, like this was going to be the diamond we offered up at Xbox launch.
But remember, Halo showed up at E3, 6 months before the game was supposed to launch with pretty serious frame rate issues.
Why is it running like internet video from the early 90s?
We got hammered for how it showed up on the floor.
This is our lead title. Are we going to actually launch something that is this terrible game?
I think there was a bunch of panic. People didn't see what they expected.
That was the part where people actually got super worried.
There was an incredible amount of pressure on Halo. If Halo wasn't a hit, then the future of Xbox really was in doubt.
Parece Mikael. Está chulo el documental. Está guay. Me gusta. No tenéis, no, o sea, no tenéis una puta mierda que hacer hoy, ¿no? ¿Me dejáis que me vaya a mear primero? Ya lo he puesto, ya lo he puesto. Espero sinceramente que Microsoft no me tumbe el canal. Entiendo que no, porque esto es... No es algo que tenga en la cabeza, pero me va viniendo de vez en cuando. Voy a ver. Ahora vengo. Que no quiero despertar a Puki. Esto que voy a hacer no tendría que hacerlo, es malísimo para la salud, pero he encontrado pipas. Y no tengo canelones, o sea que también me los huevos. Así os lo digo. Así os lo digo. He encontrado fucking pipas. Buah. Y no me he traído una Coca-Cola porque mira, porque mira, digo, no voy a grabarlo. Sí, las pipas son buenas para salud, sí. Las que... las que son comida para pavos, estas tienen sal.
E3 2001, when we saw Halo, my friends and I, we were like, ooh.
It's crashing, it's buggy, sounds terrible.
It seemed like Microsoft bit off more than they could chew.
And each build
momento.
seemed to be
Like Microsoft
and each build
¿Pero qué hace el animal?
Like at some point it wasn't about
Espera.
When we saw Halo, my friends and I
Mira.
were like, ooh.
It's crashing, it's buggy, it sounds terrible.
It seemed like Microsoft bit off more than they could chew.
And each build didn't seem to be improving at all.
Like at some point it wasn't
No comió ni un
about
polvorón.
making Halo perfect. Honestly, we were just focused on how do we get this thing on disc in time for launch.
There was an incredible pressure on Halo.
This is our lead title, and this is what we've got.
If this thing fails,
Voy a volver al nutricionista y me va a decir, ¿qué has hecho, hijo de puta? ¿Cómo ni beber? Denúnciame.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future, truly the future of video games.
No se lo puse en este, además tenía que hacer directo.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
Había una comida, pero tengo que hacer directo.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper! It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Soon, you will be food.
On Halo, we were doing the thing that people weren't quite sure would even work on a console, a first-person shooter, and the frame rate was terrible.
All of a sudden, we were in a new area, console games, and what do we know about console games?
I had only heard things about, it's not very good, really. Bungie may be a good studio, may be a fine studio, but the game wasn't really being received that well.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
With Halo and Xbox's fates intertwined, something drastic had to be done to get the game right. So, in a last-ditch effort, Ed Freeze and Bungie essentially put the development team under arrest.
Hostia. Para nada crunch.
Put Halo behind the curtain and won't let anybody see it. Won't let anybody talk to the Bungie team.
He's like, you guys seal yourself off, literally and metaphorically, and deliver a great game. Like our doors,
qué horrible, tío.
Ed could get into some of the Bungie
Qué horrible.
doors.
I kept saying, hey, Ed, when can I play Halo? And he goes, well, not yet.
When we only had a couple more months before we had to get this thing into boxes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well.
We had to stand up a complete game that was performant on new hardware. We had to create a compelling story with characters. We had to cut levels, take shortcuts. Just a mad rush of long days, sleeping under desks, full-on old-school crunch to get this game done.
There it is.
The one positive thing that comes out of crunch is ideation and invention and polish. Ultimately, that was one of the things that Bungie took very seriously, was polish.
For us at Bungie, this was a passionate effort to make the best game possible. But when you show up as Microsoft, you are open to a whole different level of criticism.
Yeah, that's cool. All right!
And Halo had the burden of showing up excellent in all ways. And we had no idea Halo was going to be a hit. We hoped people would like it.
Referencia a tu abuelita.
Here we go. But the rubber hits the road when you meet the gamer for real.
Mira los putos taraos, tío. Puede después de la consola. No me acuerdo, ¿lo han dicho?
I remember very vividly going to local launch events.
Estaba ahí, ¿no? De lanzamiento fue.
Starting to look at chatter online with fan sites, and then game reviews, and then comments, and realizing, oh my god, people like it.
How the hell are we gonna beat this game?
Halo, which had problems entering the fray, came out on day one, and it was amazing. It was really amazing.
I just felt that sense of possibility.
Damage Jenkins, fire your weapon!
That you could go anywhere and do anything on this beautiful, lush planet filled with things that were trying to kill you. They just did it so well. The controls felt natural. You could tell like that it was going to be a breakthrough for first-person shooters.
I didn't care that I wasn't using a mouse. I was using a controller. I was in the Halo universe, and it was fantastic.
It was a bit of an epiphany of, oh, like you can do that? Like you can play this kind of game on a console? Awesome.
Halo was a phenomenon. That dual player mode was wow.
Landing on the beach with a warthog trying to protect Marines with Master Chief. It just blew me away, man.
Banshee on flames comes down and lands on the ice and is skidding towards me across the ice.
Beam.
And it's gonna run me over and kill me, and it skids to a stop right in front of me. And I live. It was like I was there. It was like I had that experience.
With Halo, Microsoft had that platform-defining title that you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play. And that was something that I always envied and admired.
Hostia, qué grande.
Forms so much of the
El de
backbone
Sony,
of, I think, what Xbox is.
Viste, gilipollas.
Watching the feedback we were getting on Halo, the stories people were telling, it was a cultural moment.
You getting Halo?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Just checking.
Without Halo, you know, we're not here.
Halo Combat Evolved.
Sí, cojones, pero es que es totalmente cierto, ¿eh? Sin Halo.
Microsoft estimated that they have sold 1 million copies of Halo in the US alone. 50% of Xbox owners are also Halo players.
Xbox was the Halo box. That's what made it work.
Halo broke ground in so many ways, in game control, camera control, storytelling, even art style. It inspired a lot of people to tell a different kind of story.
It changed the game for Xbox, but I also think it changed the way we look at first-person shooters.
First-person shooters had only really largely existed at scale on PC, and mapping those controls to the controller, they just did it right. It just felt right.
No one had done it that well before. No one had nailed it. They just nailed the controls.
So before Halo came out, the conventional wisdom was if you wanted to play a shooter, you had to do it on a PC because that's where you would have the precision with a mouse and keyboard.
Y es verdad, y es cierto, sigue siendo cierto a día de hoy.
Movements to land that headshot on your enemies. What Bungie did with the help of Microsoft's playtesting and user research labs was figure out how to get something that would approximate
pero Mario
that
Raune, pero eso es porque es una persona que vive equivocada, pero no pasa nada. Está bien. No es culpa tuya.
They weren't the first to do a shooter on the console, but they did it best by far. And the influence of what Microsoft and Bungie were able to achieve is still being felt in games today.
Even today, it's the largest genre in console gaming. And really, because of Halo, Xbox became the console for first-person shooter fans.
Multiplayer was transcendent. It was just something that you didn't experience on any other platform.
Microsoft made a huge bet on broadband. Every single Xbox had an Ethernet port in the back, and it paid off in spades. You could use it for LAN parties and to system link on a LAN.
Oh my God! PC gamers understood the joy of the LAN, the local area network. You make a network of computers in a local area, which means you have to be face-to-face and nose-to-armpit with gamers.
Got the flag, I'm out the front.
And it's a fun experience. You can all be in a shared virtual world and run around and do things that you couldn't through a modem just because you're all there connected and it's higher speed. Microsoft ushered that in for consoles.
Manually plugging machines together to play games was not a new concept, but it had always required a lot of technical know-how. Now, the communal gaming experience wasn't just for computer geeks. It was for everyone.
Right now, we have this game going here, which is 16. Downstairs, I was just down there. They probably by now have at least a 16 game going on. They keep on bringing in more stuff, and it seems to be expanding.
It was a communal party, multiplayer atmosphere that you could have with a massive group of people and have multiple consoles all connected.
We get together at like 8 a.m.
Tenía que oler a choto ahí dentro, vamos, que no te haces tú una idea,
8 a.m. the next day.
I remember running an Ethernet cable up the stairs so I could have a friend bring his over and play.
I go to my buddy's house, and we're on 2 different floors. We're in 4 different rooms, because screen looking's a thing.
Man, the fights were legendary. You looked at my screen. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
I can't. I can't.
No me acuerdo.
We'd make a little flyer at work, like Halo LAN party this Saturday. Bring an Xbox, bring a controller, bring a TV. That changed everything about my social life for probably 10 years.
And these, by the way, weren't small TVs. These were the big
Vamos, que folló muy poco.
TVs that you had to find a way to be able to use.
I had a heavy-ass TV. Flat screens weren't around back then.
You got it?
Hostia.
So I bought a PT Cruiser just so I could get my TV around and my Xbox.
That was a fashion statement to have an Xbox in the car back in the days with that big screen.
Give me a second, give me a second.
You're fine, you're fine.
El coche, hijo de puta.
I remember playing nonstop and sitting there in my own puddle of sweat.
The minute you stepped into a multiplayer match on Halo, time just disappeared. You just got sucked in, and we would play all night long.
It provided me an experience I had never had on a console before, period.
Halo was a runaway hit that had spawned its own social.
No había jugado nunca
scene,
al Bomberman en la Super Nintendo.
Sony and
Con 8
Nintendo
personas,
for
por
the
favor,
first
un
time.
poquito de respeto.
But the team wasn't done. They saw a way to take those multi-room raucous LAN parties and make them global.
Sniper, sniper!
The initial concept for Xbox
Sí, al revés, ha sido súper sutil.
was one of those magical ideas. So it gets to go in a special folder that I call epic pitches, because they're pitches that, even though they were in their infancy, they planted a seed of ideas that turned into something that had an impact on the entire industry. Maybe an impact on global culture.
We built an Ethernet port in every unit, and the idea is now we can actually have a networked community of gamers from living room to living room around the world, no matter what language you speak, no matter where you are in the world, and we can all be part of one bigger community. And that vision was like awesome.
There definitely was some skepticism
Ya
about
está.
the idea of playing multiplayer games over the internet.
Sí, sí, exacto. No solo crearon esto, crearon el pago mensual por jugar.
Nobody knew how that was going to work and whether it was going to be a good ecosystem and whether the quality would ever be there. And it became a huge point of tension in terms of how it was designed and how it was going to work. But we're going to do it.
Microsoft is putting literally billions of dollars on the line to back us, but the program was fraught with risk. It required technology that really hadn't been built anywhere in the industry before. And those kind of tech investments are always risky.
With so much riding on the success of Xbox Live, the team couldn't afford to develop it in a corporate vacuum. If they wanted to deliver a gaming experience unlike any other, they needed gamers to tell them exactly what they wanted.
We went out and talked to a whole bunch of gamers around the United States. One of the things that came back was that voice communications was going to be imperative.
You know, it is a good day to die, cheesemaker.
Nobody wanted to sit there and text with a typewriter, just taking out their buddies.
First thing was you had to get this starter kit. It had a headset in it. It's like,
You were talking about console gaming. What are you supposed to do with a headset?
The Xbox Communicator. It lets you talk to other gamers while you're playing.
This broke down the barriers of how you could speak. You simply banged on your headset and you could talk to anybody in the world that was on the platform.
Your defense is offensive.
Your defense is offensive.
Building that global couch where people can talk and kind of virtually elbow each other with 4 gamers on 4 continents and have it all perfectly fluid through headsets, just as if they were sitting in the same room together. This was before Skype. So the notion of low latency, great quality voice, we had to go build out that tech.
I like this one. You did your own digital personal ID.
Desde Sky me gusta que decía, tío, que esto no lo inventamos, ¿eh?
We're creating this giant gaming universe for gamers to play in over generations. We knew it was important to have this one identity that linked to you, where you could build your legacy in gaming.
Your gamer tag. It's your identity on Xbox Live. The legend you build for yourself in this brand new gaming universe. Remember, you're building all your stats and friends in that name.
Rather than have a gamer tag for Madden, a separate gamer tag for Halo, it's like you just want to be known as one thing.
My gamer tag is the real beat.
Gendarme,
My gamer tag is Cowboy 22.
por 7
My
meses.
gamer tag is Hero Protagonist. It's King Doug.
The Spaceman.
Xbox Live wanted to bring that fundamental instant fun into the world of online gaming.
You will never be without a game to play, anytime, day or night.
It was a revolution in online gaming.
The team was finally feeling confident. They had the technical know-how.
No crearon la toxicidad, eso lo aportamos nosotros. Fue nuestra
But on the
aportación.
other side of that challenge was another, even bigger question. If they built it, would gamers pay for it?
The technology was in the box, but the commitment from a player, we just didn't know how it was going to fly. That firstly, someone's going to pay $50 a month for broadband, but they also have to go tell their friends that it's worth it.
I've never been shy to share my opinion. And there was one time where I was talking to Jay, and we ended up arguing about it all the way into the hallway. And it was me saying, this Xbox Live idea you have is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Like, I hate this idea. Somebody's going to pay $50 for multiplayer games when they can get it for free.
And people did laugh at that and said, why would you pay
Gracias,
for
Kraken.
access?
Buen
Because
Nadal.
you're paying for your game.
It wasn't just me. It was like an entire division worth of people saying, what are you, nuts?
So this experience had to be amazing. That was crazy to people. Like, who's going to play multiplayer if they have to pay for it?
No, pues
Microsoft
había otra manera.
the Xbox game system to a whole new level.
Xbox Live. Future video games
Malparidos.
live today. Microsoft is putting the Xbox online. Today, the Xbox goes live.
Manning is at his home in Indianapolis. Hasselbeck
Y
at
aquí estamos,
his in
exacto.
Seattle, and they're about to play each other in a video game using the
Que
Microsoft
nos hayamos
Xbox
ya hablamos de
console.
los NFTs, nos hemos comido el pago online, ¿sabes? O sea que fiesta.
Son, don't your coaches tell you can't take a sack in the red zone? That is quarterback 101.
Last night, we had gamers all over the country playing against celebrities here in LA, where we had our big premiere party.
We're checking the perimeter. All right, so here I go.
Xbox Live launched exactly 1 year after the original Xbox itself launched, November 15th, 2000.
Eso sí que es una pasada en un año.
Xbox Live was almost like a second launch for Xbox.
Blow up and kill everything in sight. Is that what you're getting? That's the idea, man. It's just like doing RoboCop.
I'm gonna open up a can of whoop ass and see how it tastes.
The two launch titles that I have such fond memories of, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, which was a port of the PC game, and Mech Assault, which is a third-person action-oriented take on Mech Warrior.
Just light bulbs went off, just the magic was there.
Live let us add the element of community and human society
Con el
to
directo,
game design.
live.
It was just immediately clear to me that this was going to be like the thing for video games.
What Live did for Xbox was it created this community that once you got into it and attached to it, it was very hard to leave.
I met so many people online playing games that I never would have been cool with based off of us playing each other, me beating him beating me, him having some great plays.
And there's an extraordinary number of like 50-year-old males that play Xbox Live together. And they will not go to another system because their buddies aren't gonna go. So they're only gonna buy a system to hang out with the guys so they can play while the kids are sleeping and they're gonna play Call of Duty or something, right?
Every night, me and my homies be on a party with about 50.
Yo es algo que siempre he dicho, Isaco. Siempre decía que te la sude la consola, cómprate la que tengan tus colegas. Y tiene razón.
Gossip line for some grown-ass men.
We had forecasted how many Xbox Live
Tú
subscribers
sí,
we
FM,
were
tú
gonna
tienes que
have,
seguir fumando.
month one,
Tienes que,
month
si no
two,
empieza
month
ahora.
six, etc.
Hey, we got 50,000. Hey, we got
Míralo.
100,000. Hey, we got 1 million. Hey, we got 2 million. It just kept growing.
And that happened like I wouldn't say instantly, but pretty damn close. It happened very, very fast.
Xbox Live was unprecedented. Everybody else's version paled in comparison.
What you think of gaming today, being on a headset, talking with friends, playing games, that just seems commonplace now because it is commonplace now, but Xbox made that possible in a big way.
Y se aseguró de cobrarlo.
Live could be
No me voy a olvidar de
considered
eso
one of
nunca.
the very first social media platforms.
Before Facebook, even before MySpace, Microsoft really did pioneer the very first interactive, dynamic social platform.
Quite frankly, Microsoft
Cobrándola.
proved to the world that online multiplayer was going to be the key to the future.
¿Cómo han cambiado las cosas, eh? Estamos viendo un reportaje de Xbox en el que el CEO de Sony está diciendo que hicieron algo bien. O sea, flipas.
But while the platform was teeming with newly devoted fans who loved sniping their college buddies from
Si no nos lo dice Guillepardo, mejor.
there was one consistent complaint. What happened to the game that put Xbox on the map? Where was Halo?
When we started working on the second Halo game, the weight of expectation came crashing down on us.
Halo 2 had to be a blockbuster movie, and that was always a danger, is what if we just pushed to do this big AAA spectacle and miss the heart of what made Halo a success in the first place?
God damn, we have a lot of work to do between now and E3.
Everybody on the team had a different idea about what being more excellent would be. We loved that you could get into vehicles, for example, but it frustrated us that you couldn't, like, tear someone out of a vehicle and jump into their vehicle and take it over. So boarding vehicles became a huge design initiative.
Look out!
We were really good at coming up with great ideas. We weren't quite as good at production discipline and figuring out how to right-size all those ideas, fit them into a box, timeline, and ship on time.
When I got there, they had reached a point in development where they were basically going to have to cut half the game, and in some ways...
La compañía no es que se preocupe, no se dejen de preocupar por hacer un buen papel en el E3. Es que si la compañía no tiene una mierda para enseñarte y va igual al E3, pues pasa lo que pasa.
Clear it wasn't working. Just the way the game felt, Jason really wasn't happy with. He looked at the game. Yes. And he came to me and said, you know, we have a problem. I'm going to have to rework a bunch of the work, and it's effectively going to add another year to the schedule.
Jason, help. There was a lot of pressure. How could we ship a better game than Halo? And from Microsoft's point of view, Xbox's point of view, how can you ship that game as quickly as possible?
Ahí está el
This
choque.
is now by far the most valuable franchise that we have. You know, this is Halo. We can't screw this up. Jason's saying he needs a new year. Time for me to step up and do my job as a boss.
I do know that Ed went to bat for us.
Ed was very much a purist. He was about creating great games and giving the dev teams the time they need. And that is at conflict sometimes with actually making a profit.
So to me, it was a no-brainer. But Robbie wanted to put it in front of the other leads on the team because Halo was so important. It's going to affect, you know, the Xbox Live team and what they do. That would affect the continued marketing of the platform and things like that.
Microsoft back then was a technology company. Software shipping on time at quality was a big part of the rhythm of the business.
So we go in and we have the meeting, and Robbie basically goes around the room and takes a vote. And it went around the room and everybody voted to keep it on the original schedule. I walked out of the room and basically I just threatened to quit immediately. Robbie gave in, calmed me down, he agreed, and he gave us the extra year for Halo 2.
Y aún así,
Ed got the Bungie
pensaba que habría
team
parado
the
aquí.
time they
Y aún
needed to
así,
finish
pues,
the
sabe
game.
cómo sale.
But the delayed launch had a ripple effect throughout Microsoft.
Really, that Bungie meeting was the beginning of the end for me. When I walked out of there, it wasn't just that I was mad, it was the first time I could imagine leaving the company. I mean, I'd been there since I was in college. I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. About to turn 40, I had been at the company a long time and made plenty of money, so I didn't need to be there. Within the next 6 months, I quit.
In January 2004, Ed Fries resigned from Microsoft, while
Claro.
Bungie set out to
¿Para qué vas
finish
a
what
currar
they
si
started,
puedes no currar?
creating a sequel to one of the most popular titles in console history. The extra year Fries bought them turned out to make all the difference.
Hombre.
Not only did it elevate the game, it built fan excitement to a whole new level.
The lead up to Halo 2, I had never experienced anything like that in my life. It was genuinely a pop culture event, and I don't say that lightly.
7,000 stores are opening on midnight.
They've been waiting a long time for this. They were chanting, Halo 2! Halo 2! Halo 2! Just felt like something new was going to happen in entertainment. Because Halo 2 is the best! Halo 2 is everything!
Y así es como nos han colado las precompras y demás mierdas. Mira este nivel de excitación sin haber probado el juego. Y nos ha pasado a todos, ¿eh? Ahí es donde nos tienen. No juega al Remnant, no, lo quiso.
Halo 2 is probably, you know, one of the biggest phenomenons to ever hit my life and a lot of people's lives.
It was the biggest day in entertainment history.
Halo 2 sold 2.4 million units in 24 hours.
Here was a video game, for the first time, really crushing movies. It was a coming-of-age story for the video game industry.
This game is simply the best game on the planet.
Venga,
I played
a
Halo
ver,
2
¿qué es el 2,
with my
por favor?
friends literally every night for at least a year. That's how transformative Halo 2 was for me and what it did for Xbox Live. There had been nothing like that ever.
With the innovative success of Xbox Live
Canleta,
and
se te
a
avisó.
full-blown cultural phenomenon in Halo 2, it seemed like Microsoft's bets were paying off. Xbox was even surpassing Nintendo in US sales. On a winning streak, the team put their eyes on an industry-changing follow-up to the Xbox.
When I arrived at Microsoft,
Halo 2 es el juego, es el más flojo de toda la saga para mí. Para mí.
using this 2, 3, 4 years after launch, and how do you continue to deliver content? We started then to plan this multi-billion-dollar investment that became the Xbox 360.
De la saga del FPS, sí.
Xbox 360 is the new entertainment system that's designed around high def, wireless, and always
no, el 4 y el
connected.
5 ni los cuento, no los meto ahí.
There. It's totally personalizable, so you can change the way it
4 y el 5...
works and the way it plays, and find your friends no matter what you're doing.
When they unveiled the 360, I saw a very
de Bungie, pero el 4 y el 5 que no lo cuento. El 5 ha aguantado 20 minutos con él, no aguante más. Y el 4 está chulo, pero como Halo.
This was all stuff that they had sort of experimented with the original Xbox and Xbox Live, but now they were building it into the core experience of the console.
Xbox 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful.
Han pasado como muy rápido a la 360, ¿no?
To achieve that, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation. We had to go explore things that had never been done.
Vuelvo a decir se viene. Estoy del se viene. Voy a empezar a banear los se viene. Aunque vengan en serio, vengan en coña, me da igual. Los voy a empezar a banear, ¿eh? No, ahora no, porque lo acabo de decidir. Pero igual a partir de mañana.
At the heart of the Xbox 360 are 3 IBM CPUs.
Whatever you'd heard about the PlayStation 2 emotion engine, whatever big wild dreams you had created in your head, we needed to create a leapfrog product that said, hey, this is even more powerful.
La 360 es la
the
polla.
most powerful console on the planet. And so we evolved the Xbox from a powerful console
Esta
that
tenía
plays
yo.
all the games you love
Que no me acuerdo.
to a console that connects you to all your friends and connects you to a lifestyle, this digital entertainment lifestyle.
We involved movies, we got content generated that you could access, music.
The magic.
No sé qué venía o se viene, pero me da igual, ¿eh? Es una expresión que me molesta bastante.
Xbox 360 Guide, it is your launch pad to all of your digital entertainment.
Here you can store your pictures, videos, and music.
We've also added a new
Una
concept
tontería que se
called
podían hacer.
Achievements, sort of a record of everything you've accomplished across your entire library of games. With Xbox 360, we've created
Logros.
technology that will enable people from every age and every corner of the planet to gather together.
No baneéis a nadie ahora, pero me toca mucho los cojones el se viene. Me molesta muchísimo y cada día me molesta más.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
Everything we were trying to do had just never been done before.
We're really focusing hardcore on building an online experience for Xbox around games.
Gaming was always first, but this was no longer just the ability for you to play a game online. This was breakthrough thinking.
We built Xbox 360 with a mission.
They showed it as a media hub in your living
¿Esto no se había
room.
pirado de la
You could
empresa?
connect other devices to it, you could play your photos, you could do this at the other.
Después del lanzamiento
They
de la 1.
targeted a broad range of gamers. They were building this thing to be future-proof.
Microsoft's new Xbox 360 will be first to hit stores' shelves this fall.
It's huge. It's a big statement for us. The next generation of consoles starts now.
We wanted to try something new with the Xbox 360 launch.
Xbox moves, man! Favorite game. Woo!
Where are you guys from?
We're
you guys far?
Well,
yeah. From Indianapolis, Indiana.
And Kansas City.
Los Angeles, Hollywood. I came in
Joder,
from
Dios.
Minneapolis.
Land of Florida.
Yeah. That's the only way to get it on the 360.
¿Qué has venido? ¿Un F-17, hijo puta? Sin ventanilla. Peínate. Por favor.
Hey, this is Xbox Live's Major Nelson. We're here at 0 hour in the Mojave Desert.
Hey guys, you ready to go?
Tonight marks the
Major
biggest
Nelson.
gaming event of the year, and it starts right now. 0 Hour was this in-person fan experience in the desert in California. I was at G4 at the time, and I remember we got wind that they were just going to throw an epic
Te acuerdas de muy
party
frikis.
for Xbox fans.
Yo no fui pues porque vivía en Nápoles, desierto de pagoda, ¿sabes? Era un poco lejos.
And decked it out with hundreds of gaming stations.
We are seconds away from this hangar opening, and all of these people getting a chance to play the Xbox 360. And as the doors start to open, like the biggest doors you'd ever seen, you knew that you're about to run in to what would be the future of gaming. Are you ready?
And we basically said, hey, come here and you're going to be the first to play games, and we're going to sell you consoles here as well.
Thousands of gamers came.
En el E3 las regalaron,
People that had met on
hijo de puta.
Xbox Live that had never actually seen each other in person before. People were so happy. It was a magical launch event.
0 Hour event was a huge success, a massive celebration. We had so much pride in this product.
Was this a transcendent moment for you?
Oh, yes.
The excitement generated in the
Coño,
desert
se ha eyaculado
spread
ahí
into
un poco,
the
¿eh?
rest of the country as the console became available to the public on November 22nd, 2005.
I waited in line in like freezing rain for like 3 hours outside this Best Buy to try and get a slip so I could get an Xbox 360. I was so stoked when I got it. I took a selfie.
They had a great launch lineup. They had the gamer in mind first.
It had the features that I would want in a console. They had the games for casual gamers, for hardcore gamers.
The Xbox 360 marketplace was where you could buy digital games. Sure, you had Steam and people could do it on PC, but this was a managed, curated portfolio, much like is an app store today. And we were one of the first ones to have it.
I start downloading games and I download Joust, Robotron, and Defender, and like all of a sudden everybody's having fun because these games are amazing. And I'm like, okay, we were sitting here at grandma's house and we were bored, and I just got on the internet and downloaded games, and now we're playing video games and having fun. This is the future.
Qué friki, tío.
This is the greatest thing in
El
history.
documental es muy
This
chulo.
is what this console transition is about.
I can view my profile so I can see, what games I've got, and it's got the whole achievements thing here as well.
It was the first console with achievements. We take that for granted now, but all the little bonus points and your gamer score.
Y me daban igual, tanto igual antes que ahora.
In the game, and that something is whatever the developer decided. Hey, did you scale this mountain? Did you open this door? Did you find this thing?
Somebody can play through the game, but if you wanted to really complete it, you had to get every achievement.
Let's get some ass.
I've got 148,000 gamer score. People are like, what is that? Why do you care? Because it's something that reminds me of all the time that I've had, all the games that I've played, all I feel like I've accomplished something.
They had an incredible console that was built for always online, always ready, with
mucha
a
gente,
stunning
es eso.
interface that ran on top of everything, and they came out guns blazing.
We had low price, with high def, with great games, and a product that was great. And so we felt we had a chance that generation.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating, morale is extremely high.
They had arrived. They had to gain the trust of developers, they had to make a statement with the gamers, they had to show that they belonged at this party.
A 360, en mi opinión, se comió la generación. O sea, 360 fue la polla. Es una grandísima consola y tiene un catálogo espectacular. Después Play 4, lógicamente, pues te pasó la mano por la cara y la polla por la nuca. Porque hicieron con ello lo que quisieron. Y con razón.
Gamers were looking to see whether we would get it right this time, and we thought that we did. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation, and this all needed to come together flawlessly. Unfortunately, that's not quite what happened.
Ahí está. Ahí llega.
This is called an E74 error. Contact Xbox customer support.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. I think there's something going on here.
The criticisms that we're reading about are
No sé a qué te
coming
refieres,
from
Axel,
games
de
press who are hearing from gamers who are saying, I'm having a problem with my box.
You feel the top of the Xbox, it's pretty hot.
We can hear retailers starting to say, there's an issue here.
With 360, Microsoft had built something amazing and special, but this problem was something that could kill the Xbox and all the work that they had done to get to this point.
Hola. Muy bien, ya está, ¿no?
CNBC's Jane Wells live in Los Angeles with how the 360's problems are heating up, literally.
This all came together in this horrific perfect storm.
Some faulty Xbox 360s are literally melting down while running certain games.
It was a slow rolling thing, like really understanding how big the problem was.
It started to really be concerning, and the numbers started to grow.
I had a sick feeling in my stomach. Microsoft hasn't specified the cause, but users say the console's cooling system just can't take the heat of a lot of play.
We were just having failure after failure.
The problem was huge.
Mine just crashed this holiday season. Get one back, turn it on, didn't even work.
No! Again!
People spent a lot of money on a console, and we're getting 2 and 3 of them back.
Whether they were friends, whether they were family, whether they were people on the street, it didn't matter.
Jones.
It was all over the place.
Jones. Muchas gracias.
Then it became the
Navidad,
media
feliz
saying,
fiestas.
this is a piece of hardware that has been rushed to market, and as a result, we're seeing unprecedented failure rates. It's broken.
Everything that I've worked for the last couple of years is trashed.
Sí, sí, la liasteis parda.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
It's a ticking time bomb.
Xbox getting
Vale, Bill, vale.
overhaul.
Tranquilo, cojones.
Vision for
Que
the
es un
future
puto
of
adulto.
gaming.
Con un Ferrari, joder. Año rojo of the
Without a
death.
doubt, the most Herculean feat of the
Si hay un capítulo
original
solo de eso, me
Xbox
parece súper guay.
was that it survived. Looking at the history of the video game business, you would have given them 1,000,000 to 1 chance. So the achievement is that we made it to Xbox 360. And internally, it's fun to laugh at lots of the missteps.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up.
Like, we can laugh at the Xbox didn't turn on at the original unveil.
We can bring that video up.
But with Xbox 360, honestly, even with the benefit of time, nobody laughs at the red rings.
To understand the red rings of death, you've got to go back to the beginning and all of the work we did with the Xbox 360 to build it from the bottom up. We were absolutely focused on getting out ahead of the PS3. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation.
Las prisas.
The 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. And so to achieve that level of performance, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation.
Una pipa mala.
This
Yeah.
was an incredibly hard,
Peor
complicated
que me ha pasado en mi vida.
The circuit board itself is a completely custom design. And we were building these chips, which was a new process at the time.
We did our own internal design instead of buying off-the-shelf silicon.
We're bringing up new hardware with software that isn't quite done yet on new test systems that we're developing in real time.
And that had a domino effect on the whole product.
The design was coming together kind of late.
We were launching in November of 2005, and we did not see our first silicon from the CPU until February of 2005. It's just ridiculous.
That's 9 months before launch. That is an absurdly short time frame. The normal time frame would probably be like 2 years.
And so we're faced with finishing the design and wrapping our production lines at the same time.
We wanted to launch it worldwide so everybody had it at the same time. But that's a big challenge because you also need to have enough units to restock in retail so that the countries you do launch in aren't out of inventory.
We need to get our yields up, and so we're cranking up production.
At the highest manufacturing output, I remember hearing numbers like a console would come off the line every 4 seconds.
But as we're ramping production, we start to see reports of these issues that were coming up. Lots of inconsistencies. Consoles would fail at test stations.
Ya lo sabíais.
If you build 100 of these things, only 50 or 60 of them would work, which is really, really bad. Like a real robust yield rate would have been 90, 95.
This was the fog of war that we had to see through, and that was, is there something wrong with the design of the product, or are we testing it incorrectly?
Because we were trying to ship in high volume, there wasn't much time to think about it because there was so much to be done. One way of dealing with the failed consoles was to put them into these nice boxes and stack them so that you would get back to them at some future point in time. In a way, we were kicking the can down the road a little bit.
We are developing what we call a bone pile. At the height, we created a bone pile that was over 600,000 units deep. And so it's just like the Lucille Ball episode where the chocolates are coming off the conveyor belt, and they're coming off so fast that they can't do anything with them. That's exactly what was going on.
The thing about building consoles is Christmas doesn't change. So your schedule is paramount, and there's just so much pressure to get it done by November.
After a hectic lead-up to production and months of intense troubleshooting, engineers finally managed to solve the technical issues that had plagued the 360. As consoles started to pass QC, the team was finally able to chip away at the bone pile in an effort to meet the demand, which, at the time of launch, was ravenous.
¿Se debe poder comprar una 360 original todavía? ¿En algún sitio? No, me espero yo 24 horas para comprar una consola por mis cojones.
When the Xbox 360 launched,
Sí, claro, nueva, digo nueva.
For this console.
The Xbox 360 finally got out of your dreams and into your car.
Microsoft had their fingers firmly on the pulse of what gamers were expecting, and they clearly had a vision of what gaming would be for the future.
We got in with something that was unique and revolutionary, a gorgeous design, the concave elements of the 360.
It really felt, in some ways, that Xbox had actually just arrived.
This new world of online, this new world of social engagement, this new world of building communities. We at Microsoft had absolutely nailed that experience.
The demand was really, really high. We were selling every single unit we could ship into the market.
I know there are a lot of fans out there that want a 360. There's a shortage out there. You know, is that a marketing strategy or?
Amazon está dando control, no le iba a dar la Epic. Míralo, ya estaba aquí tocando los huevos de jovencito, porque os penséis que salió de ningún sitio. Yo, puta, demasiadas pipas llevo ya.
Through our challenges of production, and we just need to be able to catch up.
By hitting the market a full year before PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 had a head start on the competition. But Sony was still the undisputed industry giant, and they had every intention of keeping it that way.
It was the year after we shipped, when PS3 was coming out.
We were paranoid.
Sony had such credibility that they had cultivated from the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 2. So they were riding on this tidal wave of success and goodwill from gamers.
Coming off the PlayStation 2, Sony had done everything right, the most successful platform in game industry history, and really just needed to stay to the playbook. In contrast to that, you just witnessed Microsoft coming to market at the right price a year before you're able to come to market. So you know you're facing formidable competition.
PlayStation 3 is the best-of-breed computer entertainment platform.
PlayStation 3 was positioned as a premium product from the get-go. This was going to play games, but it would also play Blu-ray discs. So it was seen more as kind of an entertainment machine.
We knew they were going to be somewhat arrogant.
The next generation doesn't start until we say it does.
And they would price their console to where they felt they needed to have it.
Se vinieron un
because
poquito
they
arriba.
felt that they were untouchable.
This is sort of pre-live streaming era, and a bunch of us were
Calentaron,
huddled
y ya está, la cagaron, ya
around
está. Luego
one
recuperaron.
person's laptop, like a 15-inch laptop screen, streaming Sony's press conference.
And then they dropped the price.
In North America, the PlayStation 3 will be available at retail for $599 US, $659 Canadian.
Es que ¿dónde vas, animal?
Wait a minute, did $5.99?
$5.99. Nobody was prepared for that.
Back then, consoles didn't launch at those kind of price points.
It was like, holy cow, we just got handed this generation. We were high-fiving each other, people were crying.
There were just all these ways that Sony had put their own foot in their mouth.
Sony said it would be a privilege for people to work extra hours to afford their overly priced console.
You have an over-engineered machine that's going to be incredibly expensive to manufacture.
And that opened a window for Microsoft to be able to sort of say, hey, like, we have a great system that's going to play all the games you want to play. We've got better online for cheaper.
Thank you very much, and have a great show.
Becoming CEO right after the launch of PlayStation 3 was like being made captain of the Titanic right after it hit the iceberg.
Iban ahí corriéndose, ¿eh?
After Sony's announcement, we could not wait to get on stage the next day.
Couldn't be more excited to be here because we're delivering the next generation of gaming right here and right now with titles that are nothing short of spectacular.
We had a lot of PlayStation fans and even Nintendo fans who were coming to Xbox because we had the best games, we had the best system, we had the best online network. We led in every aspect.
With the help of our incredible partners, we're delivering on that vision with Xbox 360, with a high-definition gaming experience more powerful than anything else in the industry.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating. I'd say the morale is extremely high. And we had so much pride in this product. Everything was great. And then the storm hit.
You bought two?
Before launch, engineers had worked around the clock to fix 360's early technical issues. But
La 360 fue muy pocha, objetivamente no.
There were reports of an
No sé por qué
entirely
decís eso.
new, never before seen problem.
No. Es que
Distress
no.
calls
Es que
flooded into Redmond.
Fue muy pocha.
Something
Vale.
had gone terribly wrong.
Bueno, pues vale.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. There was a lot of chatter about console failures.
Dude, what? Your Xbox. You might want to take a look at it.
Over time, we kept hearing more and more about it. We'd go to a launch event for a game, or we'd go to meet with games journalists. Then they would all start talking to us
Tocha, he leído
about,
Pocha.
before we can talk about new features, we want to know,
Hostia.
is this fixed?
Perdón,
But we had
Louis,
no sense of how big
perdón.
of an issue it was.
Perdón.
We didn't even...
Te pido disculpas. ¿Tengo cuántos dientes? Ah, bueno. Te pido disculpas por haber leído mal tu mensaje y haber asumido que eras tonto cuando el tonto soy yo. Te pido disculpas. Probablemente se vuelva a repetir porque soy idiota. Así que volveré a pedirte disculpas en algún momento. Lo siento mucho. Me he equivocado. No es nuevo tampoco, o sea... Si me disculpo todas las veces que me equivoco, no vamos a hacer nada. Pero lo siento. Espero que aceptes mis disculpas. Anuncio para compensar. Venga, un anuncio. ¿Quién lo ha pedido? ¡Mespira! Eres idiota. Gracias, Mespira, te quiero. Pero nos vamos a esperar a que termine el anuncio. Quítame el follow. O sea, suscríbete y luego quítame el follow. Me lo merezco. Sois mucha gente hablando. Yo leo muy mal. Hago lo que puedo con lo que tengo. Nos esperamos. Cuando volváis de los anuncios me vais avisando. No voy a dejar sin ver el documental, que es lo último que haremos en este canal porque me va a banear Microsoft, supongo. ¿Ya está? Venga.
Even know how to deal with it. And then we saw more reports of it.
Microsoft have been in the news with their latest computer system,
but
it seems the last big product they launched can have some problems.
That's the first time I've seen this. There it is. Mother.
The Xbox 360 had a really cool feature where
there
were
chafros,
4 green
pero
lights around the Xbox emblem.
Each of those lights corresponded to a specific controller, and so that's how you knew what player you were in the game.
We also used the ring to tell people when there were issues.
It's like the check engine light on your car.
And this is what we call a core digital error. And this was an indicator of the system detected a major issue.
The error state was just that there was no communication. So the machine was just basically telling you, I can't do anything.
This would show up as 3 segments in the ring being lit red, which would come to be known as the red ring of death.
Hostia, ese ya es.
Red ring of death. Red ring of death.
I got red ringed.
No ha mejorado mucho más YouTube, desde... Eso es un poco lo que te encuentras. David, ¿qué? 26 meses.
When that motherfucking red thing come up, and then the whole game freeze, and motherfucker be like, man, what the fuck is going on? We can't play. What's going on? Yo, doing that too? It was, oh my God, it was terrible. No! Red ring of death! Again!
We have no Xbox. I'm calling support.
You wait on hold for a while. They let you know they really appreciate your call.
Espérate,
you wait
que no
on
me hayan
hold a little bit
cancelado.
longer, and then they go,
Okay, we're gonna get you a replacement unit. It doesn't show up for a week. All the enthusiasm's gone, and then here's the new console, and it was just like, wow.
This is the 4th Xbox. Microsoft.
Effectively, the failure rate was near 100%. It just became an epidemic.
It was a red ring of death. Consoles hotter than a dragon's spring. It was a red ring of death. Freaking And I'm so pissed off. Grab the phone.
No, que me pedí para el 29, tengo una PCR, la pedí. Y me dicen, si estás jodido, ve por la tarde. Digo, vale.
The glitches that went down with Xbox 360, I was mad as I'm like, get this fixed or I'm leaving. I'm joining the enemy. And as simple as that.
Joder.
I feel kind of sorry for it. Not really. It deserved it.
It's a big deal because
Evidentemente teníamos razón de estar enfadados como consumidores y que nos devolvieran el dinero o cambiar, pero de aquí a pasar a estas idioteces de romper la máquina, partirla, enfadar, o sea, me parece que tenemos muchos problemas emocionales.
We felt the customer's pain. I had 3 boxes replaced, personally at my house, and it does make you think, okay, I work here, and this experience is not a pleasant experience, and sending your Xbox back.
El 100% de ratio de fallos es un poquito demasiado, sí. Todas iban a morir en algún momento.
Calling them online. Did your cardboard coffin arrive?
I finally got my coffin, but hopefully I'll get him back.
And you'd put your 360 in it and ship it on back to Microsoft.
I remember going out to the curb and meeting the UPS guy and looking in the back of the UPS truck and seeing wall to wall, Xbox.
Ha dicho, es que justo estaba mirando el correo. Ha dicho que era el 100%, ¿no? Han comentado.
It was happening to more and more people, and Microsoft was shipping a lot of hardware. That just combined to this feeling.
Casi 100%, sí. Muchas gracias.
Are you guys really taking this seriously?
They're continuing to sell defective hardware.
Sí, es que...
So a consumer could walk into the store today, buy a 360, take it home, and it's a ticking time
Es verdad, es que es lo que pasó. Todas se fueron a la mierda.
Is there any speculation out there what the problem is?
There's a lot of speculation, but because, well, among other things, there are 500 million transistors and 1,700 parts in each of these boxes, so the speculation could go anywhere.
Sí, es 0.01. Hay gente que no se le petó, pero a mí me petó 2 veces.
I would be out meeting with the top games journalists, showing them all the new stuff. And I'm trying to sell them on the future, and they're like, dude, my console's not working. Like, it's broken.
For those who have experienced the flashing red lights, what causes this exactly?
That's kind of part of the problem, Kevin. Microsoft has been very vague about the specific causes. They won't cite any specifics. They won't say exactly why.
We didn't have all the answers at that time.
We were trying to figure this out. Do we have a heat problem? Is the solder in key components in the motherboard, is it cracking up and drying out and we're losing that connection? We just couldn't figure it out.
It's a long process. You had to test it at the board level, you had to test it at the system level, and then you had to test it at the rack level. And we had, you know, almost 1 million of them sitting in our bone pile.
We'd fix the ones in the bone pile, we'd send it back out to the customer, and it turns out that wasn't the
Sí, cuando hay pollo no ponen a Bill Gates, eh?
Man, this is not going to end.
After the third or the fourth issue that we ran into, I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
And we got to the point where we said, we're not figuring this out fast enough. We made the call to shut down production.
Dame un segundo porque me acabo de acordar que esta mañana he abierto las ventanas de la habitación para ventilar, ¿sabes? Y estoy empezando a tener frío. Digo, ¿por qué tengo frío tanto ahora mismo? Porque está todo abierto y soy subnormal. Un momento. Hola, Puki. Buen día. Hola.
We went lying down at the factory. We wanted to figure out how to solve it before we built any more units to go to customers.
It stretched every bit of our imaginations to try to figure out exactly what was going on and how to fix the problem.
This went on for months.
These were the darkest days of my career.
Are people going to now go out and buy PlayStation or Nintendo? Are they going to leave us as a brand?
Every day you weren't gaming was a bad day for you. You trusted us, and you'd invested this money in us, and we let you down.
Not gonna work.
This was an incredibly trying time. You know, people use phrases like you figure out what people are made of. Having gone through it, I can actually say that happens. It's a thing. It isn't just a phrase.
Todd had to manage the very complex process of what we call root causing until we knew what was going on.
2006, 2007, I dedicated a lot of my life to this Xbox in order to fix this problem.
Breakthrough came when we understood that the
Hostia,
connections that were being broken were
leve.
not located on the motherboard, but they're actually located inside the components. The problem was a connection was breaking. The reason it was breaking was thermal, but it wasn't because of the peak temperature. It was because when the unit would get hot and then cold, hot and then cold, every time it did that, it would stress the connection.
All these people love playing video games, and so they would turn this thing on and off, and when it would turn on and off, you get all sorts of stresses.
And just like when you bend something too many times till it finally breaks, that's what was happening.
Hostia.
Once we figured it out, how in the heck are we going to fix this?
Peter Moore and the executive team faced a big decision about trying to fix this with all these boxes that were out there in the wild.
This was something that could tarnish the brand. They needed to do not just something, they needed to do the right thing.
If we're going to save this brand, we need first-class consumer service reaction to this.
The credibility of the whole platform really, I think, hung in the balance.
There's only one way to do this, and that is you have to fix every console for every customer at no cost, no questions asked.
Esto fue un pozo de dinero. Tú eres idiota.
I remember sitting on a whiteboard writing out some simple math on repair rates times $1 times a customer times an amount equals a number. And that number became pretty big. And I remember feeling in my stomach this is gonna be a bigger issue than I thought.
By the time we looked at the cost of repairs, the lost sales that we factored in, we had a $1.15 billion problem.
Peter had to go to Steve Ballmer and basically say, hey, bad news, I need $1 billion to go fix this issue.
I'm expecting to be ripped to shreds.
It is a make or break situation for Xbox. If Steve Ballmer does not give Peter Moore the money to go fix it, Xbox is dead. Like, there's probably no question about it.
To the credit of Steve, and I can still see him looking at me right now, he said, do it. Just do it. We'll figure it all out. will take the hit.
Microsoft will spend at least $1 billion to repair serious hardware failures with its Xbox 360 video game console.
Over 200 million of this was simply one-way overnight shipping around the world.
Kudos to Microsoft for stepping up and putting their money where the red ring of death was.
It was one of the times when I've been proudest to be part of Microsoft because we made a mistake, we owned it, and we did the right thing for consumers.
Without that money spent, without them
casi como lo que
taking
gano
the
yo,
problem
sí.
head on, there's probably no Xbox right now.
We bet on our fans and our brand and took the hit. Take that hit once, do it right. Don't ever regret it.
Es verdad.
When the 360 died on me, I was pissed that it died, but I wasn't pissed at Microsoft. I just really wanted to get the 360 again and start playing again because it was just awesome.
It was frustrating, but they had hooked us. So when you hook somebody, you know they're not gonna leave. They're gonna work with you through the difficult times.
That was a good sign that people love the thing that you're building.
But even $1 billion mea culpa may not have been enough had it not been for two X factors. A library of celebrated game titles, and support from game developers who loved how easy it was to program for Xbox 360 and saw in it the potential to take gaming to places previously unexplored.
Esta campaña fue espectacular.
For HD graphics and HD fidelity.
This is a game that people are going to immediately gravitate to and go, oh my god, I can't believe the 360 looks that good, especially when they compare it to PS3. Because this game looks better than anything on PS3 right now.
It was the fastest selling Xbox 360 game. It sold like 1 million units in the first couple of weeks, and that really propelled the 360 in a big way.
War may just be the great hope to turn the 360 into a must-buy console.
It's a very different type of game for Microsoft. An M-rated game with over-the-top violence.
Loved the signature weapon, the chain gun, the Lancer.
Gears of War was about appealing to a hardcore gamer.
The people that
No, la sorda es la otra. Este lo está escuchando todo.
People get tattoos, and it's just the deep connection they have with the franchise and the game. It's unlike any other franchise that we have.
Satisfying. And all of a sudden, you see this tide turn of every publisher is then developing for the Xbox 360.
No, queda un capítulo todavía. Que entiendo que no querréis ver ya.
We published titles like Mass Effect.
We had Splinter Cell.
¡Coño!
We really had
Espérate un momento.
Splinter Cell.
We have secured a lot of big games for Xbox 360. We published titles like Mass Effect.
We had Splinter Cell from Ubisoft.
¿No os parece delirante este golpe?
From Ubisoft.
We published titles like Mass Effect.
We had Splinter Cell from Ubisoft, of course. We really had this incredible portfolio of games. We were the shooter box.
Call of Duty was a franchise we had bet on early. It was a PC franchise, and we really established Call of Duty on the console in a big way.
Cameo and this gorgeous, colorful game. It was about frame rate, it was about smooth visuals.
Forza was built as a direct competitor to Gran Turismo. We're going to go off and we're going to build a great, epic, big racing simulator game.
Es que le ha dado con la mano muerta, ¿eh?
Amazing reflections of the sky. They had reflections of other things. You had particle effects. You had a lot of things that just made it look much more real than any other game.
To this day, my son can recognize cars by the engine sounds because he played so much Forza.
Bueno, pues le quita la consola un par de días a la semana.
That was a moment where we got it exactly right. It was just an incredible run that I don't know that has ever been topped in the history of gaming. And then, you know, at the center
no sé si hay que estar orgulloso, de que tu hijo jugara 12.000 millones de horas a
It had
Forza.
been 3 years since
Oh.
Halo 2 smashed
Oh.
industry records, and Halo fans
Oh!
were clamoring for the next chapter of the epic space saga.
I think that we were really surprised by the success, the huge success of Halo 2. And so as we were leading up to the Halo 3 campaign, I think we did kind of look at it all up from our marketing team as more of a Hollywood moment.
Oh!
Make people aware that video games are not something that are just for the boys. Video games have come of age.
An exciting day for video game fans and for Microsoft.
Master Chief is back in the most anticipated video game ever, Halo 3.
Thousands lined up to get the final installment of the trilogy when it went on sale at midnight.
I got here 6 p.m. yesterday. Been waiting here ever since.
Halo 3, what a massive launch event that was for us.
They have 1 million pre-orders, which is pretty much unprecedented.
Halo is projected to sell 4 million copies its first 60 days.
More than twice as many as the 9 runners-up combined.
It's only the biggest game ever.
We were no longer some tech company trying to be in video games. We were launching one of the biggest entertainment properties of all time.
Halo 3 embodies our vision for the future of entertainment.
The franchise spawning everything from clothing to
poco
action
ridículo, ¿no?
figures
El
and
cosplay.
rumors of a Halo movie.
Halo 3 really started to make gaming the mainstream cultural phenomenon.
Its first day sales could outdo not only the final Harry Potter book, but the debut of Spider-Man 3.
When everything was tallied, we had generated over $170 million in revenue in the first 24 hours, setting a new record for the biggest day in entertainment history.
It was just an amazing moment. It was one thing after another. We had games, we had Time Magazine. Everything started clicking, and it felt like something's happening.
We delivered the right content, the right hardware, the right games, at the right price, and we were showing massive momentum. The ship had sailed and sailed magnificently and kept sailing full steam ahead.
Only a week ago, Peter Moore took the stage in Santa Monica, California for Microsoft's E3 press event. A mere 7 days later, the man in charge of the 360 and the Games for Windows division has decided to move on to EA Sports.
I left Xbox because I felt like I had done what I needed to do.
Y me pagaban muchísimo más.
Ironically, he'll be replaced by Don Matrick, the former president of EA, but one has to wonder, with the face of the Xbox gone, how will this affect the 360 standing in the console wars?
Super bien.
Don Matrick was a really accomplished game developer. As a kid, he wrote these amazing games, and he was just super smart.
Don's really an innovator. He's a business leader. He's really into the tech. He really wanted the Xbox to be a product that could reach a broader and broader market.
When I joined Microsoft, Steve Ballmer said Xbox needs to have more than a true product lifecycle. And to do that, we need to place bets, we need to move into new categories, we need to innovate and create new hit products, both in gaming and in entertainment.
When Don Matrick came on board, it was more about trying to appeal to a completely different audience and a very broad audience. So there was this one meeting where he shows up and he says, we're not going for 30 million consoles, we're going for 300 million consoles. And the strategy behind that was we need to make casual experiences.
When the Xbox 360 launched, we had Xbox Live built in. We had this very basic blade for Marketplace, and we had only game content. One of the things that I've been tasked to do was go get us some entertainment content, which was an entirely new idea at the time.
We started doing deals with studios. We were excited when we had 1 movie and then 2 movies and 5 movies and 10 movies.
Microsoft's Xbox will transform into a next-generation entertainment hub. Users will be able to navigate through music, movies, television shows.
For the first time, we were realizing that streaming and digital video content was going to be a big deal. And then we had Netflix come on.
Xbox 360 was a big part of putting Netflix in the living room.
At the time, Netflix was a mail-order DVD catalog service.
Nationally, Netflix moves more than 1.5 million DVDs a day.
There's 40 of these warehouses around the country, right? So that nearly every customer gets next-day delivery.
Netflix hadn't done anything with digital streaming. We thought, why don't we call them up, see if they would be interested in distributing their content through Xbox 360.
We definitely accelerated their growth because we introduced them to tens of millions of devices that were connected to a TV overnight.
It's a great opportunity for Xbox members to never leave the sofa. You know, watch movies from Netflix, play great games. It's a great platform.
And it's like, what should we do next? Well, we brought HBO, we brought Twitter, we brought Facebook. Today, that may not seem that revolutionary, but at the time, the idea to be able to do that all in one box had just never been done before.
Toma. ¿Más, Puck? ¿Gracias?
Our Xbox Live community, the digital streaming services, the gamer tags, the achievements, the experiences, they were things that we would hear consumers say they loved and competitors say they were envious of.
Xbox Live really proved that people wanted digital content. I think that created this sort of ripple
Netflix tiene más años que el cagar. HBO no sé cuándo empezó, pero Netflix empezó con discos, o sea, imagínate.
They weren't just going to give you another console, they were going to give you a console that did something different.
This is Mike.
Hola, Mike.
He's Mike the businessman. But when he picks up the new Wii remote from Nintendo, he's Mike the warrior superstar athlete man.
Holiday of 2006, Nintendo released the Wii and turned the world upside down.
We're confident because for pick up and play games, there's nothing like it. For baseball, for tennis, games like that, it's fantastic. But with the nunchuck, what you're able to do in a first-person type of game is a huge step forward in control.
Nintendo came out of left field with a device that wasn't based on technology. It was based on a simple entertainment experience of being able to play a game without being a button masher on a controller.
It really resonated with a mass audience, a wider audience. All of a sudden, parents are playing video games with their kids again.
Suddenly, you heard people talking about video gaming as something that was good for you.
Wii Fit is about bringing fun into fitness.
Video gaming as an approachable thing that everybody could do.
They went after senior citizens. They went after female gamers. They went after people who are not traditionally gamers.
Clearly, they expanded the audience and they took gaming to mainstream entertainment.
I remember Bill putting a lot of pressure on the Xbox leadership team. How did we miss motion gaming? What can we do to catch up?
We need to compete. We need to advance our game strategy. We don't want to do a Wiimote ripoff. We want to do our own thing.
Don also had this vision for controller-free gaming.
What would it be like if instead of waving something, we were recording movement? We were recording state of people physically through a camera.
The controller, he thought, was this impediment to more people playing games because you had to kind of learn this device. And his view is like, hey, if people could just like swat at things or move things or drive a car like this. It's kind of crazy, but it's like if you could drive a car like this, that would make more people more willing to play video games.
We set out to really make the console approachable to a whole new generation of people, to a whole new set of people that wouldn't otherwise think about gaming as something that it was for them.
We had already been doing some technology exploration where we could map people using depth sensing and RGB cameras and microphones and stuff, and you could have that by your television. Rather than holding something, you could still get these similar type of experiences.
The idea that we were going to use IR kind of display, projection and reflection to measure movement was pretty magical.
Every step of the Connect process was an inventing step.
A lot of this work, we had to figure out how to hack our way into it.
We prototyped probably 30 activities. We found that the whole body activities were actually the most fun. And so that's what we ended up focusing on, to create something totally new for gamers.
We launched Connect and it was a game changer.
I don't think anybody saw it coming. It was something completely new and unexpected.
So you can see if we wave our hands, it's tracking your full body. And now we're playing. Okay. So if you lean left and right, jump, jump, jump.
In your opinion, John, how does this compare to the Wii and the Wii Fit?
Oh, completely blows it away. And this extends far past just gaming.
It's crazy. It's
Sí, sí, no hay nada que nos guste más que hacer así en la tele, ¿sabes?
Because it's motion gaming, people think, oh, it's like the competitors. It is a completely different thing, and you have to play it to understand that.
The games were really fun. It really unlocked a new game experience for people.
A ver, ese cuando salió fue bastante boom el Kinect, ¿eh? Estábamos en la época del motion control y que levantó Nintendo y fue bastante hostia. Pero
you would have people over for dinner, and then afterwards, everybody would want to turn on the Xbox and go play ping pong, or go play Kinect Sports, or go play a Dance Central. That just gave Xbox
los juegos de baile la han petado con el Kinect.
Sense of purpose.
In the first 60 days, we sold over 8 million Kinect sensors worldwide.
Es que te crees que fue poco, ¿sabes?
Kinect was a technological marvel.
Y el Kinect se utilizó para muchas cosas fuera de los videojuegos también.
Kinect didn't work with Halo, but Kinect was an amazing tool for so many things like research and how we think about augmented reality and virtual reality experiences.
La mayoría de gente, y quizás se compraría por eso, pero también hay gente que se lo compró, que vio el Kinect y le haría gracia y, o sea, habría de todo. Al final, no sé cómo fue, pero no olvidemos que cuando decimos la mayoría de gente, igual estamos pensando en nuestra propia persona y en nuestro círculo.
People were taking
O sea, la idea era
IR
guay.
data and the
Lo que
voice
pasa que
data,
menudo desastre.
and it was a rich source of creativity for other types of applications.
What is neat is the technology that is used in video games now and how it can be applied to other things, not just gaming.
And they're calling it the Kinect effect.
Microsoft's Kinect could revolutionize medicine.
Being used to aid the rehabilitation of stroke patients, also by people who work with autistic children.
Kinect today is mostly used outside
Exacto,
of gaming.
sí, ahí voy. Somos bastante minoría a día de hoy.
Has created this piece of technology that today drives the industry forward.
With Xbox 360, we
Pero,
had an amazing product that had finally broken
a nivel de
through.
juego,
The
eso quedó en la
ecosystem
mierda.
was healthy. Consumers were engaged in North America and Europe. It was the top-selling hardware device.
Xbox 360 has been the #1 selling console every
Tú no
month
querías, cabrón.
for the last 6 months.
It was a pretty great second iteration for Microsoft as a company.
Against all odds, the Xbox 360 basically won that second console generation.
By the end of that...
A ver, no voy a defender a esta compañía porque me la suda, ¿vale? Y es verdad, se están tirando muchas flores con el Kinect, todo, y que la tecnología era guay, ¿sabes? La tecnología tenía un sentido y era chulo. O sea, algo se llevó mal. Pero han estado todo el reportaje diciendo en voz muy alta dónde la cagaron y cómo la cagaron y por qué la cagaron. Y ahora se están tirando muchas flores, hombre. Hombre. Si es que no dais nada. Si es que no dais ni un poquito. Si es que... Ya sé que no termina ya. Bryce of the Dead, por 5 meses. Era una aclaración que me ha hecho gracia. Claro, para ellos fue un éxito. Lo que pasa es que luego terminó en la mierda. Perdón, bueno, igual que terminó en la mierda el Wiimote, ¿sabes? Igual que todas estas cosas.
There were more players than ever playing Xbox.
Que no, señor desgraciado, que no te quito la razón, ¿eh? O sea, es verdad. Se están echando muchas flores, pero me ha hecho gracia el rollo de...
We're about to change entertainment forever.
Again.
Because we're going to take all that we learned.
Pues quizá en
30 years of innovation
and use it to
de momento no paran de picarse la espalda, ¿eh?
TV.
Ahora,
TV. Television.
Watch TV. Team Xbox is on a new mission.
TV.
This is it. Xbox One.
I cannot believe this press conference.
We've got this vast amount of gamers that are increasingly loving Xbox.
Mira.
And we're building great experiences that they've never seen before. And now we're going to be the connected TV. So we're going to have the set-top box for the living room. And it turned out like nobody wanted that.
Oh, hell no, Microsoft. Hell no.
Mola porque ponen a Nobody Wants That y nos ponen a este. Porque él somos todos. América y Europa en cuanto a Kinect, si fue algo innovador, lástima que quedó obsoleto porque no se vio andar. Sí, sí, correcto. O sea, la idea era chula. Igual que el Wiimote. Entiendo que no queréis ver otro, ¿no? El Wiimote fue la polla. Y revolucionó la industria, lo cambió todo. Y hemos llegado a día de hoy a donde estamos gracias en parte gracias a ese cambio, esa disrupción. Pero Wiimote se quedó en la puta mierda. ¿Sabes? O sea, no me jodas. No, yo es que juego con los de la Switch. Una puta mierda. Sí, ¿no? Ya lo paramos ya, ¿no? Esta mañana. Yo lo veo. Paramos y que... ¿no? En vez de no sé jugar en el aire. Claro, si es que nos cansamos, coño. Queremos estar tranquilos en el sofá. Madre mía. Mira, porque me pilláis, que soy un profesional, que me dedico a hacer streams, entre otras muchas cosas. O sea, no, entre otras 2 cosas. Y os debo entretenimiento. Para nada tengo que hacer horas antes de final de mes. Para nada. Para nada se trata. Para nada. Vamos a ello.
The battle to control the entertainment pipe in the living room just got a bit more interesting. Microsoft's Xbox announcing some landmark news today as it moves into the media business.
It's time for a new generation of Xbox!
And now, Microsoft wants to appeal to more than just gamers.
It can also control your TV and cable box and everything from your movies to video conferencing on Skype to doing all kinds of things.
Casual gaming, television, social, music, and video.
The game console
Fue una
will
cagada,
transform
fue una
into a
cagada.
next generation entertainment hub
For both gamers and non-gamers.
Pero es como que cada generación la caga una, ¿sabes? Es como raro. Bueno, en esta no tanto. Creo que le falta Play son más juegos, pero aparte de eso.
But television and media.
Oh, God.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be
Bueno, que no juego para el 80 pavos.
Xbox taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
Company is going to face fierce
Puki.
competition. Sniper!
Sí, con la PS4 Sony se puto salió muy fuerte. Sony, o sea, eso fue una maravilla. Play 4 a mí me flipa. Pero ahora tienes la Series X con el Game Pass, que es espectacular, y la Play 5, que es una máquina espectacular, solo que, en mi opinión, ahora mismo le faltan pues los títulos potentes de Sony, ¿sabes? ¿Qué me quedaba por hacer? ¿Me quedaban 11 antes de empezar? Pues llevamos 4 y media.
On May 21st, Microsoft will unveil its
la prima
latest
fue con pies,
Xbox system. Xbox has been the best-selling gaming console for 27 consecutive months. We're expecting a slew of entertainment options, including possibly taking over your cable box and also delivering web content in easy and attractive ways.
It was exciting to think about what a single-purpose, dedicated entertainment console could be. So we picked that as a path with Xbox One. We wanted a broad device that touched all parts of gaming and entertainment.
Come on, put your hands in. We wanted to bring new audiences
¿Te saldrá Milo?
to Xbox. People that were
No, ya
outside
está,
of
ya
what
está,
traditionally
no te
was thought of as our core gaming audience. That was really the intent at the time.
Within the company, there's always a sense of do more and grow, but I think Don was looking for like, what's that next big leap after Connect? And I think there was a sense that TV could be that thing.
Microsoft's gaming platform is becoming a true entertainment hub. It just announced that for the first time, people are using the Xbox more for entertainment, TV, movies, and music, than for playing video games.
Having our team think not only about gaming, but television, movies, stories that lived inside our gaming community was something that I believed in.
Okay, this is an interesting idea. Microsoft's going to get behind linear entertainment as well.
Xbox Entertainment Studios. The idea was to take Xbox the brand from gaming to Xbox the brand as entertainment.
Movies, music, television. There's going to be a number of documentaries.
Pero también el tema del Game Pass de historia sale de aquí, entiendo. Es una evolución de esa idea.
Go Hollywood now.
And action.
After years in development, Microsoft's next-generation console was finally ready to be unveiled at a media event codenamed Newcastle. Coming off the success of the Xbox 360, expectations were through the roof.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the entire team, we're thrilled to unveil the
Tiene un poco
ultimate
ojo de pena,
all-in-one home entertainment system.
We did a stream from around the world and invited a bunch of media and influencers up to watch.
We gathered everybody into the conference room. We have it streaming on our television. We're all really excited.
Team Xbox is on a new mission to become the all-in-one system for every living room, the place where your games, TV, and entertainment come alive.
We're driven to build a future-proof system that brings together the cloud, smart devices, new content.
We are really excited to bring the world of Halo to Xbox as a premium television series.
We're sitting there listening to it the whole time. And I remember one of our engineers said, like, they're not even talking about any of the games yet. Are they going to talk about games?
Igual que con la Series X, vamos. Hay quien prefiere jugar en consola y no en PC. Mucha gente.
For a human experience.
It was all about entertainment, even a partnership with Steven Spielberg, and they showed a TV guide at the reveal event. I mean, that was really like the vision.
This is the beginning of truly intelligent TV. Xbox, watch TV.
You said television. We wanted to hear video games.
You know, we showed a few games, but core gamers were left unsatisfied.
¿Tú qué crees?
We're all in the green room, and as each person would get off stage, you know, the execs in the room would ask what the pulse is on social, and it was not good.
This is not going well. This is not going well at all.
Coño.
I am really disappointed.
I think I'm gonna go into mourning now. That's how I feel about you, Xbox One.
There were hypercuts released minutes after the initial unveiling of the Xbox.
Watch TV, TV, TV remote, TV, 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 TV.
Television, 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 TV, TV.
Television, television, television.
Menuda cagada, tío.
Was not the right way to unveil the next generation of gaming.
Nope. Se hicieron un Nintendo con la Wii U.
Wow. That was the worst gaming event that I've ever watched, ever.
Probably could have done a better job of reassuring people that we were committed to excellence in gaming.
The response was so negative, and that was when I knew our lack of focus was going to hurt us with our core audience.
I can't even start.
The Newcastle reveal really was about showcasing the entertainment proposition that was going to come with the Xbox One.
We knew that E3 coming up in a few weeks was about games. We'll talk about all games when we get to E3.
In hindsight, definitely not the right decision. You don't tell console gamers to tune into something and then not show them the games.
The next evolution of gaming is a voice remote control for your television.
Que sí, estás enfadado, que ya lo veo. Te llamas Angry
The
Joe.
Xbox One reveal had obviously underwhelmed fans, but Microsoft saw an opportunity to right the ship just 3 weeks later, on the game industry's biggest stage.
This is an exciting day for our teams. And as we've been promising, it's all about the games. We're excited to share with you a stunning lineup.
Hostia, el Rise se ve de puta madre hasta ahora. Es infumable, pero...
The ball's in Microsoft's court, and they come out and they show some games. And then right at the end of their press conference, I remember looking up at the teleprompter.
Xbox One will launch this November in 21 markets around the world at $499 in the US.
$499.
At the time, the ideal price point was $399. Anything that over $399, you're in for a real struggle.
Sí, pero luego la Play salió igual, ¿no?
The issue was that with Xbox One, Don's view was the new Kinect was going to be required.
Oh, claro, es que te metían el Kinect, claro, eso no me acordaba, tío, se me ha ido la cabeza.
Original Kinect. Now you were going to be forced to buy one.
This is a terrible mistake, a huge mistake.
But definitely caused a disconnect. Why are you charging me more money? I don't want this.
Kinect had so much promise. It just wasn't ever going to be a thing that hardcore gamers wanted.
Especially when it upped the price by $100.
Claro. Es que no, se me había olvidado esta historia, claro, pues claro. Te metes el Kinect por el culo.
Later that day, Sony announces the price of the PlayStation 4.
I'm very proud to announce
that PlayStation 4 will be available.
No tengo lo he mirado si tenía foto de Gadot, pero no tengo. Es que ya está.
We were surprised by the $100 difference. You know, then it's like that's a pretty big headwind to come back from.
You have essentially the same hardware, but one device is $100 cheaper. Cool, I'm gonna go with that one. And that's where they lost.
360 set us up for being the best box for developers, the best box for core gamers. And we then flipped it around and said, this isn't a dev box, this isn't a core gaming box, this is an entertainment device. People
Ahora el mando, lo lamería desde aquí,
You know, they wanted to push into this digital future. The idea was all connected all the time. The console would have to be able to check in with Microsoft servers, or else the games wouldn't work.
Es que fue una cagada después de otro.
Available and it's stored in the cloud.
There were going to be benefits to this, but Microsoft did a bad job of messaging those benefits.
You don't always have to be connected, but for a lot of things like multiplayer gaming, for streaming content from the internet, you're going to need an internet connection. That's the world we live in.
One of the biggest points of confusion was how the new, always online device complicated the selling, trading, and gamers' biggest concern.
Es que fue cuando intentaron cargar la segunda mano, es que fue todo.
The digital age and era was coming. We knew it. The
Fue todo un compendio de malas decisiones.
You were going to have to be connected to play your games. You're going to play your games on your Xbox One. Here's a disc. Load it in, and you were going to have to get a license for that disc. But you had to be online to buy the license. So it's a great way to not have people do big downloads, but here's the disc and just pass it around. That's it. Simple as that. Well, that wasn't clear.
Seems like every single outlet got a slightly different statement on used games.
Yep. You can't share games between friends.
You don't own the game you're buying.
Yeah.
Don't pretend like you own this thing that you just paid for.
And then stuff got really ugly.
Hola, Steam. Came out, guns blazing, with the immediate response to the Xbox One.
Esto fue buenísimo.
This is how you share your games on
Esto
PS4.
buenísimo.
Thanks.
One person just hands another person a disc.
Esto fue buenísimo.
Because you weren't going to be able to do that with this always
Entonces, esto se le ocurrió al de la derecha en el avión. Estaba en el avión, se le ocurrió la idea y dice, oye, esto, hacemos esta mierda y dice, venga.
That was brutal.
Eso no era magnífico, brutal. Pero sí, tienes razón. Sí, los partieron por la mitad, sí, con un anuncio de 10 segundos. Fue una pasada.
People didn't want to spend $499 for a box to plug into their television to watch TV.
They weren't wrong. Microsoft wasn't wrong that gamers wanted and expected more from their consoles. Absolutely. In fact, it was Microsoft's fault, if anything.
They were too far ahead of where their users thought they should be. And there was this whole backlash that they didn't expect.
In 2013, the world wasn't ready for it.
We got pushback from consumers, for some journalists, questioning whether we'd made the right choice as a company. It was a valid criticism, but it was a very binary choice, and we chose to bet on online.
It was a dark moment for us, and very, very, very painful.
Quiere decir que es una bajada de pantalones esto. Es un reportaje de los últimos 20 años de Xbox y te cuentan lo bueno y lo malo.
Monday that the man behind Microsoft's future console, the Xbox One, is leaving the company.
Adiós.
I wish that I would have had an opportunity to stay to execute on the vision and the capabilities that the team had created. But I ended up in the summertime announcing that I was going to be leaving.
I just remember getting an email from Steve Plummer that essentially said, Don Matrick has left. I think we all just sort of looked at each other and were like, okay, so what happens now?
There was no fear, no failure.
Hombre, a ver, un momento, esta comparativa.
But the rules have changed.
It was a long road and a long path from there, but the team didn't give up, didn't want to quit, didn't feel like we couldn't overcome this. And we still had to come out and deliver the console.
Well, it's here. Xbox One, finally on sale.
On sale.
We had a lineup of people at the launch event. People were excited about it. We had kind of an early signal that maybe things are okay.
The MPD Group has revealed that Xbox One led console sales in December, and with its $500 price point, the Xbox One led annual hardware sales on a dollars basis.
But by April, we were outsold 6 or 7 to 1 in the market, maybe 8 to 1.
This was really bad, like catastrophic bad.
Es como está interpretando el
The reality is, when you have moments like this, the future of the brand is at stake. You question whether or not
bien, te he visto bien.
you're gonna be here in 5 years.
It's never a given that you're gonna get to make another generation of a console.
Brands die every day. No one's playing on an Atari anymore. Like, nobody is playing on a Sega Genesis. We felt like our future was at stake.
I think Microsoft learned the hard way. If you take your eye off the ball, and if you don't put gamers and games at the center of your ambitions, it's going to come back and bite you.
Our fans had lost faith.
It's collapsing.
Hostia, no me atreví ni a tocarlo este juego.
How do we re-earn the trust of customers? One thing that was very clear, more of the same was not going to work.
Today, Microsoft has announced that Microsoft Studios corporate vice president
Phil Spencer is the new head of Xbox.
Let's talk about
Llegó el día.
your role. What are you going to be doing?
Llegó el día.
The emergency glass was shattered, and Phil was pulled out and put in to right the
Llegó el día.
Xbox ship that was sinking.
He was there early days, studied under Ed Freeze, so he knew exactly what made the original Xbox work. He was a gamer, but he was also a longtime Microsoft guy, so he's sort of the
Putísimo
perfect
Phil.
hybrid.
He is a proxy for gamers. They believe in Phil.
I play lots of games with Phil on weekends and evenings, and he's always thinking about the player first.
Having someone lead the platform who comes from that place.
It was a big turning point for us. We needed somebody that could lead us, that we trusted. We cared about the team.
I had no training in running.
Acaban de comparar a Phil con Master Chief,
team or the hardware team. So I knew that it would be a challenge.
One of the things that was really hard about the Xbox One launch
That's what I
was
remember.
Phil had more than a broken business. He had a broken culture.
There were people who would literally come up to me in tears.
Who had killed themselves to try to get a product into market. The product did not make gamers happy.
So I knew we had to get the team on board. We have to believe in why we're here.
The first thing that Phil did was he went after culture.
I wanted to try to continue to see Xbox be an important brand in gaming, but it's not just about me. As a leader, you realize that if we can't empower our great people to do great things, that we should give up. I knew that this effort would take the entire team, and it was going to be incredibly hard.
Under Phil's leadership, and with the green light from Microsoft, the Xbox team launched a plan to pull back from the edge of console obscurity.
Xbox had a lot of plates to spin. They had to gain the trust of developers, they had to make a statement with the gamers, reverse all the messaging that they made, and that's not a switch that you flip overnight. That can take years. Years.
I don't think there was a question around where I wanted to focus.
We know that day one customer every year has to be the gamer. You expand from that gaming audience out.
With Phil being in charge, it sort of cemented putting a game face back on Xbox.
Marty, big news today.
Están comparando a Master Chief con el de Doom, pero bueno. Pero bueno.
Microsoft announced that a connectless Xbox One is coming June 9th for $399.
Yeah. One of the decisions that we had made is that we were going to offer Xbox One without Kinect and lower the price by $100.
This is what everyone wanted. Xbox Entertainment Studios, which is better known as the TV division, has been shut down.
Shutting down Xbox Entertainment Studios was really just trade-offs we had to make.
All of the investments that you're making in that entertainment, the movies, the TV shows and things, are gonna come at the expense of making the same investments in games. And we still had more games we needed to make.
Microsoft has announced a new platform for independent developers looking to bring their games to Xbox One.
Game content is the thing that's going to drive our success as much as anything else that we do. We needed external independent developers to be successful on our platform.
Independent developers have fundamentally changed the way we play games this generation.
The smartest move that Microsoft made was they took Chris Charla, who was a developer, and said, we're going to allow self-publishing, and this is the guy who's going to really help that.
Players don't care if it's from a big company or a single person. They just want to play fun games. And our job as a platform holder is to make that happen.
This is a guy who was a developer, a smart guy. He understands the community. He's been there himself. He was great in that role.
Major League Baseball publishes a baseball game through the ID at Xbox program. Fortnite from Epic came through the ID at Xbox program.
We have the ability to get, a small, cool up on the big screen. It's just an amazing experience that none of us really saw coming.
Back when Microsoft said Phil's going to be in charge, our faith went way up that things were going to change, and then right away they did. And then when Microsoft showed that they were making these moves, you were like, this has all the opportunities to really go the right way, but the gamers were still upset. And you're like, well, look, it's a big ship, but the changes they just made, give them a chance.
While lowering the price of Xbox One and reprioritizing developers were major steps towards getting back into the good graces of gamers, a desire to enlist an entirely new generation of players inspired Xbox to go somewhere it had never been before.
Let's go to a place where everything is made of blocks, where the only limit is your imagination.
The team said how many kids have their first experience with any video game with mom or dad's cell phone in the back seat playing Minecraft.
The company best known for Windows and word processors will pay $2.5 billion for Swedish game developer Mojang. That is the company behind the wildly successful, ever-popular Minecraft game.
No, they're gonna mess it up.
Right after the acquisition, all of the public perception when you read about it in the press was that evil Microsoft was going to come ruin Minecraft.
Can Microsoft keep its hands off Minecraft and just keep that pure experience?
There was an assumption, again, that old console war thinking that Microsoft would pull it off of any platforms that weren't Windows or Xbox.
And there certainly could have been a decision that, look, we just paid a bunch of money for this game. We needed to go help Xbox. So from now on, the only place you're going to be able to play Minecraft is on Xbox.
There's got to be something bigger going on here.
But I'm grateful that Phil Spencer understood that what we had was a cultural phenomenon, and what we had acquired almost as much as a game was the community that came with it.
Go Red Star, go!
The world is changing, and the idea that limiting the places where people can experience your games is not always right.
A no ser que compres Bethesda, entonces sí.
PlayStation,
Perdón.
and Android, iOS device. Our goal is to continue to evolve and innovate with Minecraft across all those platforms.
The decision to make Minecraft accessible across all platforms surprised the
Que te calles, Gariuski.
But Xbox had something on the horizon that would upend it.
Wondering what's going on, eh? Wonderful. Let's get started.
With all of the things that we're trying to go do, creating Game Pass was a decision that was going to be disruptive to the industry.
Oh, hey! Game Pass was the first service where you'd have access to a library of games and you could download and play the games in their full fidelity locally.
We heard from people who said buying multiple $70 games is actually just economically not possible. And people wanted to play across devices.
With Game Pass, you now
Es
have
que
a
sí,
shared
una jugada
library
muy
with your
buena del
friends.
Game Pass, tío.
And you can just decide to say, hey, let's go jump on and play this.
What we learned as part of it was kind of not necessarily something we do at the beginning, but became this part of the journey, is it also created enormous value for publishers.
Developers that might not have had the front row or front seat, they're in there and they're on the same level as Halo.
You know, when you're building a game, if you're not a known IP,
Esta mujer
it's
es
really easy to get
altamente
lost.
atractiva, es una locura. Perdón.
Biggest
dato.
thing about Game Pass is the amount of players. I can put a game into Game Pass
And 10 million players can show up the next day who might not have decided to plunk down $60 for my game.
It lowers the barrier to entry. It makes it easier for you to experiment and choose.
The people that subscribe actually play more games.
It's just like flick, flick, flick. Oh yeah, I'll play this one for a while.
And now you see other companies considering and moving in faster to the Game Pass model. Game Pass is probably the future of how we distribute games.
Lo que me flipa, que con el Game Pass y la gente sigue jugando más juegos comprándolos, ¿sabes? O sea, es algo que no entiendo, no me entra en la cabeza.
Game Pass revolutionized the landscape of video gaming. But in order to get the most out of the tsunami of new content they were providing, Xbox knew it was time to up the ante.
When we launched the original Xbox, we had this tagline, "There's no power greater than X." And we were the most powerful. And we owned that.
That's what our gamers expected from us. That's what we had delivered early on.
We were always the most powerful console.
And we lost that with Xbox One.
As we thought about broadening what the Xbox One did, we had sort of lost sight of, first and foremost, this is a gaming machine.
The PlayStation 4 was a technically superior experience. You know, one friend tells his friends, hey, it's better on PlayStation 4, you should play it over there, and that just spreads.
Yeah. You know, if we were a car company, we always made the fastest car, and that's what was where our brand was. But for us to get back to what we were always about, we needed a console that would be more powerful than any other console.
It was about reclaiming the horsepower narrative.
No, hombre, no. No me pongas el...
So Phil delivered Project
el
Scorpio,
Cyberpunk.
which they called the Xbox One X.
We went back to our roots of being the most powerful console ever built.
More power, more pixels, more frame rate. It was all about core gaming goodness.
True 4K gaming.
They engineered the world's most powerful console. They win back a lot of gamer trust with that.
This monster was almost like the rebirth of the Xbox brand. To continue to make sure there is no power greater than X as we thought about the future.
The most powerful console is a thing of beauty.
I think the big thing for me is just games.
How do we deliver the best games to people? Get the games that our players love.
We said, you know, content is critical.
And one of the best ways to get the best games is to invest in studios.
That's what we like to see.
But making games is hard, it's complicated. It's about, hey, can a group of people actually effectively create something together?
We have to be really thoughtful and mindful about respecting the culture and the heritage of the studio, but also infusing, you know, kind of the power of Microsoft. There's no magic formula for that. You know, I think that's more of an art than a science.
One of the biggest missteps that we learned from in the past was Lionhead.
We had already published Fable 1, and it was a hit. People loved it. The beauty of that game, it was basically like a moving stained glass window. People wanted more, and so we bought Lionhead. Those were good years. The game was great. Just everything came together. But after Fable 2, Connect came along, and the Fable Connect marriage just never really took. And then Fable Journey was a passion project for a lot of people, but I think it deviated pretty significantly from the pillars of what made Fable 1 and 2 so popular.
There's some very, very sad news coming out of Microsoft today. So they're shutting down Fable developer Lionhead Studios.
We acquired Lionhead in 2006, shut it down in 2016. A couple years later, we reflected back on that experience. What did we learn? How do we not repeat our same mistakes?
You acquire a studio for what they're great at now, and your job is to help them accelerate how they do what they do, not them accelerate what you do.
I wish Lionhead were still a viable studio.
It is only
Lo matasteis.
that you learn whether you can fly.
No, lo de acelerar no se refiere a que lo hagan más rápido, sino que puedan llegar antes a lo que pueden a lo que saben hacer mejor, ¿sabes? Dándoles pasta y tiempo. O sea, se refieren a eso, otra cosa es que lo hagan.
We went through with Lionhead taught us what to do this time.
Welcome to E3 2018. So with the many failures of the Xbox One, they're a distant second to Sony. But to their credit, they had been doing everything right. The potential is there. at E3 2018 to regain that foothold in the upcoming next generation.
We know that exclusive games from our Microsoft studios are what originally turned so many of us into Xbox fans.
The first and greatest instance of us showcasing what we do for players is what we do with our studios.
Phil, he took out the credit card, went on a shopping spree, bought some amazing companies, started promising games.
I'm excited to welcome Undead Labs to Microsoft Studios.
It doesn't matter what your technology is. If you don't have the games, we were done. Content is king.
Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, a brand new Microsoft studio. The Initiative, Playground Games.
Yesterday was a huge moment. You brought not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 new studios.
The acquisitions kept coming at a blistering pace.
Es una jugada muy arriesgada esta, o sea, que no le sale.
Obsidian Entertainment.
We doubled the number of internal studios to 15 internal studios and made a big group of acquisitions.
Double Fine Productions.
Buying all those studios, Microsoft focused back on the hardcore gamer.
We're highlighting 60 games for you. 14 games from Xbox Game Studios and over 30 games premiering in Xbox Game Pass. Let's jump in.
This volley of acquisitions created one of the largest, most diverse catalogs in the industry. But Microsoft had its eye on one more target, and it was a big one.
Esto fue
We're really
tochísimo.
delighted
Esto
to
fue
reach
tocho.
this agreement with ZeniMax and bring Bethesda into the Microsoft family.
The move adds 8 more studios to Xbox's first-party portfolio, including Bethesda Game Studios, id Software, Arcane, Machine Games, Tango Gameworks, and more.
What you really see us doing is broadening the opportunity for people to participate in what is one of the world's greatest entertainment and leisure time activities.
It's a game changer because it's bigger than anything else we've ever done in gaming. It's the 3rd largest acquisition in Microsoft's history, which still blows my mind. And so now more than ever, like, our commitment to games is absolute.
Pin.
Microsoft's commitment to keeping fans on their toes was also absolute.
Welcome to the Game Awards 2019. I'm Jeff Keighley.
World premieres are a big part of this show, and you guys have a lot of expectations on the internet for things. There are lots of rumors, lots of leaks.
It's pretty rare, I think, nowadays that any new tech doesn't leak and like nobody knows that it's coming.
And then sometimes there's surprises that come out of nowhere. Enjoy this.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream.
A lot of dreams.
And that you could have the power.
I don't think anybody saw it coming. It was something completely unexpected.
Whoa, is this Elden Ring?
Even the video was deliberately
está metido en la psique de la
talking
gente,
about Power Your Dreams and the visuals of that.
Let's have a surprise.
BioShock?
And then, wait a minute, what was that?
Wait, what?
I just saw a car race through, and then there's like a soccer scene, and then by the time I saw Master Chief,
that's Halo!
Halo. That's what I want.
And finally, you would dream where you are now.
Seeing the streamers that were streaming and their reactions, that element of surprise is so magical and so
Super Halo Soccer.
That's that. Oh, Scarlet!
Oh, yeah! Xbox! This is not the new Xbox console. Wait, this is not the new Xbox console. What? They're showing their new box? What the heck?
For 18 years and 3 generations, we've designed Xbox consoles to power your dreams.
Oh, my boy! You dog.
We need the Xbox Series X. It was nuts though, because I had no clue it was coming, and I was there.
Our fastest, most powerful Xbox will set a new bar for performance.
Games are going to look better, You know games are going to play better.
It is, in fact, the most powerful console you can have in your living room right now.
Yes! Yes!
When we
O sea,
talk about
esos dos ojos parecían del Two Human, me ha asustado.
Project Scarlet is the formation of our future in cloud.
Microsoft, meanwhile, launching a video game streaming service. All your
la que
games
marca
can
esta
be
mañana.
streamed right into your phone or your computer.
The same way the original Xbox bridged the gap from early adopters with broadband, this powerful beast of a machine that can play games locally.
Mentira, no lo puedes
it's also
tener en
gonna
casa,
connect
es
to the
verdad.
cloud, so it will bridge the gap between traditional in the living room local gaming and cloud-based gaming.
We envision a world where you can play any game with anyone on any device.
It is the next instance of what it means to game anywhere.
We're streaming from data centers around the world to people's cell phones. We have thousands of people doing it in 3 continents. Like, that's just crazy.
And I'll be damned if it doesn't actually, I mean, it works. It actually works.
Where are we?
I'm a big believer in the technology access story of Project X.
No he usado casi nada. Pues, creo que lo probé una vez y ya está, pero claro, no.
One of the things we were really focused on with
No
this
suelo
generation
consumirlo, pero es una
was
pasada,
making Xbox available and appealing to the widest audience.
I think we have some unique responsibilities to bring people from different backgrounds into the experience. And in order for us to succeed in that, we need to have the right services and content and creators building things for all kinds of players.
It's about creating an opportunity.
El mando este que hicieron
for those
desde
that would
Microsoft
not
me
have
parece
had
una
it
puta
otherwise.
maravilla, tío.
2.5 billion people on the planet play video games today, half the connected world.
Es una pasada.
And that is the scale of opportunity a company like Microsoft should go after. Being bold and making bets is part of the culture of what it means to be here. I think that's true now, and it was true from the beginning.
Es que han hecho mucho por la inclusión de muchos jugadores y jugadoras de Microsoft. O sea, eso está ahí. O sea, te puede gustar más o menos. La compañía que lo entiende. Bueno, la división de Xbox.
Microsoft came and said we should do a console. A Microsoft console?
It's insane to launch a game console. When you're Microsoft, you made frickin' Windows and a spreadsheet. Bill Gates took a bet on us.
Bueno, después de poneros a bajar de un burro, también, todo hay que decirlo.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
Are you ready? If you think about where we were 20 years ago, when I first moved into the games group, my dad was horrified because gaming wasn't a career and gaming was something that nobody did.
One of the most incredible things is this turning point in how gaming is viewed. That evolution of people suddenly seeing the value of the community that comes with gaming.
There's a fundamental change to the way we think about human interaction.
There he is.
We can have deep, meaningful relationships with people a world away that we've never met in person.
11 years of playing together. 11 years. We finally see each other.
Hombre, no, esto es ir a hacer daño. Esto es ir a hacer muchísimo daño.
Throughout 2020, we saw that people recognized this as a way to have a social experience in a time when we had to be distanced.
The pandemic got people to rethink how they think about video games.
Children can sit and play Minecraft with friends and build and create something and connect. And at the core, that's what Xbox is about.
As Xbox continues to grow, I think it's going to continue to shape the future of the gaming community. It goes beyond how many units they sold. It goes beyond which generation they won or were dominant in.
I think a company like Microsoft, we should stand for something more than just what place we're in. And I want Xbox to be around forever. And I want to be able to look back on it and say, we really use this opportunity to shape culture.
So I'm announcing the Xbox, the future of console gaming, a whole new platform that all of you are going to take in directions that we can't even imagine. And the empowerment that comes out of this is going to be amazing. The power of X.
Muy guay. Muy, muy guay, la verdad. No hay en credits, ¿no? No sale Deadpool ni nada, vale. Muy guay. Me ha gustado mucho. Me gustó mucho. Evidentemente, todo está hecho con un toquecito de azúcar, ¿sabes? Y evidentemente. Pero han comentado más cosas de las que yo pensaba que comentarían. Se han metido más fregados de los que yo pensaba que se meterían, ¿sabes? El de Monopolio lo han pasado por encima. El de Monopolio han hecho ¿sabes? Y ya está. Pero está muy bien trabajado. O sea, no sueles ver, y es una lástima, no sueles ver empresas diciéndote, si aquí la cagamos y quedamos mal con todo el mundo, ¿sabes? Lo hicimos todo mal, todo puto mal, ¿sabes? Entonces, eso está bien. Eso está bastante guay. Me ha gustado el tono en el que lo han llevado. De nuevo, evidentemente, con muchas cositas de Happy Flower, pero... Porque han hecho hincapié en el hecho de que poner el Kinect fue un error, ¿vale? Y demás historias, pero han hecho hincapié en que nos quedamos todos descontentos. No, descontentos no. Estamos hasta la polla, estamos cabreadísimos con vosotros y eso fue un intento de puta estafa, ¿sabes? Y ya está. Pero... nos queríais colocar algo que no queríamos nadie, pero queríais colocar por vuestra puta polla. Os vinisteis arriba. Pero sí que lo comentan, lo hablan, lo dicen. Dicen, sí, fue error nuestro. Entonces, ver compañías así, que te pongan a la gente que ha trabajado en eso y te diga, sí, fue culpa nuestra, ¿sabes? La cagamos muy fuerte. Eso está guay, ¿sabes? Eso creo que es, y creo que es positivo. Checa, muchas gracias por los 8 mesacos. Muchísimas gracias. Yo ahora mi dinerito me gusta gastármelo en apoyar a alguien como tú. Entonces no te mereces ese dinero. Muchísimas gracias. Checa, crack. Felices fiestas. Sí, claro, exacto. La cagamos por aquí, pero por otro lado somos los putos amos, somos los mejores, ¿sabes? Pero te digo que está muy azucarado. Pero podría haber estado mucho más azucarado. Se podría haber centrado en ventas, en no sé qué, en todo guay. En vez de decirte cómo la cagaron al querer meter la televisión dentro de la consola para que fueran de esto, te hubieran haber dicho, guau, y fuimos los primeros en hacer esto y es cojonudo. Y seguir para adelante, ¿sabes? No, pero han parado y te han dicho, era un error, no es lo que queríais, no lo vimos y la cagamos y ya está. O sea, que está bien llevado, me ha sorprendido. Ya sabía más o menos por dónde iba porque había ido escuchando por ahí. Pero guay, muy, muy guay. Me ha gustado, molaría que hubiera más documentales así. Uno de Nintendo así, vamos, me partía el culo, ¿sabes? No tiene nada que decir sobre el sistema este nuevo de pago online, ¿sabes? Y que el online va mal siempre y que... No, es todo bien. ¡Puf! Y humo y ya no está. Yo también me lo paso muy bien. No tengo especial intención de abrir Minecraft, la verdad. Más que nada porque lo que tengo que hacer ahora en Minecraft me da muchísima pereza, entonces no tengo especial intención de entrar. Es que lo más que puedo hacer es ir a vender palos y... ¿Crees que vamos a vender unos palos? Es que no puedo hacer nada más, si es que necesito dinero para las armaduras, si es que no tengo nada. Como no sé ir al pueblo a vender... o sea, picar madera para hacer palos. Y las plantas. Para hacer dinero. Aquí hagamos... podemos probar, pero no nos vamos todavía. Pero recuérdamelo porque si no... Entre más aburrido más bien, es verdad. Lo que pasa es que me da un poquito de pereza, ¿eh? O sea, solo plantearme lo que hay que hacer ahí, lo que tengo que hacer ahí, me da mucha pereza. A ver, en realidad es hacer dinero e irme al... Dinero, nivel, e irme a los tenderos de Alex a comprar las armaduras. ¿Anuncio? Hostia, Andrés Roses, eres lo peor. ¡Anuncio! Muchas gracias, Andrés Roses, eres lo mejor. Lo peor eres, que lo sepas. Normalmente estaba pensando que igual este directo me lo cargo, lo quito... No creo, dudo mucho que haya absolutamente ningún tipo de problema con haber visto el documental en directo, porque está en YouTube, o sea, fuck me, ¿sabes? Pero who knows. Daxo es unos remastered, pero a mí porque me odias. Vamos a hacer nada, haremos poquito, ¿eh? Haremos pocket. Hemos empezado a migrar algunas cuentas de... ¿Qué me cuentas tu vida? Ya, podemos hacer rache lo de Alex. Lo que pasa es que no me acuerdo cómo se va. Bueno, tengo que matar a un tío ese de la bandera, que no sé, no me acuerdo dónde estaban. Y luego tengo que ir al otro lado, que no me acuerdo dónde está. Entonces, espérate. ¿Te gusta el micro hacia arriba tipo antenita? Aquí lo tienes. ¿Qué le pasa a eso? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Esta puta mierda qué es? ¿Esto qué es? ¿Esto de aquí arriba amarillo qué coño le pasa? What the fuck es esto? Ah, es un easter egg. Ah, bueno, pues por el culo. Vale. Qué desastre. Hemos dicho que tenemos que ir a vender, ¿no? Hacer papel y vender. Vamos a dejar todo esto por aquí. ¿Hay alguien por aquí? El brin. Madera me la voy a llevar porque son palos. Vamos a la puedo dejar. Vale. Llevo comida, sí. Bueno, es hacer papel y ya está. Microsoft compró Mojang solamente para que te... solamente para que te... ¿Qué va a título de stream? No, si vamos a estar poco rato, no te preocupes. Por culo a título de stream. Que quiera venir, que venga, y que no, porque no. Nos quedamos... Es la hora de los valientes. Ahí va, Busquet. ¿Cómo puede ser que en cuanto... Pero si tú no estabas. Y en cuanto he dicho, bueno, va, vamos a Minecraft a hacer dinero, has aparecido. O sea, ¿qué puto poder tienes? ¿Cómo es esto? ¿Cómo funciona esta historia? ¿Cómo lo haces? ¿Cómo que jiji? A mí jiji no, ¿eh? Yo no fui un diamante, ahora tengas que farmear. Qué asco das, Galeos, que eres la peor persona que conozco. Bueno. ¡Oh! Cállate. Toca hacer dinero. No quiero. ¿Me podrías darle un sub a este buen señor? No quiero. Pero me podríais dar un sub, eso es verdad. Ahí esa Galeos que tiene toda la razón. Estaba viendo, habrías entrado tú. ¡Ah! Tu necesidad de horas de Minecraft me sorprende. A ver, que en realidad podría... creo que hay diamantes ahí en la base, pero es que me sabe muy mal. Prefiero hacer dinero e ir a comprarlos, ¿sabes? Lo que pasa es que lo de los libros sí que me toca bastante las pelotas, ¿eh? Porque no me acuerdo de qué me tenía que poner en cada cosa. Me lo vais a tener que decir, me lo diréis entre todos y me voy a agobiar. Ah, no, lo tengo que hacer en la mesa. Piu, 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 piu. Todo esto es dinero. Todo esto es pasta. O sea que solo el clip, claro. Luego con el clip no veis los 40 minutos de después de... Dios, qué desastre que he hecho, qué desastre. Pero bueno, está el hielo puesto. Es tan divertido este juego. ¿Esto lo por las fiestas? ¿Has hecho más directos de estos de gente cocinando? No, fue el del otro día y ya está. Ya haremos más. Es que toca hacer la mano, ¿no? Es lo que me toca las pelotas, tío. Siempre sobra uno. Tuviera una fábrica. Una granja de papel. Ah, ¿lo puedo hacer así? Ay, claro, es verdad, tío. Gente, hago lo que puedo. He leído el libro de Cafteo Eslava y digo... no soy una persona muy inteligente, ya lo sabéis. Uy. Bueno. ¿Usted compraba papel? Shit. Papel solo compraban los de ahí, creo. Porque soy idiota. No hago el libro porque soy idiota. ¿No sabíais esto? Shit. Esto me tengo que esperar como 2 minutos, ¿no? A poder volver a venderle a este tío. O 4 minutos, ¿no? Eso. Si duermo. Ah, mira. Pues hay una cama por aquí. Era... la casa de la cama, ¿no? ¿Era esta? No hay nadie más, ¿verdad? No. Clicas y spamea el espacio. ¿Eso cómo va? Clico y spameo el espacio. ¡Mentirosos! Es todo mentira, todo lo que me decís. Ya me estáis mintiendo, no sé por qué. Ganas de mentirme, hostia. Pues nada, a esperar. Este no me ve, no. Espera que trabaje. ¿Cómo que? Hay que banear a Sagaliuski. Bueno, aquí se podían vender palos. Ah, no, aquí no, en los otros. Acabo de caer en una cosa muy tonta, tío. Y es que tengo un chorrocientos mil de carne de esta, tío, y no la he traído. Error. No matar. Hola, Bu. No veo yo... Por la mañana estamos, ¿eh? Mañana es... Ya me he comprado puta ropa de cuero, que no la quiero para nada. Uy. ¿Y esto qué hace aquí? ¿Una fly? ¿Y cómo se hace lo del rato? Lo del espacio que decís. Yo meto esto aquí con el shift y... ¿qué hago con el espacio? No hago nada. Shift click es... Ah, vale, puedo hacer así. Vale. Eso... Vale. Y el espacio luego. Vale. Es que con 65 no hago nada, ¿eh? Perdón. Hostia, le he dado. Ah, sí. Hay cositas de audio para saber que están trabajando. No sé eso. Yo digo que me des más, anormal. No creo que me llegue con esto para comprarme todo el set de armaduras, ¿eh? Mira, como le pegaba al otro. Vale. Aquí tengo... No, bueno, tengo el toque de seda, que ya es algo. No, pero el pico ya lo mantengo. Pues... Habrá que irse a la base de Alex, ¿no? Es que es la única que conozco y que tengo semi-permiso. ¿Me va a llegar con esta pasta para comprar todo un set de armadura de diamante? Totem tengo uno. Qué susto, coño, me cago en mi puta vida. Este tío, aquí no había un... ¿Este por qué se ha soltado? ¿Este tiene que estar suelto por aquí? ¿Este no tiene que estar atrapado? Ah, mira. Hola. Pero este no tiene que estar aquí. Tira... No. Mal parido. Shit. Claro, es que yo no tengo medios bloques. De ahí no se puede escapar, ¿no? De aquí no se puede escapar, ¿no? Ah, pero le pueden pegar, claro. Es que me he dejado los de madera ahí, tío. ¿Cómo se hacen los medios bloques? Ah, mira, aquí hay otro. Este es el de las herramientas. Bueno, la pala la perdí. Tengo que... Ay, mira. Hay uno aquí. ¿Cómo se hace? ¿Cómo se hacen medios bloques? ¿Con el basalto pulido no puedo hacer medios bloques? Ya, pues que no tengo ni trapdos y no sé cómo se hacen ni trapdos ni trampillas. 3 y 3, pero si no me lo coge. No me sale la opción. Claro, es que me da que con esta roca no se puede. Bueno, con madera puedo, ¿no? Justo, justo, vas al tono. Ya es mala pata. Cojo la leche, tío. ¿Esto está sonando así de pantalla tétrica? ¿De juego de Play 1? Aquí. Joder, macho, cuánta madera escondía. Ya me jodería. Vale, ya está. Hombre, no. A ver. Aquí. ¡Ey, Heisenberg! O sea, pero usted se me sacos. Mira, muchas gracias. Uy. Kit. Espérate un momento porque esta música me está poniendo muy nervioso, tío. Puta mierda de meter esto aquí. Bueno, ¿pasas tú o paso yo? ¿Así? Y ese sobra, ¿no? Pero así no le pueden dar, ¿no? Vale. A ver, eso de las... Joder, mira, me está poniendo muy nervioso tú, ¿eh? Puerta de roble. ¡Ay, trampilla de roble! Vale, vale. Placa de presiones para hacer el botón, supongo, ¿no? Vale. Bueno, vámonos. Y aquí nadie me vende nada más. Falta pechera y casco. Pero ese tío no me compraba la armadura esta de cuero. Bueno, para lo que me va a dar que le den por el culo. No, en el que me... No, el otro solo me vendía. Me he comprado los pantalones y... No me lo vendía el otro, ¿no? No me lo vendía. Ah, coño, pues sí. ¿Y cómo no lo he visto yo esto antes? No será Satanás. Flipa. Y ya está el dinero que teníamos, ¿eh? Ay. Cómprame palos. Ahora. Sois todos idiotas en este pueblo. Así os lo digo. ¡Ey, Excusgar Urbara! Muchísimas gracias, bellezón. Muchas gracias, gente. Muchas gracias por la super. Está todo el rato hoy conmigo. Se nota, hoy no ha hecho directo ni el Tato, ¿no? Bueno, Bri, por lo que parece. Claro, 26, la gente está con la familia. Yo como no tengo. Bueno. Vale. Y ahora habría que pillar los libros para los cuales no tengo un pavo. No puedo comprar encantamientos, no tengo dinero. ¿Cuál es la mejor acción? ¿Has visto el documental de Xbox? Coño, ¿por qué no se venía a verlo aquí con nosotros? Es que de verdad, es que la gente... Me gusta estar sola la gente, como el antisocial. ¿Cuál sería el mejor movimiento ahora? Para hacer pasta. Pues niveles sí, puedo ir a las calaveras o a los zombies, pero... Sí, venden, algunos le venden librerías, creo, pero por otro lado, la puedo hacer yo también en librería. Creo que se da ahí vendido una librería. Copia de Alex retroactivamente, ¿no? Me cago en la leche. Podía pasar. Ah, no, pues este no era el de las librerías. Pero, ¿qué queréis que haga con la librería? ¿Y qué? Pero me sale un libro de aquí. Necesito como 8 o 10 libros, ¿sabes? En lo de los tótems, no sé qué es lo de los tótems. No pude ir a lo de Raid de Alex, pero no sé dónde está, no me acuerdo. Sí, pues que vale 9, ¿eh? No me llega, coño, solo tengo 4. Nada, no puedo hacer nada. Puedo ir a buscar la carne. Me da mucha pereza, tío. Ya, pero es que este tío... Bueno, puedo ir a buscar carne de zombie. Solo hay que ir a la trampa de los zombies y ya está. ¿Qué haces? ¿Por qué? Más adelante para que compren palos, ¿no? Pazo, si tú son los palos, céntrate en los palos. En el cofre tengo el de seda. El único interesante es el de seda. Todo lo que es irrompibilidad y más mierda y tal, que no me acuerdo qué coño que tengo que ponerme, eso no lo tengo. Álzame este palo. Coño. Coño, que poco... Ah, claro, es que no hemos estado aquí casi, tío. No me lo puedo llevar todo, si no se va a llenar de mierda esto. ¿Qué va? No tengo tanta. Pensaba que sí, pero no, porque claro, no nos quedamos aquí suficiente tiempo como para... Bueno. Ah, vale, Corsario, ahí está. Ese es el tema del vacío. Es que no quiero... Así. O sea que va lenta esta, ¿eh? Va más lenta que la de las calaveras. Pero con esto, pues mira, pillaremos carne de esa. O sea, ayer los zombies se estaban matando cuando llegaron aquí, ¿eh? Muy raro. Bueno, que he saltado yo, coño. Qué poco nivel dan estos bichos. Pues tú no sé. Yo me bebo una cerveza. ¡Hala, hasta ahora! Ay. Está la casa de aldeano que intercambia por carne de zombie. ¿No había más carne? Ah, no lo sé. Pero bueno, podemos ir ahora. Sí, cuanto más alto es el nivel, más experiencia requiere. Pero juraría que en el 20 y pico aún se gestionaba esto. Era más cerca del 30, bro. Un poco de hierro al golem. Se joda el golem. ¿Qué ha hecho por mí el golem? Porque tengo un pollo crudo aquí. Ah, de los patos, claro. ¿Vais a caer o qué? Bueno, a subir. Porque esa mierda que... Esto me ha dado. Es que pensaba que había más carne, tío. Bueno, en la base que algo de carne de zombie tiene que haber, seguro. Casi me voy a la base. ¿Por qué se cola un calamar aquí? ¿Y por qué voy tan lento? O sea, volver a la base me toca los cojones, ¿Hacia dónde es? Hacia ahí. La. Oye, tenemos un directo bastante largo de pazos callados la mayor parte del tiempo. Ay. Bueno, puedo parar aquí, ¿no? A verlo. Ya está el Puki chillando. Vale. Vamos a buscar más a la base. Os tenéis. ¿Dónde he dejado el barco? No sé. Ahí. Llevo casi 6 horas de directo, ¿verdad? También es que este fin de semana no iba a hacer nada, porque estoy solo en casa, es Navidad y... mierda, ¿sabes? Y como tengo que hacer horas, pues mira. No te da spray para verme. ¿Qué es spray? ¿Es una forma de decir que te da pereza ver mis directos? No entiendo. Me mola Minecraft, la verdad es que me está gustando. Creo que he empezado de la mejor forma posible. El Rango ha hecho un gran trabajo, aparte de matándome constantemente. Y la verdad es que es un juego guay, me lo estoy pasando bien. Algo que no había conseguido nunca. Que es que me gusta. Oye, no es que me gustara, sino que me apeteciera. No, el pollo esto lo vamos a hornear ahora mismo. Vale. Creo que eran... Hostia, igual lo tenía rango, tío. Igual no. Igual me he liado y no hay, Pensaba que había y no hay. Nope. Pues caca, ¿no? No hay carne de zombie, pues me quedan 11 monedas. Lo que ofrece en verde porque es Navidad y se ve que se ponen verdes. Bueno, filo 4 sí que me lo puedo poner en algo. Pero los demás ya no... Porque en el cofre ese que me dio Alex creo que ya no quedaba nada. No, eran los hierros que me llevé. Que me dejó llevarme. Bueno, por lo menos hemos recuperado la armadura. Quieras que no. ¿Alguna forma easy de hacer dinero? Mira el faro. Sí, pero ese hierro, coño, lo queríamos usar para construir, ¿sabes? No me voy a gastar ese hierro. Paso. Entra el fuego. Anda, coño. No puedo creer que sea tan subnormal que tenía piezas de diamante aquí, tío. Soy subnormal. Soy subnormal. Pues nada. Dos amigos y mentalidad triunfadora. A ver, que me puedo poner a vender palos, pero... Pues eso parece más grande. Desde... ¿Estos caminitos? Eso me molaría investigarlo, pero claro, ahora no puedo. Ah, no me he dado cuenta que lleva el tótem, ¿eh? Hace rato que no... A ver. Es un normal. ¿Qué hacen estos aquí? Vale. A ver. ¿Dónde está la zona de árboles que había hecho Rango? Ahora he movido de sitio para plantar eso, supongo. No sé si me puedo llevar toda esta madera. Es que esta madera la he ido recolectando Rango, tío. Es que no me la quiero... Es que el problema es que me va a dar muy poco dinero eso, ¿sabes? O sea, el tema de coger los palos y toda esta historia es que da muy poca pasta. Entonces molaría alguna forma de hacer dinero. Comprar los libros y a tomar por culo, ¿sabes? Pero bueno. Picar, picar el qué. Si voy a picar árboles, mejor picarlos ahí. Sí, sí, fue culpa de Ramo que muriera totalmente. Sí, algo habéis dicho de los libros y las librerías. Espera un momento. Ah, no. Pero ¿qué coño hay ahí, sabes? Los bloques de esmeralda ya volaron hace tiempo. A ver. Y dudo que no pueda, yo que sé, hablar con Alex, hablar con Felipe, hablar con Jen, hablar con quien sea. Digo, oye, me podéis dar gemas, ¿sabes? Y me las dan, pero no mola. Gema, esmeralda o como lo queráis llamar la cosa del dinero, de gastar. ¿Sabes dónde hay mucha madera? En mi regalo de Secret Santa. No se ha conectado su Susana todavía, ¿no? A jugar. Qué pena. ¿Dónde los aldeanos? Haz una granja de lo que te pidan, pero... ¡Qué easy! Haz una granja. Claro, mis capacidades granjeras. Qué relajante esta musiquita, ¿no? Con la lluvia. Que eso en los juegos sí que me relaja la lluvia. Cuando la escucho en la vida real, no, me pone muy triste. Anímicamente a mí la lluvia no me ayuda. Bueno, algo de dinero sacaremos. No sé, como 10 o 12 gemas, ¿no? Vamos a mirar lo de los... Lo de los árboles que decís. Ay, lo de los árboles, joder. Lo de comprar la librería y vender los libros y tal, a ver. Seguramente, no sería mejor hacer una meditación en bambú. Seguramente hay, todo lo que se puede hacer es mejor que lo que estoy haciendo yo. Pero soy una persona muy armada. No, mira, coño, ¿estoy 31? Ah, no, coño, sí, bueno, casi 30. Espera un momento, ¿qué hay aquí? Pues esto es lo que decíais de la carne, ¿no? Vale. Aspecto ignio no, aspecto ignio no. Es inglés, es amor. Vale. Pues vamos a comprar estanterías. ¡Coño, gente tributaria de España! ¡No! Me han encontrado, maldita sea. Bienvenido Zareis al Imperio. Espérate que lo encuentre. ¿Dónde está esto? ¡Pim! Pero nada de pasar información a agencia tributaria, ¿eh? Electro 87, muchas gracias por 4 meses. Muchísimas gracias. Hostia, qué susto tú. De las estanterías, el toque de seda. A ver. Esto vale 4. Entonces, si yo lo pongo aquí... Me da 3 libros. Nadie compra libros. Este no compra libros. ¿No? ¿O lo he visto mal que se puede dar? ¿Sí vendía libros? O sea, ¿sí compraba libros? Ah, los compra uno. Entonces no nos vale. Pero bueno. ¿Cuántos libros necesito? O sea, ¿cuántas cosas me ponía yo aquí por...? Que eran dos o 3 habilidades por pieza, ¿no? No la he querido ver porque no quiero que me afecte negativamente a la cabeza. Como mínimo 8 necesitaré seguro. Toque de seda ya lo tengo. Ahí. Porque he escuchado cosas que eran como... Es muy divertida, también he escuchado cosas que eran como... Hay gente que ha acabado como tocada de la cabeza el palo. Hostia, tío, pero es que joder, ¿sabes? Que dura y divertida, pero joder, el mensaje, tal, no sé qué. He pensado, tío, no me apetece nada ahora mismo esto. Vale. Sí, verdad que lo he comprado uno. Pues... ¿Qué necesitaba para las armaduras, gente? Me quedan... ¿Qué me queda de dinero? 26. Uy, va, espera. Toque de seda ya lo tengo. Ah, y tengo que desencantarlo todo. Espérate, claro. ¿A quién le había puesto un desencantar yo? ¿A los de ahí? No. Ah, no, a los otros. A ver. Uy. A ver. El hacha y el pico son los... El hacha y el pico y la espada son las que ya tenía. ¿Esto qué coño? Vale. ¿Esto hay que ponerle algo? Bueno, espérate. Irrompibilidad y protección, bien, ¿no? O sea, no hace falta que lo desencante porque se lo voy a sumar después, ¿o qué? O sea, el que entiendo que es... Esto se lo voy a quitar. El peto y diamante se lo voy a quitar. Protección 1, irrompibilidad... Bueno. No quiero para nada eso. No, Andrés Roses, los hay mejores por aquí. Creo que hay protección 4, irrompibilidad 3 o 4 o 5, ¿sabes? O sea, hay mejores. Mira, es que tengo el toque de seda. Que me lo guardo, pero no me hace falta. Y este tío me daba... Mira, es irrompibilidad 3. Que yo tengo ahora. Irrompibilidad 2. Irrompibilidad me lo tengo que poner en todo, ¿no? En los 4. Ah, vale, pues mira, los desencanto todos. Y ya está. Subió poco nivel, pero bueno. Entiendo que irrompibilidad 3 se lo tengo que poner a todo, ¿no? Ah, por culo, cajo. Vale, Perstrom, pero que traiga birra. O sea, 4 de irrompibilidad. No me llega, vale 8 libros, tío. Ah, no, coño. Tengo 3. Me lo voy a poner ya, que le den por el culo. Ya sé que tengo que ir a hacerlo todo junto y tal, pero que me da igual. Ay, no, ¿cómo? Eso se hace en el yunque, coño. ¿Por qué? Ah, claro. A la mierda. Vale. Me quedo sin pasta. Aquí estaban los dineros. Buah, pues necesito niveles. Pero es que el único sitio que me ocurre para hacer niveles es donde los esqueletos. Me da bastante... Sí, sé que puedo juntar los encantamientos y tal, pero que me da igual, ¿sabes? Porque tampoco tengo claro... Deja, pero no. Pero lo que se me ocurre es ir a las calaveras y quedarse un rato, porque ya les digo, no me acuerdo dónde está lo de Alex, así que... Claro, la raid esa... En 0, estoy a 800.000 niveles, ¿sabes? Pero hay que hacer un paso antes. Es que no sé dónde está nada, o sea que fuera. No os puedo ofrecer más que quedarnos en las calaveras... 10 minutos o 15 minutos. Y a ver, me podría ir a picar y buscar diamante y tal, pero es que no me la quiero jugar otra vez. Ya, pero no quiero ir a la granja de Alex a robarle el hierro sin que esté Alex y me diga, puedes ir a coger el hierro, todo el hierro que quieras, ¿sabes? Entonces, pues mañana o pasado, cuando estemos todos en el juego, pues ya le preguntaré, ¿sabes? Pero ahora mismo, paso. ¿Me entendéis? ¿Qué coño? Hostia, claro, no me acordaba, tío. ¿Es por aquí esto? ¿Estoy yendo bien? No me acordaba que atravesaras eso. Es que no es por aquí, ¿ves? Ya decía yo. ¿Esto cuando lo construimos? Nuestro here. Este es spawner. Es por aquí. Este igual aquí tiene rango. Bueno, 2 gemas. 2 gemas no hacemos nada. Madre mía, lo que acumuló el pavo, tío. Se puso hasta la cama aquí, ¿sabes? El pavo. El locuelo. No tengo lo del agua tampoco. Buah. Madre mía. Esto eran todos huesos. Y flechas. Soy Santa súper guay. Estoy esperando que se conecte. Que se conecte Susana. A la cual entiendo que no le diréis que soy yo Santa porque no está puesto en ningún sitio. Así que confío plenamente en que esto no se va a spoilear. Sí, la verdad es que me podría llevar todas las armaduras de oro, ¿no? Y cocinarlas todas, ¿no? ¿Qué os parece? ¿Qué nos parece como idea? Sí, lo abrimos ayer, el de Chris Green, que era una TARDIS súper chula y nos dio la piedra esa angular de, bueno, que hace luz, que da no sé qué historia. Venga. También me interesa. Toma. Deja, tengo el inventario lleno de chorradas, tío. Fuera. 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 Que mueras. Hay demasiados huesos aquí ya, tío. Toma. Capitalismo acabó con él. Sí, ahora estoy cogiendo todo. Sí, pero es que no tengo horno aquí, ¿sabes? Y creo que no lo puedo construir. No me acuerdo ni qué hace falta para el horno. Fuera. Mira que le den por el culo, tío. Es madera, ya cogeré más. Los huesos los voy a dejar aquí, tío. Si es que caben. Ay, en medio. En medio. Ay, mira, hay un horno ahí, ¿qué cojones? Toma. Lo que pasa es que no tengo nada para hacer combustible, ¿no? ¿O sí? O tenía, pero ya he tirado la madera. ¿Me valen los palos? Toma. Toma. Na, 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 na. Los palos sirven putamente para todo. Es que es verdad, es que qué maravilla, tío. Qué maravilla. ¿Esto no supone que me da experiencia o no? ¿En qué? ¿Me decíais? Por delante de la rueda, por supuesto. Al final las ruedas son palos juntos que has torcido para que... Esto no me da experiencia, ¿eh? Ah, cuando lo saco del horno, vale, guay. A ver. ¿Ves? Se me acaban los palos, ¿eh? Piribi. Se me acaban los palos. ¿Y puedo usar cuero como combustible? No. Ay. ¿Y flechas? No. Sí, no me está diciendo los arcos, yo no sabía. Es que los arcos los tiramos todos. Vaya coño, queremos acumular arcos, ¿sabes? Bueno, algo de palos quedan todavía. Ahí tienes lava. Mira, ahí ha quedado un arco, ¿ves? Coño. Ah, se gasta de golpe. Pero eso sigue haciendo. ¿Y eso? ¿Esto no vale como combustible? Toma. Easy game. ¿Qué te pasa, horror? Con 4 objetos puedes hacer un suministro de lava que servirá como combustible para hornos. Así. ¿Qué me dices? ¿Quién me ha pegado? Muchas gracias a Graten. Me estoy dando larga, estoy seguro de exámenes. Bueno, un crush es un poco eso, ¿no? Un crush no tiene por qué hacerte ni puto caso, pero es un crush. Luego hay gente que tiene suerte y acaba saliendo con su crush, pero... Mucho ánimo de que se me MX. No, aún queda uno. Pi, 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 pi. Ah. Ah. Ya no caen más. Se han acabado. Ahora. Bueno, en realidad seguramente puedo echar libros también, ¿sabes? A quemar. Evita, nada, la estoy haciendo para ganar experiencia. Uy, se gastó la pila. Dame algo. Dame algo, mal parido. Nos ha quedado a mitad. A ver, igual aquí ahí no hemos mirado y hay madera por un tubo. Nope. No tiene que minas de diamante el animal. Eso asumo que me dará chorrocientos mil millones de experiencia en cuanto lo quite de ahí, ¿no? Hasta luego, Crowen. Yo es que ya lo hemos visto, llevamos 6 horas en directo, Pero lo está viendo Alex, podéis saberlo con él. Sí. Vamos a quemar estos y ya está. Es que la idea era irnos en breve, no sé para qué. Bueno, si quieres cambio el título. Ya está, cambiado. ¡Cambiad! Vamos a hacer 25, no me jodas. Vamos a quedar ahí. La cosa sería, ahora... Claro, no, pues que no tengo dinero, claro. Es que digo, vamos a comprar los libros a casa de Alex, pero es que no tengo dinero. Lo que pasa es que en mi base creo que me lo venden todo también. Me dijo Rango, es que lo vendemos todo. Lo tienen todo ahí, digo. Anda que... Vamos, me echo de oro, me cago en mi puta vida. Pero bueno, es que no tengo un pavo, tío. Mi barco. Con Gaby me pasa un poco lo mismo, Es que no tenemos dinero. Y me da un poco de pereza ponerme a picar todos los árboles, tío, para hacer palos. ¿Sabes? Para el poco dinero que vamos a sacar. Pero vamos, me quedan pocas alternativas. 2 de bambú igual 2 palos. Ah, es verdad, tenemos bambú en la base. Y crece muy rápido. Debemos hacerlo con bambú, ¿no? A mí me quedan unos stacks de bambú, creo. El juego tiene una finalidad que te saca a ti de los huevos. Por eso a mí me agobia tanto. Más rápido de lo que crecen, yo lo veo complicado, ¿eh? Coño, ponte aquí. No era aquí. Polvo de hueso tenemos, pero en la base de Jalavera me acabo de ir, ¿sabes? Claro, pero ahora me ha rebajado esto el tío. El pavo. Vamos a buscar los palos, vamos a buscar el bambú. No hemos hecho nada de la casa. A ver si... Yo sí, esta semana Rangu no... Pues claro, Rangu está como que tiene un sitio buscado. Pero también hemos estado con el Secret Santa. Es que a mí me ha llevado un rato. Pero es que a Rangu lo ha destruido. Se ha tirado la puta vida ahí, ¿sabes? Putas enredaderas. Ah, resulta que es más rápido tirar árboles que hacerlo del bambú. Tócate los cojones y baila. Hostia, tío. ¿Te das cuenta de lo mal que aconsejáis en grupo? ¿Os dais cuenta? ¿Qué es esto? Me tengo que pegar una ducha. Te voy a bajar a comprar. Eso es verdad, Salius, que eso sí que te lo doy. Pero bueno, hemos recuperado la armadura. Hemos hecho niveles. O sea, algo hemos avanzado, está bien. Algo hemos conseguido. Me quedé sin pila. Stranger. Na, 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 na. A ver. Hemos venido al bambú, vale. Entonces, si hago así. Dámelo todo, papu. Mira, los bambú también se hacían palos, está bien. ¿Y esto es más lento que hacerlo con los árboles? No los entiendo. Ah, porque da menos palos. El bambú da menos palos. ¿Pudiera ser? ¿Que el bambú da menos palos? Por eso va más rápido con... Correcto. No compensa seguir por aquí. No compensa seguir haciendo esto. Esto es lo que yo fui cortando y... Que me sabe mal llevarme todo esto, tío. Pero bueno. Uy. Oh, podía pasar. Coño, no lo tires. Más palos. Me sale más a cuenta. Voy yo. Bueno, pero voy a la base y ya está. Vale, bien. Voy a la base y reorganizo. Como buenamente pueda. ¿Esto es gilipollas? Va a ser que eres gilipollas, ¿no? Yo alucino, tío. Está este juego lleno de hijos de puta. De verdad que no lo entiendo. Esto aquí, esto aquí, esto aquí. Bueno, vamos a vender a tomar por culo, ¿eh? Y os voy a dejar aquí. No sé qué ha hecho, no sé por qué apareció ahí, pero ha recibido lo que se merecía, que es una hostia en la puta cara. It is what it is. Ey, Anonymous se ha suscrito a Will Fly, no lo había visto yo, no me habéis dicho nada. Will Fly. ¡Pim! Bienvenido al Imperio. Ya, pero yo no quería. Bueno, pues te jodes, yo tampoco quiero hacer muchas cosas. Gracias, Anonymous. Vamos a vender todos estos palos. Y finiquitaremos aquí. Este stream prolongable hasta que a mí me ha salido de los huevos prolongarlo. Es el mejor stream prolongable. No sé cómo se llama eso. ¿Cómo se llaman los stream prolongables? Tiene un nombre, no sé cuál es. ¡Esto no es! Extendible, pues eso, prolongable. Todo para no decir prolongable, ¿eh? Y llaman extendibles. Hombre, dinero tengo ahora, ¿eh? Algo de pasta hay. Vale. Hombre, yo creo que con un stack de pasta hacemos, ¿no? Para comprar los libros y esas mierdas. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué, Rangu? ¿Por qué? Pues muy bien. ¿Dónde me faltan los de Twitch? Me faltarán 11, 9, 8, 7, 6, unas 5 horas. Mañana estará finiquitados, tú supongo. Aquí nos vamos a quedar. Pim, pim, pim. Mira, te lo digo ahora. Llevo ahora mismo... Sí, 22. Me quedan 11 horas o así. Bueno, no, según esto, pero estas no las está contando. O sea, estas hasta que no termino no las cuento y hasta mañana no saldrán exactas. ¡Ay! ¿Qué pasó aquí? Gente, nos vamos. Hostia, me he cansado de la cabeza, ¿eh? Mira que iba súper fino y ahora mismo me he empezado a venir abajo de la cabeza. No sé por la peña hace 24 horas, tío. Ahora te lo digo, esta es como una puta cabra. Yo también creo que está bien por hoy. ¿Con quién menos teníamos que ir? Que me lo habéis dicho antes. Antes me habéis dicho a alguien. Ah, no, espera, vale, es verdad que está Folox. Se me había dicho a alguien... ¿Está? Yo no lo seguí el otro día. Vale. Por hacer una broma, vámonos al infinito. Y luego, la persona que me habéis dicho, que no sé qué me habéis dicho antes. Vale, a Kaigamuz, mañana me lo puedes recordar. Es que Félix es un habitual del canal, siempre suscriptor y todo. Y es verdad que se acaba de hacer un... Se acaba de abrir un de esto. Pero me lo puedes recordar mañana o el próximo día, a Kaigamuz, cuando vuelvas a venir. Si está conectado colega, dímelo. Y le hacemos... Si abre, claro, si abre. Sí, si abre, dímelo. Y recuerda, y dime, ¿te acuerdas que te dije el otro día que era mi amigo y solo hiciste a otro? Pues este. Gente, nos vamos. Ay. Mañana más, ¿vale? Espero que hayáis pasado unas felices fiestas, un feliz San Esteve. Que no sé si se celebra esto o no cualquier otro lado, pero bueno. Y mañana lunes y vuelta a empezar. Again, and again, and again, ¿vale? Un beso, un abrazo, muchas gracias por todo. Muchas gracias por los follows, por los subs, por haber estado aquí tanto rato conmigo. 6 horas y media, creo que batió mi récord, estando yo solo. Mi récord eran 5 horas y media, creo, o 6 horas con el Titanfall. Ya está. Un besazo. Sois los mejores y las mejores, gracias por todo. Nos vemos mañana. Que paséis un buen final de domingo. Adiós. Que bien, Garland. Adiós, Frau Gaming. Adiós. ¡Fine!